Section 1 of Out of the Closet, a collection of early LGBTQ plus fiction. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tasha Mapes. Out of the Closet, a collection of early LGBTQ plus fiction. The Child's Champion by Walt Whitman. Just after sunset one evening in summer, that pleasant hour when the air is balmy, the light loses its glare, and all around is imbued with soothing quiet, on the doorstep of a house there sat an elderly woman, waiting the arrival of her son. The house was in a straggling village some 50 miles from the great city, whose spires and ceaseless clang rise up where the Hudson pours forth its waters. She who sat on the doorstep was a widow. Her neat white cap covered locks of grey, and her dress, though clean, was patched and exceedingly homely. Her house, for the tenement she occupied was her own, was very little and very old. Trees clustered around it so thickly as almost to hide its colour, that blackish-grey colour which belongs to old wooden houses that have never been painted, and to get it you had to enter a little rickety gate, and walk through a short path, bordered by carrot beds and beets and other vegetables. The son whom she was expecting was her only child. About a year before he had been bound apprentice to a rich farmer in the place, and after finishing his daily tasks he was in the habit of spending half an hour at his mother's. On the present occasion the shadows of the night had settled heavily before the youth made his appearance. When he did, his walk was slow and dragging, and all his motions were languid, as if from great weariness. He opened the gate, came through the path, and sat down by his mother in silence. "You are sullen to-night, Charlie," said the widow, after a minute's pause, when she found that he returned no answer to her greetings. As she spoke, she put her hand fondly on his head. It was as wet as if it had been dipped in the water. His shirt, too, was soaked, and as she passed her fingers down his shoulder, she felt a sharp twinge in her heart, for she knew that moisture to be the hard-wrung sweat of severe toil exacted from her young child (he was but 12 years old) by an unyielding taskmaster. "You have worked hard to-day, my son." "I've been mowing." The widow's heart felt another pang. "Not all day, Charlie," she said in a low voice, and there was a slight quiver in it. "Yes, mother, all day," replied the boy. "Mr. Ellis said he couldn't afford to hire men, for wages is so high. I've swung the scythe ever since an hour before sunrise. Feel of my hands." There were blisters on them like great lumps. Tears started in the widow's eyes. She dared not trust herself with a reply, though her heart was bursting with the thought that she could not better his condition. There was no earthly means of support on which she had dependence enough to encourage her child in the wish she knew was coming, the wish, not uttered for the first time, to be freed from his bondage. "Mother," at length said the boy, "I can stand it no longer. I cannot and will not stay at Mr. L.'s. Ever since the day I first went into his house I've been a slave, and if I have to work there much longer, I know I shall run away and go to sea or somewhere else. I'd as lieve be in my grave as there." And the child burst into a passionate fit of weeping. His mother was silent, for she was in deep grief herself. After some minutes had flown, however, she gathered sufficient self-possession to speak to her son in a soothing tone, endeavouring to win him from his sorrows and cheer up his heart. She told him that time was swift, that in the course of years he would be his own master, that all people had their troubles, with other ready arguments which, though they had little effect in calming her own distress, she hoped would act as a solace on the disturbed temper of the boy. And as the half-hour to which he was limited had now elapsed, she took him by the hand and led him to the gate, to set forth on his return. The child seemed pacified, though occasionally one of those convulsive sighs that remain after a fit of weeping would break from his throat. At the gate he threw his arms about his mother's neck. Each pressed a long kiss on the lips of the other, and the youngster bent his steps towards his master's house. As her child passed out of sight, the widow returned, shut the gate, and entered her lonesome room. There was no light in the old cottage that night. The heart of its occupant was dark and cheerless. Sore agony and grief and tears and convulsive wrestlings were there. The thought of a beloved son condemned to labor that would bend down a man, struggling from day to day under the hard rule of a soulless gold worshipper, the knowledge that years must pass thus, the sickening idea of her own poverty, and of living mainly on the grudged charity of neighbors. These racked the widow's heart, and made her bed a sleepless one. O you, who, living in plenty and peace, fret at some little misfortune or some trifling disappointment, behold the spectacle, and blush at your unmanliness. Little do you know of the dark trials, compared to yours as night's great veil to a daylight cloud, that are still going on around you, pangs of hunger, the faintness of the soul at seeing those we love trampled down, without our having the power to aid them, the wasting away of the body and sickness incurable, and those dull achings of the heart when the consciousness comes upon the poor man's mind that while he lives he will, in all probability, live in want and wretchedness. The boy bent his steps to his employer's, as has been said. In his way down the village street he had to pass a public house, the only one the place contained, and when he came off against it he heard the sound of a fiddle, drowned however at intervals by much laughter and talking. The windows were up, and the house standing close to the road. Charles thought it no harm to take a look and see what was going on within. Half a dozen footsteps brought him to the low casement on which he leaned his elbow, and where he had a full view of the room and its occupants. In one corner was an old man known in the village as Black Dave. He it was whose musical performances had a moment before drawn Charles' attention to the tavern, and he it was who now exerted himself in a most violent manner to give, with divers flourishes and extra twangs, a tune popular among that thick-lipped race whose fondness for melody is so well known. In the middle of the room were 5 or 6 sailors, some of them quite drunk, and others in the earlier stages of that process, while on benches around were more sailors, and here and there a person dressed in landsman's attire, but hardly behind the sea gentlemen in uproariousness and mirth. The individuals in the middle of the room were dancing. That is, they were going through certain contortions and shufflings, varied occasionally by exceedingly hearty stamps upon the sanded floor. In short, the whole party were engaged in a drunken frolic, which was in no respect different from 1,000 other drunken frolics, except perhaps that there was less than the ordinary amount of anger and quarrelling. Indeed, every one seemed in remarkably good humour. But what excited the boy's attention more than any other object was an individual seated on one of the benches opposite, who, though evidently enjoying the spree as much as if he were an old hand at such business, seemed in every other particular to be far out of his element. His appearance was youthful. He might have been 21 or 2. His countenance was intelligent, and had the air of city life and society. He was dressed, not gaudily, but in all respects fashionably, his coat being of the finest black broadcloth, his linen delicate and spotless as snow, and his whole aspect a counterpart to those which may be nightly seen in the dress circles of our most respectable theatres. He laughed and talked with the rest, and it must be confessed his jokes, like the most of those that passed current there, were by no means distinguished for their refinement or purity. Near the door was a small table covered with decanters and with glasses, some of which had been used, but were used again indiscriminately, and a box of very thick and long cigars. "Come, boys," said one of the sailors, taking advantage of a momentary pause in the hubbub, to rasp his enormous knuckles on the table and call attention to himself. The gentleman in question had but one eye, and 2 most extensive whiskers. "Come, boys, let's take a drink. I know you're all a-getting dry, so curse me if you shan't have a suck at my expense." This polite invitation was responded to by a general moving of the company towards the little table, holding the before-mentioned decanters and glasses. Clustering there around, each gentleman helped himself to a very respectable portion of that particular liquor which suited his fancy, and steadiness and accuracy being at that time by no means distinguishing traits of the arms and legs of the party, a goodly amount of the fluid was spilled upon the floor. This piece of extravagance excited the ire of the personage who was treating, and his anger was still further increased when he discovered 2 or 3 loiterers who seemed disposed to slight his civil request to drink. "Walk up, boys, walk up. Don't let there be any skulkers among us, or blast my eyes if he shan't go down on his marrow bones and gobble up the rum we've spilt. Hallo!" he exclaimed as he spied Charles. "Hallo! You chap in the window, come here and take a sup." As he spoke, he stepped to the open casement, put his brawny hands under the boy's armpits, and lifted him into the room bodily. "There, my lads," he said to his companions, "there's a new recruit for you. Not so coarse a one either," he added, as he took a fair view of the boy, who, though not what is called pretty, was fresh and manly looking and large for his age. "Come, youngster, take a glass," he continued, and he poured one nearly full of strong brandy. Now Charles was not exactly frightened, for he was a lively fellow, and had often been at the country merry-makings, and with the young men of the place who were very fond of him. But he was certainly rather abashed at his abrupt introduction to the midst of strangers. So, putting the glass aside, he looked up with a pleasant smile in his new acquaintance's face. "I've no need of anything now," he said, "but I'm just as much obliged to you as if I was." "Poh! Man, drink it down," rejoined the sailor. "Drink it down, it won't hurt you." And by way of showing its excellence, the one-eyed worthy drained it himself to the very last drop. Then, filling it again, he renewed his hospitable efforts to make the lad go through the same operation. "I've no occasion. Beside, it makes my head ache, and I have promised my mother not to drink any," was the boy's answer. A little irritated by his continued refusals, the sailor, with a loud oath, declared that Charles should swallow the brandy whether he would or no. Placing one of his tremendous paws on the back of the boy's head, with the other he thrust the edge of the glass to his lips, swearing at the same time that if he shook it so as to spill its contents, the consequences would be of a nature by no means agreeable to his back and shoulders. Disliking the liquor, and angry at the attempt to overbear him, the undaunted child lifted his hand and struck at the arm of the sailor with a blow so sudden that the glass fell, and was smashed to pieces on the floor, while the liquid was about equally divided between the face of Charles, the clothes of the sailor, and the sand. By this time the whole of the company had their attention drawn to the scene. Some of them laughed when they saw Charles' undisguised antipathy to the drink, but they laughed still more heartily when he discomfited the sailor. All of them, however, were content to let the matter go as chance would have it. All but the young man of the black coat, who had before been spoken of. Why was it that from the first of seeing him the young man's heart had moved with a strange feeling of kindness toward the boy? He felt anxious to know more of him. He felt that he should love him. Oh, it is passing wondrous, how in the hurried walks of life and business, we meet with young beings, strangers, who seem to touch the fountains of our love, and draw forth their swelling waters. The wish to love and to be beloved, which the forms of custom, and the engrossing anxiety for gain, so generally smother, will sometimes burst forth in spite of all obstacles, and kindled by one who, till the hour was unknown to us, will burn with a lovely and a pure brightness. No scrap is this of sentimental fiction. Ask your own heart, reader, and your own memory for endorsement to its truth. Charles stood, his cheek flushed and his heart throbbing, wiping the trickling drops from his face with a handkerchief. At first the sailor, between his drunkenness and his surprise, was pretty much in the condition of one who is suddenly awakened out of a deep sleep, and cannot call his consciousness about him. When he saw the state of things, however, and heard the jeering laugh of his companions, his dull eye, lighting up with anger, fell upon the boy who had withstood him. He seized the child with a grip of iron, he bent Charles halfway over, and with the side of his heavy foot gave him a sharp and solid kick. He was about repeating the performance, for the child hung like a rag in his grasp. But all of a sudden his ears rung as if pistols had snapped close to them. Lights of various hues flickered in his eye. He had but one, it must be remembered, and a strong propelling power caused him to move from his position, and keep moving until he was brought up by the wall. A blow, a cuff given in such a scientific and effectual manner that the hand from which it came was evidently no stranger to the pugilistic art, had been suddenly planted on the ear of the sailor. It was planted by the young stranger of the black coat. He had watched with interest the proceedings of the sailor and the boy. 2 or 3 times he was on the point of interfering, but when he witnessed the kick, his rage was uncontrollable. He sprung from his seat like a mad tiger. Assuming, unconsciously however, the attitude of a boxer, he struck the sailor in a manner to cause those unpleasant sensations just described, and he would probably have followed up his attack in a method by no means consistent with the sailor's personal ease, had not Charles, now thoroughly terrified, clung round his leg, and prevented his advancing. The scene was a strange one, and for a moment quite a silent one. The company had started from their seats and held startled but quiet positions. In the middle of the room stood the young man, in his not at all ungraceful posture, every nerve strained, and his eyes flashing very brilliantly. He seemed to be rooted like a rock, and clasping him with an appearance of confidence in his protection, hung the boy. "Dare, you scoundrel!" cried the young man, his voice thick with agitation. "Dare to touch this boy again, and I'll batter you till no sense is left in your body." The sailor, now partially recovered, made some gestures, from which it might be inferred that he resented this ungenteel treatment. "Come on, drunken brute," continued the angry youth. "I wish you would. You've not had half what you deserve." Upon sobriety and sense more fully taking their seats in the brains of the one-eyed mariner, however, that worthy determined in his own mind that it would be the most prudent to let the matter drop, expressing therefore his conviction to that effect, adding certain remarks to the purport that he meant no harm to the lad, that he was surprised at such a gentleman getting so up about a little piece of fun, and so forth. He proposed that the company should go on with their jollity, just as if nothing had happened. In truth, he of the single eye was not a bad-hearted fellow. The fiery enemy whose advances he had so often courted that night had stolen away his good feelings, and set busy devils at work within him that might have made his hands do some dreadful deed, had not the stranger interfered. In a few minutes the frolic of the party was upon its former footing. The young man sat down on one of the benches with the boy by his side, and while the rest were loudly laughing and talking, they too held communion together. The stranger learned from Charles all the particulars of his simple story: how his father had died years since, how his mother had worked hard for a bare living, and how he himself for many dreary months had been the bond-child of a hard-hearted, avaricious master. More and more interested, drawing the child close to his side, the young man listened to his plainly told history, and thus an hour passed away. It was now past midnight. The young man told Charles that on the morrow he would take steps to have him liberated from his servitude. For the present night, he said, it would perhaps be best for the boy to stay and share his bed at the inn. And little persuading did the child need to do so. As they retired to sleep, very pleasant thoughts filled the mind of the young man, thoughts of a worthy action performed, of unsullied affection, thoughts, too, newly awakened ones, of walking in a steadier and wiser path than formerly. All his imagining seemed to be interwoven with the youth who lay by his side. He folded his arms around him, and while he slept, the boy's cheek rested on his bosom. Fair were those two creatures in their unconscious beauty. Glorious, but yet how differently glorious! One of them was innocent and sinless of all wrong. The other, oh, to that other what evil had not been present either in action or to his desires? Who was the stranger? To those who, from ties of relationship or otherwise, felt an interest in him, the answer to such a question was not a pleasant theme to dwell upon. His name was Langton, parentless, a dissipated young man, a brawler, one whose two frequent companions were rowdies, blacklegs, and swindlers. The New York police officers were not altogether strangers to his countenance, and certain reporters who note the transactions there had more than once received gratuities for leaving out his name from the disgraceful notoriety of their columns. He had been bred to the profession of medicine. Beside that, he had a very respectable income, and his house was in a pleasant street on the west side of the city. Little of his time, however, did Mr. John Langton spend at his domestic hearth, and the elderly lady who officiated as housekeeper was by no means surprised to have him gone for a week or a month at a time, and she knowing nothing of his whereabout. Living as he did, the young man was an unhappy being. It was not so much that his associates were below his own capacity, for Langton, though sensible and well-bred, was by no means talented or refined, but that he lived without any steady purpose, that he had no one to attract him to his home, that he too easily allowed himself to be tempted, which caused his life to be of late one continued scene of dissatisfaction. This dissatisfaction he sought to drive away, foolish youth, by mixing in all kinds of parties and places where the object was pleasure. On the present occasion he had left the city a few days before, and was passing the time at a place near the village where Charles and his mother lived. He had that day fallen in with those who were his companions in the tavern spree, and thus it happened that they were all together, for Langton hesitated not to make himself at home with any associates that suited his fancy. The next morning the poor widow rose from her sleepless cot, and from that lucky trait in our nature which makes one extreme follow another, she set about her daily toil with a lightened heart. Ellis the farmer rose too, short as the nights were, an hour before day, for his god was gain, and a prime article of his creed was to get as much work as possible from every one around him. He roused up all his people, and, finding that Charles had not been home the preceding night, he muttered threats against him, and calling a messenger, to whom he hinted that any minutes which he stayed beyond a most exceedingly short period would be subtracted from his breakfast time, dispatched him to the widow's to find what was her son about. What was he about? With one of the brightest and earliest rays of the warm sun, a gentle angel entered his apartment, and hovering over the sleepers on invisible wings, looked down with a pleasant smile and blessed them. Then, noiselessly taking a stand by the bed, the angel bent over the boy's face and whispered strange words into his ear. Thus it came that he had beautiful visions. No sound was heard but the slight breathing of those who slumbered there in each other's arms, and the angel paused a moment, and smiled another and a doubly sweet smile as he drank in the scene with his large soft eyes. Bending over again to the boy's lips, he touched them with a kiss, as the languid wind touches a flower. He seemed to be going now, and yet he lingered. Twice or thrice he bent over the brow of the young man, and went not. Now the angel was troubled, for he would have pressed the young man's forehead with a kiss as he did the child's, but a spirit from the pure country, who touches anything tainted by evil thoughts, does it at the risk of having his breast pierced with pain, as with a barbed arrow. At that moment a very pale, bright ray of sunlight darted through the window and settled on the young man's features. Then the beautiful spirit knew that permission was granted him, so he softly touched the young man's face with his, and silently and swiftly wafted himself away on the unseen air. In the course of the day Ellis was called upon by young Langton, and never perhaps in his life was the farmer more puzzled than at the young man's proposals. His desire to provide for a boy who could do him no pecuniary good, and his willingness to disburse money for that purpose. In that department of Ellis's structure where the mind was, or ought to have been situated, there never had entered the slightest thought assimilating to those which actuated the young man in his proceedings in this business. Yet Ellis was a church member and a county officer. The widow, too, was called upon, not only that day, but the next and the next. It needs not to particularize the subsequent events of Langton's and the boy's history, how the reformation of the profligate might be dated to begin from that time, how he gradually severed the guilty ties that had so long galled him, how he enjoyed his own home and loved to be there, and why he loved to be there, how the close-knit love of the boy in him grew not slack with time, and how, when at length he became head of a family of his own, he would shudder when he thought of his early danger and escape. Loved reader, own you the moral of this simple story? Draw it forth, pause a moment, ere your eye wanders to a more bright and eloquent page, and dwell upon it. End of Chapter 1.
Section 2 of Out of the Closet, a collection of early LGBTQ plus fiction. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by caveat. Out of the Closet, a collection of early LGBTQ plus fiction. In the Tools by Bret Harte. He had never seen a steamboat in his life. Born and reared in one of the Western Territories, far from a navigable river, he had only known the dugout or canoe as a means of conveyance across the scant streams whose fordable waters made even those scarcely a necessity. The long, narrow, hooded wagon, drawn by swaying oxen known familiarly as a prairie schooner, in which he journeyed across the plains to California in '53, did not help his conception by that nautical figure. And when at last he dropped upon the land of promise through one of the southern mountain passes, he halted all unconsciously among the low banks of the great yellow river, amidst a tangled brake of strange reed-like grasses that were unknown to him. The river, broadening as it debouched through many channels into a lordly bay, seemed to him the Ultima Thule of his journeyings. Unyoking his oxen on the edge of the luxuriant meadows which blended with scarcely any line of demarcation into the great stream itself, he found the prospect good, according to his lights and prairial experiences, and converting his halted wagon into a temporary cabin, he resolved to rest here and settle. There was little difficulty in doing so. The cultivated clearings he had passed were few and far between. The land would be his by discovery and occupation. His habits of loneliness and self-reliance made him independent of his neighbours. He took his first meal in his new solitude under a spreading willow, but so near his natural boundary that the waters gurgled and oozed in the reeds but a few feet from him. The sun sank, deepening the gold of the river until it might have been the stream of Petulus itself. But Martin Morse had no imagination. He was not even a gold-seeker. He had simply obeyed the roving instincts of the frontiersman in coming hither. The land was virgin and unoccupied. It was his. He was alone. These questions settled, he smoked his pipe with less concern over his 3,000 miles transference of habitation than the man of the cities who had moved into the next street. When the sun sank, he rolled himself in his blankets in the wagon bed and went quietly to sleep. But he was presently awakened by something at which, at first, he could not determine to be a noise or an intangible sensation. It was a deep throbbing through the silence of the night, a pulsation that seemed even to be communicated to the rude bed whereon he lay. As it came nearer, it separated itself into a laboured, monotonous panting, continuous but distinct from the equally monotonous but fainter beating of the waters, as if the whole track of the river were being coursed and trodden by a multitude of swiftly trampling feet. A strange feeling took possession of him, half of fear, half of curious expectation. It was coming nearer. He rose, leapt hurriedly from the wagon, and ran to the bank. The night was dark. At first he saw nothing before him but the steel-black sky, pierced with far-spaced, irregularly scattered stars. Then there seemed to be approaching him from the left another, more symmetrical constellation, a few red and blue stars high above the river, with 3 compact lines of larger planetary lights flashing towards him. Apparently on his own level, it was almost upon him. He involuntarily drew back as the strange phenomenon swept abreast of where he stood, and resolved itself into a dark yet airy bulk, whose vagueness, topped by enormous towers, was yet illuminated by those open squares of light he had taken to be stars, but which he saw now were brilliantly lit windows. Their vivid rays shot through the reeds and set broad bands across the meadow, the stationary wagon and the slumbering oxen. But all this was nothing to the inner life they disclosed through the lifted curtains and open blinds, which was the crowning revelation of this strange and wonderful spectacle. Elegantly dressed men and women moved through brilliantly lit and elaborately gilt saloons. In one a banquet seemed to be spread, served by white-jacketed servants. In another were men playing cards around marble-topped tables. In another the light flashed back and forth from the mirrors and glistening glasses and decanters of a gorgeous refreshment saloon. In smaller openings there was the shy disclosure of dainty white curtains and velvet lounges of more intimate apartments. Martin Morse stood enthralled and mystified. It was as if some invisible Asmodeus had revealed to this simple frontiersman a world of which he had never dreamed. It was the world, a world of which he knew nothing in his simple rustic habits and profound Western isolation, sweeping by him with the rush of an unknown planet. In another moment it was gone. A shower of sparks shot up from one of the towers and fell all around him, and then vanished, even as he remembered the set piece of 4th of July fireworks had vanished in his own rural town when he was a boy. The darkness fell with it too, but such was his utter absorption and breathless preoccupation that only a cold chill recalled him to himself, and he found he was standing in mid-leg deep in the surge cast over the low banks by this passage of the first steamboat he had ever seen. He waited for it the next night, when it appeared a little later from the opposite direction on its return trip. He watched it the next night and the next. Hereafter he never missed it, coming or going, whatever the hard and weary preoccupations of his new and lonely life. He felt he could not have slept without seeing it go by. Oddly enough, his interest and desire did not go further. Even had he the time and money to spend in a passage on the boat, and thus actively realized the great world of which he had only these rare glimpses, a certain proud, rustic shyness kept him from it. It was not his world. He could not afford the snubs that his ignorance and inexperience would have provoked, and he was dimly conscious, as so many of us are in our ignorance, that in mingling with it he would simply lose the easy privileges of alien criticism. For there was much he did not understand, and some things that grated upon his lonely independence. One night, a lighter one than those previous, he lingered a little longer in the moonlight to watch the phosphorescent wake of the retreating boat. Suddenly it struck him that there was a certain irregular splashing in the water, quite different from the regular diagonally crossing surges that the boat swept across the bank. Looking at it more intently, he saw a black object turning in the water like a porpoise, and then the unmistakable uplifting of a black arm in the unsuccessful swimmer's overhand stroke. It was a struggling man. But it was quickly evident that the current was too strong and the turbulence of the shallow water too great for his efforts. Without a moment's hesitation, clad as he was only in a shirt and trousers, Morse strode into the reeds, and next moment, with a call of warning, was swimming towards the now wildly struggling figure. But for some unknown reason, as Morse approached him nearer, the man uttered some incoherent protest and desperately turned away, throwing off Morse's extended arm. Attributing this to only the vague convulsions of a drowning man, Morse, a skilled swimmer, managed to clutch his shoulder and propelled him at arm's length, still struggling, apparently with as much reluctance as incapacity, toward the bank. As their feet touched the reeds and slimy bottom, the man's resistance ceased, and he lapsed quite listlessly in Morse's arms. Half lifting, half dragging his burden, he succeeded at last in gaining the strip of meadow and deposited the unconscious man beneath the willow tree. Then he ran to his wagon for whiskey. But to his surprise, on his return, the man was already sitting up and wringing the water from his clothes. He then saw for the first time, by the clear moonlight, that the stranger was elegantly dressed and of striking appearance, and was clearly a part of that bright and fascinating world which Morse had been contemplating in his solitude. He eagerly took the proffered tin cup and drank the whiskey. Then he rose to his feet, staggered a few steps forward, glanced curiously around him at the still motionless wagon, the few felled trees in evidence of clearing, and even at the rude cabin of logs and canvas just beginning to rise from the ground a few paces distant, and said impatiently, "Where the devil am I?" Morse hesitated. He was unable to name the locality of his dwelling place. He answered briefly, "On the right bank of the Sacramento." The stranger looked upon him with a look of suspicion not unmingled with resentment. "Oh," he said, with ironical gravity, "and I suppose that this water you picked me out of was the Sacramento River. Thank you." Morse, with slow Western patience, explained that he only settled there 3 weeks ago, and the place had no name. "What's your nearest town, then?" "There ain't any. There's a blacksmith shop and a grocery at the crossroads, 20 miles further on, but it got no name as far as I've heard." The stranger's look of suspicion passed. "Well," he said in an imperative fashion, which however seemed as much the result of habit as of the occasion, "I want a horse, and mighty quick too." "Ain't got any." "No horse? How did you get to this place?" Morse pointed to the slumbering oxen. The stranger again stared curiously at him. After a pause he said with half-pitying, half-humorous smile, "Pike, aren't you?" Whether Morse did or did not know that this current California slang for a denizen of the bucolic West implied a certain contempt, he replied simply, "I'm from Pike County, Missouri." "Well," said the stranger, resuming his impatient manner, "you must beg or steal a horse from your neighbours." "There ain't no neighbours nearer than 15 miles. "Then send 15 miles. Stop." He opened his still clinging shirt and drew out a belt pouch, which he threw to Morse. "There's $250 in that. Now, I want a horse. Savvy?" "There ain't no one to send," said Morse quietly. "Do you mean to say that you're all alone here?" "Yes." "And you fished me out, all by yourself?" "Yes." The stranger again examined him curiously, Then he suddenly stretched out his hand and grasped his companion's. "All right. If you can't send, I reckon I can manage to walk over there tomorrow." "I was going to say," said Morse simply, "that if you'll lie by tonight, I'll start over sun-up and after putting out the cattle and fetch you back a horse afore noon." "That's enough." He, however, remained looking curiously at Morse. "Did you never hear," he said with a singular smile, "that it was about the meanest kind of luck that could happen you to save a drowning man?" "No," said Morse simply. "I reckon it ought to be the meanest if you didn't." "That depends upon the man you save," said the stranger with the same ambiguous smile, "and whether the saving of him is putting things off. Look here," he added, with an abrupt return to his imperative style, "can't you give me some dry clothes?" Morse brought him a pair of overalls and a hickory shirt, well worn but smelling strongly of a recent wash with coarse soap. The stranger put them on while his companion busied himself in collecting a pile of sticks and dry leaves. "What's that for?" said the stranger suddenly. "A fire to dry your clothes." The stranger calmly kicked the pile aside. "Not any fire tonight, if I know it," he said brusquely. Before Morse could resent his quickly changing moods, he continued in another tone, dropping to an easy reclining position between the tree. "Now, tell me all about yourself, and what you're doing here." Thus commanded, Morse patiently repeated his story from the time he had left his backwoods cabin to his selection of the river bank for a location. He pointed out the rich quality of the alluvial bottom and its adaptability for the raising of stock, which he hoped to soon acquire. The stranger smiled grimly, raised himself to a sitting position, and taking a penknife from his damp clothes, began to clean his nails in the bright moonlight, an occupation which made the simple Morse wonder vaguely in his narration. "And you don't know that this hole will give you chills and fever until you shake yourself out of your boots?" Morse had lived before in aguish districts, and had no fear. "And you never heard that some night the whole river will rise up and walk over you and your cabin and stock?" "No, for I reckon to move my shanty further back." The man shut up his penknife with a click and rose. "If you've got to get up at sunrise, we'd better be turning in. I suppose you can give me a pair of blankets?" Morse pointed to the wagon. "There's a shakedown in the wagon bed. You can lie there." Nevertheless, he hesitated, and with the inconsequence and abruptness of a shy man, continued the previous conversation. "I shouldn't like to move far away from them steamboats. It's powerful company o' nights. I never seed one before I came here." And then, with an inconsistency of a reserved man, and without a word of further preliminary, he launched into a confidential disclosure of his last experience. The stranger listened with singular interest and quietly searching eye. "Then you were watching the boat very closely just now when you saw me. What else did you see? Anything before that, before you saw me in the water?" "No. The boat had got well off before I saw you at all." "Ah," said the stranger. "Well, I'm going to turn in." He walked to the wagon, mounted it, and by the time that Morse had reached it with his wet clothes, he was already wrapped in the blankets. A moment later, he seemed to be in a profound slumber. It was only then, when his guest was lying helplessly at his mercy, that he began to realize his strange experiences. The domination of this man had been so complete that Morse, although by nature independent and self-reliant, had not permitted himself to question his right or to resent his rudeness. He had accepted his guest's careless or premeditated silence regarding the particulars of his accident as a matter of course, and had never dreamt of questioning him. That it was a natural accident of that great world so apart from his own experiences he did not doubt, and thought no more about it. The advent of the man himself was greater to him than the causes which might have brought him there. He was as yet quite unconscious of the complete fascination the mysterious stranger held over him, but he found himself shyly pleased even with the slight interest he had displayed in his affairs, and his hand felt yet warm and tingling from his sudden, soft but expressive grasp, as if it had been a woman's. There is a simple intuition of friendship in some lonely, self-obstructed natures that is nearly akin to love at first sight. Even the audacities and insolence of this stranger affected Morse as he might have been touched and captivated by the coquetries or imperiousness of some bucolic virgin. And this reserved and shy frontiersman found that night sleepless, and hovering with the abashed timidity and consciousness around the wagon that sheltered his guest, as if he had been a very Corydon watching the moonlit couch of some slumbering Amaryllis. He was off by daylight, after having placed a rude breakfast by the side of the still sleeping guest, and before midday he had returned with the horse. When he handed the stranger his pouch, less the amount he had paid for the horse. The man said curtly, "What's that for?" "Your change. I only paid $50 for the horse." The stranger regarded him with his peculiar smile. Then, replacing the pouch in his belt, he shook Morse's hand again and mounted the horse. "So your name's Martin Morse. Well, goodbye, Morsey." Morse hesitated. A blush rose to his dark cheek. "You didn't tell me your name," he said. In case I'm wanted? Well, you can call me Captain Jack." He smiled, and nodding his head, put spurs to the mustang and cantered away. Morse did not do much work that day, falling into abstracted moods and living over his experiences of the previous night until he fancied he could almost see his strange guest again. The narrow strip of meadow was haunted by him. There was the tree under which he had first placed him, and that was where he had seen him sitting up in his dripping but well-fitting clothes. In the rough garments he had worn and returned lingered a new scent of some delicate soap, overpowering the strong alkali flavour of his own. He was early by the riverside, having a vague hope, he knew not why, that he should see him again, and recognise him among the passengers. He was wading out among the reeds, in the faint light of the rising moon, recalling the exact spot where he had first seen the stranger, when he was suddenly startled by the rolling over in the water of some black object that had caught against the bank, and had been dislodged by his movements. To his horror, it bore a faint resemblance to his first vision of the preceding night, but a second glance at the helplessly floating hair and bloated outline showed him it was a dead man, and of a type that was built far different from his former companion. There was a bruise upon the matted forehead and an enormous wound in the throat already washed bloodless, white and waxen. An inexplicable fear came upon him, not at the sight of the corpse, for he had been in Indian massacres and had rescued bodies mutilated beyond recognition, but from some moral dread that, strangely enough, quickened and deepened with the far-off pant of the advancing steamboat. Scarcely knowing why, he dragged the body hurriedly ashore, concealing it in the reeds as if he were disposing of the evidence of his own crime. Then, to his preposterous terror, he noticed that the panting of the steamboat and the beat of the paddles were slowing as a vague bulk came into sight, until a huge wave from the suddenly arrested wheels sent a surge like an enormous heartbeat pulsing through the sedge that half submerged him. The flashing of 3 or 4 lanterns on deck and the motionless line of light abreast him dazzled his eyes, but he knew that the low fringe of the willows hid his house and wagon completely from view. A murmur of voices from the deck was suddenly overridden by a sharp order, and to his relief the slowly revolving wheels again sent a pulsation through the water, and the great fabric moved solemnly away. A sense of relief came over him, he knew not why, and he was conscious that for the first time he had not cared to look at the boat. When the moon arose, he again examined the body and took from its clothing a few articles of identification and some papers of formality and precision, which he vaguely conjectured to be some law papers from their resemblance to the phrasing of sheriff's and electors' notices which he had seen in the papers. He then buried the corpse in a shallow trench, which he dug by the light of the moon. He had no question of responsibility. His pioneer training had not included coroner's inquests in his experience. In giving the body a speedy and secure burial from predatory animals, he did what one frontiersman would do for another, what he hoped might be done for him. If his previous unaccountable feelings returned occasionally, it was not from that, but rather from uneasiness in regard to his late guest's possible feelings, and a regret that he had not been here at the finding of the body. That it would in some way have explained his own accident, he did not doubt. The boat did not slow up the next night, but passed as usual, yet 3 or 4 days elapsed before he could look forward to its coming, with his old extravagant and half-exalted curiosity, which was his nearest approach to imagination. He was then able to examine it more closely, for the appearance of the stranger, whom he now began to call his friend in his verbal communings with himself, but whom he did not seem destined to again discover until one day, to his astonishment, a couple of fine horses were brought to his clearing by a stock drover. They had been ordered to be left there. In vain, Morse expostulated and questioned. "Your name's Martin Morse, ain't it?" said the drover, with business brusqueness. "And I reckon there ain't no other man of that name around here." "No," said Morse. "Well, then they're yours." "But who sent them?" insisted Morse. "What was his name? Where does he live?" "I didn't know his. I was called upon to give the pedigree of buyers," said the drover dryly, "but the horse is Morgan, you can bet your life." He grinned as he rode away. That Captain Jack sent them, and that it was a natural prelude to his again visiting him, Morse did not doubt, and for a few days he lived in that dream, but Captain Jack did not come. The animals were of great service to him in rounding up the stock he now easily took in for pasturage, and saved him the necessity of having a partner or hired man. The idea that this superior gentleman in fine clothes might ever appear to him in the former capacity had been flitted through his brain, but he had rejected it with a sigh. But the thought that, with luck and industry, himself might, in the course of time, approximate to Captain Jack's evident station, did occur to him, and that was incentive to energy. Yet it was quite distinct from the ordinary working man's ambition of wealth and state. It was only that he might make him more worthy of his friend. The great world was still, as it appeared to him in the passing boat, a thing to wonder at, to be above, to criticise. For all that, he prospered in his occupation, but one day he awoke with listless limbs and feet that scarcely carried him through his daily labours. At night his listlessness changed to active pain and a feverish that seemed to impel him towards the fateful river, as if his one aim in life was to drink its waters and bathe in its yellow stream. But whenever he seemed to attempt it, strange dreams assailed him of dead bodies arising with swollen and distorted lips to touch his own as he strove to drink, or his mysterious guest, battling with him in its current, driving him ashore. Again, when he essayed to bathe his parched and cracking limbs in its flood, he would be confronted with the dazzling lights of the motionless steamboat and the glare of stony eyes, until he fled in aimless terror. How long this lasted he knew not, until one morning he awoke in his new cabin with a strange man sitting by his bed and a negress in the doorway. "You've had a sharp attack of the tool fever," said the stranger, dropping Morse's listless wrist and answering his questioning eyes. "But you're all right now, and we'll pull through." "Who are you?" stammered Morse feebly. "Dr. Duquesne, of Sacramento." "How did you come here?" "I was ordered to come to you and bring a nurse, as you were alone. There she is." He pointed to the smiling negress. "Who ordered you?" The doctor smiled with professional tolerance. "One of your friends, of course." "But what was his name?" "Really, I don't remember. But don't distress yourself. He has settled for everything right royally. You only have to get strong now. My duty is ended, and I can safely leave you with the nurse. Only when you are strong again, I say, and he says, keep further back from the river." And that was all he knew. For even the nurse who attended him through the first days of his brief convalescence would tell him nothing more. He quickly got rid of her and resumed his work, for a new and strange phase of his simple, childish affection for his benefactor, partly superinduced by his illness, was affecting him. He was beginning to feel the pain of an unequal friendship. He was dimly conscious that his mysterious guest was only coldly returning his hospitality and benefits, while holding aloof from their any association with him, and indicating the immeasurable distance that separated their future intercourse. He had withheld any kind of message or sympathetic greeting. He had even kept back his name. The shy, proud, ignorant heart of the frontiersman swelled beneath the fancied slight, which left him helpless alike of reproach or resentment. He could not return the horses, although in a fit of childish indignation he had resolved not to use them. He could not reimburse him for the doctor's bill, although he had sent away the nurse. He took a foolish satisfaction in not moving back from the river, with a faint hope that his ignoring of Captain Jack's advice might mysteriously be conveyed to him. He even thought of selling out his location and abandoning it, that he might escape the cold surveillance of his heartless friend. All this was undoubtedly childish, but there is an irrepressible simplicity of youth in all deep feeling, and the worldly inexperience of the frontiersman left him as innocent as a child. In this phase of his unrequited affection, he even went so far as to seek some news of Captain Jack at Sacramento, and following out his foolish quest, even to take the steamboat from thence to Stockton. What happened to him then was perhaps the most common experience of such natures. Once upon the boat, the illusion of the great world it contained for him utterly vanished. He found it noisy, formal, insincere, and, had he ever understood or used the word in his limited vocabulary, vulgar. Rather, perhaps it seemed to him that the prevailing sentiment and action of those who frequented it, and for whom it was built, were of a lower grade than his own. And strangely enough, this gave him none of his former sense of critical superiority, but only of his utter and complete isolation. He wandered in his rough frontiersman's clothes from deck to deck, from airy galleys to long saloons, alone, unchallenged, unrecognized, as if he were again haunting it only in spirit, as he had done so often in his dreams. His presence on the fringe of some voluble crowd caused no interruption. To him their speech was almost foreign in its allusion to things he did not understand, or worse, seemed to be inconsistent with their eagerness and excitement. How different from all of this were his own recollections of slowly oncoming teams, uplifted above the level horizons of the plains in his former wanderings, the few sauntering figures that met him as man to man and exchanged the chronicle of the road, the record of Indian tracks, the finding of a spring, the discovery of pasturage with the lazy, restful hospitality of the night. And how fierce here this continual struggle with dominance and existence, even in this lull of passage. For above all and through all he was conscious of the feverish haste of speed and exertion. The boat trembled, vibrated, and shook with every stroke of the ponderous piston. The laughter of the crowd, the exchange of gossip and news, the banquet at the long table, the newspapers and books in the reading room, even the luxurious couches in the staterooms were all dominated, thrilled, and pulsating with a perpetual throb of the demon of hurry and unrest. And when at last a horrible fascination dragged him into the engine room, and he saw the cruel, relentless machinery at work, he seemed to recognize and understand some intelligent but pitiless Morlock who was dragging this feverish world at its heels. Later he was seated in a corner of the hurricane deck whence he could view the monotonous banks of the river, yet perhaps by certain signs observable to others, he knew he was approaching his own locality. He knew that his cabin and clearing would be undiscernible behind the fringe of willows on the bank, but he had already distinguished the points where a few cottonwoods struggled into a promontory of lighter foliage beyond them. Here voices fell upon his ear, and he was suddenly aware that two men had lazily crossed from the other side of the boat, and were standing before him, looking upon the bank. "It was about here, I reckon," said one, listlessly, as if continuing a previous lagging conversation, "that it must have happened, for it was after we were making for the bend. We'd just passed that deputy going down to the stateroom below us, found the door locked and the window open. But both men, Jack Despard and Seth Hall, the sheriff, weren't to be found. Not a trace of them. The boat was searched, but all for nothing. The idea is that the sheriff, after getting his prisoner comfortable in the stateroom, took off Jack's handcuffs and locked the door. That Jack was mighty desperate, bolted through the window into the river, and the sheriff, who was no slouch, after him. Others allow, for the chairs and things were all tossed about in the stateroom, that the two men clinched there, and Jack choked Hall and chucked him out, and then slipped clear into the water himself, for the stateroom window was just ahead of the paddle box, and the captain allows that no man or men could fall afore the paddles and live. Anyhow, that was all they ever knew of it." "And there wasn't no traces of them found?" said the second man after a long pause. "No. Captain says them paddles would have just snatched them up and slung them around and buried them down in the ooze of the river bed, with all the silt of the current on top of them. They mightn't come up for ages, or else the wheels might have waltzed them all the way up to the Sacramento, till there wasn't enough left of them to float, and dropped them when the boat stopped." "It was a mighty full risk for a man like Despard to take," resumed the second speaker as he turned away with a slight yawn. "Bet your life, but he was desperate, and the sheriff had got him sure. And they do say he was superstitious, like all them gamblers, and allowed that a man who was fixed to die by a rope or pistol wasn't to be washed out of life by water." The two figures drifted lazily away, but Morse sat rigid and motionless. Yet, strange to say, only one idea came to him clearly out of this awful revelation: the thought that his friend was still true to him, that his strange absence and mysterious silence was now fully accounted for and explained, and with it came the more thrilling fancy that this man was alive now to him alone. He was the sole guardian of his secret. The morality of the question which he profoundly disturbed him was rather in reference to its effect upon the chances of Captain Jack and the power it gave his enemies than his own conscience. He would rather his friend should have proven the proscribed outlaw who retained an unselfish interest in him than the superior gentleman who was coldly wiping out his gratitude. He thought he understood now the reason of his visitor's strange and varying moods, even his bitter superstitions warning regard to the probable curse entailed upon one who would save a drowning man. Of this he reeked little, enough that he fancied that Captain Jack's concern in his illness was heightened by that fear, and that this assurance of his protecting friendship thrilled him with pleasure. There was no reason now why he should not go back to his farm, where at least Captain Jack would always find him, and he did so, returning on the same boat. He was now fully recovered from his illness and calmer in mind. He redoubled his labours to put himself in position to help the mysterious figure when the time came. The remote farm should always be a haven of refuge for him, and in this hope he forbade to take any outside help, remaining solitary and alone. The Captain Jack's retreat should be inviolate. And so the long dry season passed. The hay was gathered, the pasturing herds sent home, and the first rains, dimpling like shot the broadening surface of the water, were all that broke his unending solitude. In this unforced attitude of waiting and expectancy, he was exalted and strengthened by a new idea. He was not a religious man, but dimly remembering the exhortations of some camp meeting of his boyhood, he conceived the idea that he might have been selected to work out the regeneration of Captain Jack. What might not come of this meeting and communing together in this lonely spot? That anything was due to the memory of the murdered sheriff, whose bones were now rotting in the trench that he daily but unconcernedly passed, did not occur to him. Perhaps his mind was not large enough for the double consideration. Friendship and love, and for that matter, religion, were eminently one-ideaed. But one night he awakened with a start. His hand, which was hanging out of his bunk, was dabbling idly in water. He had barely time to spring to his middle in what seemed to be a slowly filling tank before the door fell out as from some inward pressure, and the whole of the shanty collapsed like a pack of cards. But it fell outwards, the roof sliding over his head like a withdrawn canopy, and he was swept from his feet against it, and thence out into what might have been another world, for the rain had ceased, and the full moon revealed only one vast, illimitable expanse of water. It was not an overflow, but the whole rushing river, magnified and repeated 1,000 times, which, even as he gasped for breath, clung to the roof, and was bearing him away he knew not whither. But it was bearing him away upon its centre, for he cast one swift glance towards his meadows, and he saw they were covered by the same sweeping torrent, dotted with his sailing hayricks and reaching for the wooded foothills. It was the great flood of '54. In its awe-inspiring completeness, it might seem to him the primeval deluge. As his frail raft swept under a cottonwood, he caught at one of the overhanging limbs, and working his way desperately along the bough, at last reached a secure position in the fork of the tree. Here he was for the moment safe. But the devastation viewed from his height was only the more appalling. For every sign of his clearing, all evidence of his years' past industry had disappeared. He was now conscious for the first time of the lowing of the few cattle he had kept, as, huddled together on the slight eminence, they one by one slipped over struggling into the flood. The shining bodies of the dead horses rolled by him as he gazed. The lower-lying limbs of the sycamore near him were bending with the burden of the lighter articles from his overturned wagon and cabin, which they had caught and retained, and a rake was now securely lodged in a bough. The habitual solitude of his locality was now strangely invaded by drifting sheds, agricultural implements, and fence rails from unknown and remote neighbours, and he could faintly hear the far-off calling of some unhappy farmer adrift upon a spar of his wrecked and shattered house. When day broke, he was cold and hungry. Hours passed in hopeless monotony, with no slackening or diminution of the waters. Even the drifts became less, and a vacant sea at last spread before him on which nothing moved. An awful silence impressed him. In the afternoon, rain again began to fall on this grey, nebulous expanse, until the whole world seemed to be made of aqueous vapour. He had but one idea now, the coming of the evening boat, and he would reserve his strength to swim to it. He did not know until later it could no longer follow the old channel of the river, and passed far beyond his sight and hearing. With his disappointment and exposure that night came a return of his old fever. His limbs were alternately racked with pain or benumbed and lifeless. He could scarcely retain his position. At times he scarcely cared to, and speculated upon ending his sufferings by a quick plunge downwards. At other moments of lucid misery, he was conscious of having wandered in his mind, of having seen the dead face of the murdered sheriff, washed out of his shallow grave by the flood, staring at him from the water. To this was added the hallucination of noises. He heard voices, his own name called by a voice he knew, Captain Jack's. Suddenly he started, but in that fateful movement lost his balance and plunged downwards. But before the water closed above his head, he had a cruel glimpse of help near him, of a flashing light, of the black hull of a tug not many yards away, of moving figures, the sensation of sudden plunge following his own, the grip of a strong hand upon his collar, and unconsciousness. When he came to, he was being lifted in a boat from the tug and rowed through the deserted streets of a large city, until he was taken in through the second-story window of a half-submerged hotel and cared for. But all his questions yielded only the information that the tug, a privately procured one, not belonging to the Public Relief Association, had been dispatched for him with special directions by a man who acted as one of the crew, and who was the one who had plunged in for him at the last moment. The man had left the boat at Stockton. There was nothing more. Yes, he had left a letter. Morse seized it feverishly. It contained only a few lines. "We are quits now. You are all right. I have saved you from drowning and shifted the curse to my own shoulders. Goodbye, Captain Jack." The astounded man attempted to rise, to utter an explanation, but fell back unconscious. Weeks passed before he was able to leave his bed, and then only as an impoverished and physically shattered man. He had no means to restock the farm left bare by the subsiding water. A kindly train packer offered him a situation as a muleteer in a pack train going to the mountains, for he knew tracks and passes and could ride. The mountains gave him back a little of the vigour he had lost in the river valley, but none of its dreams and ambitions. One day, while tracking a lost mule, he stopped to slake his thirst in a waterhole, all that the summer had left of the lonely mountain torrent. Enlarging the hole to give drink to his beast also, he was obliged to dislodge and throw out with the red soil some bits of honeycombed rock, which were so queer-looking and so heavy as to attract his attention. 2 of the largest he took back to the camp with him. They were gold. From the locality he took out a fortune. Nobody wondered. To the California's superstition, it was perfectly natural. It was nigger luck, the luck of the stupid, the ignorant, the inexperienced, the non-seeker, the irony of the gods. But the simple, bucolic nature that has sustained itself against temptation with patient industry and lowly self-concentration succumbed to rapidly acquired wealth. So it chanced that one day, with a crowd of excitement-loving spendthrifts and companions, he found himself in the outskirts of a lawless mountain town. An eager, frantic crowd had already assembled there. A desperado was to be lynched. Pushing his way through the crowd for a nearer view of the exciting spectacle, the changed and reckless Morse was stopped by an armed man only at the foot of a cart, which upheld a quiet, determined man who, with a rope around his neck, was scornfully surveying the mob that held the other end of the rope drawn across the limb of a tree above him. The eyes of the doomed man caught those of Morse. His expression changed. A kindly smile lit his face. He bowed his proud head for the first time with the easy gesture of farewell. And then with a cry, Morse threw himself upon the nearest armed guard, and a fierce struggle began. He had overpowered one adversary and seized another in his hopeless fight towards the cart, when the half-astonished crowd felt that something must be done. It was done with a sharp report, the upward curl of smoke and the falling back of the guard as Morse staggered forward free, with a bullet in his heart. Yet even then he did not fall until he reached the cart, when he lapsed forward, dead, with his arms outstretched and his head at the doomed man's feet. There was something so supreme and all-powerful in this hopeless act of devotion that the heart of the multitude thrilled and then recoiled aghast at its work, and a single word or a gesture from the doomed man himself would have set him free. But they say, and it is credibly recorded, that as Captain Jack Despard looked down upon the hopeless sacrifice at his feet, his eyes blazed, and he flung upon the crowd a curse so awful and sweeping that, hardened as they were, their blood ran cold and there leaped furiously to their cheeks. "And now," he said, coolly tightening the rope around his neck with a jerk of his head, "go on, be damned to you all, I'm ready." They did not hesitate this time, and Martin Morse and Captain Jack Despard were buried in the same grave. End of section 2.
Section 3 of Out of the Closet, a collection of early LGBTQ plus fiction. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tasha Mapes. Out of the Closet, a collection of early LGBTQ plus fiction. The Falling in Love of Fedora, a sketch, by Kate Chopin. Fedora had determined upon driving over to the station herself for Miss Malthers. Though one or two of them looked disappointed, notably her brother, no one opposed her. She said the brute was restive, and shouldn't be trusted to the handling of the young people. To be sure, Fedora was old enough, from the standpoint of her sister Camilla and the rest of them. Yet no one would ever have thought of it but for her own persistent affectation and idiotic assumption of superior years and wisdom. She was 30. Fedora had too early in life formed an ideal and treasured it. By this she had measured such male beings as had hitherto challenged her attention, and needless to say, she had found them wanting. The young people, her brothers and sisters' guests, who were constantly coming and going that summer, occupied her to a great extent, but failed to interest her. She concerned herself with their comforts, in the absence of her mother, looked after their health and well-being, contrived for their amusements in which she never joined, and, as Fedora was tall and slim, and carried her head loftily, and wore eye-glasses and a severe expression, some of them, the silliest, felt as if she were 100 years old. Young Mouthers thought she was about 40. One day when he stopped before her out in the gravel walk to ask her some question pertaining to the afternoon sport, Fedora, who was tall, had to look up into his face to answer him. She had known him 8 years, since he was a lad of 15, and to her he had never been other than the lad of 15. But that afternoon, looking up into his face, the sudden realization came home to her that he was a man, in voice, in attitude, in bearing, in every sense, a man. In an absorbing glance and with uncountable intuition she gathered in every detail of his countenance, as though it were a strange new thing to her, presenting itself to her vision for the first time. The eyes were blue, earnest, and at the moment a little troubled over some trivial affair that he was relating to her. The face was brown from the sun, smooth, with no suggestion of ruddiness, except in the lips, that were strong, firm, and clean. She kept thinking of his face, and every trick of it after he passed on. From that moment he began to exist for her. She looked at him when he was near by, she listened for his voice, and took notice and account of what he said. She sought him out, she selected him when occasion permitted. She wanted him by her, though his nearness troubled her. There was uneasiness, restlessness, expectation when he was not there within sight or sound. There was redoubled uneasiness when he was by. There was inward revolt, astonishment, rapture, self-contumely, a swift, fierce encounter betwixt thought and feeling. Fedora could hardly explain to her own satisfaction why she wanted to go herself to the station for young Mouthers' sister. She felt a desire to see the girl, to be near her, as unaccountable when she tried to analyze it as the impulse which drove her, and to which she often yielded, of touching his hat, hanging with others upon the hall pegs when she passed it by. Once a coat which he had discarded hung there too. She handled it under pretence of putting it in order. There was no one near, and, obeying a sudden impulse, she buried her face for an instant in the rough folds of the coat. Fedora reached the station a little before train time. It was in a pretty nook, green and fragrant, set down at the foot of a wooded hill. Off in a clearing there is a field of yellow grain, upon which the sinking sunlight fell in slanting broken beams. Far down the track there were some men at work, and the even ring of their hammers was the only sound that broke upon the stillness. Fedora loved it all, sky and woods and sunlight, sounds and smells. But her bearing, elegant, composed, reserved, betrayed nothing emotional, as she tramped the narrow platform, whip in hand, and occasionally offered a condescending word to the mailman or the sleepy agent. Mouthers' sister was the only soul to disembark from the train. Fedora had never seen her before, but if there had been 100, she would have known the girl. She was a small thing, but aside from that, there was the colouring. There were the blue, earnest eyes. There, above all, was the firm, full curve of the lips, the same setting of the white, even teeth. There was the subtle play of feature, the elusive trick of expression, which she had thought peculiar and individual in the one, presenting themselves as family traits. The suggestive resemblance of the girl to her brother was vivid, poignant even to Fedora, realizing, as she did with a pang, that familiarity and custom would soon blur the image. Miss Mouthers was a quiet, reserved creature with little to say. She had been to college with Camilla, and spoke somewhat of their friendship and former intimacy. She sat lower in the cart than Fedora, who drove, handling whip and rein with accomplished skill. "You know, dear child," said Fedora in her usual elderly fashion, "I want you to feel completely at home with us." They were driving through a long, quiet, leafy road, into which the twilight was just beginning to creep. Come to me freely and without reserve, with all your wants, with any complaints. I feel that I shall be quite fond of you." She had gathered the reins into one hand, and with the other free arm she encircled Miss Malther's shoulders. Where the girl looked up into her face with murmured thanks, Fedora bent down and pressed a long, penetrating kiss upon her mouth. Malther's sister appeared astonished, and not too well pleased. Fedora, with seemingly unruffled composure, gathered the reins, and for the rest of the way stared steadily ahead of her between the horse's ears. End of chapter 3.
Section 4 of Out of the Closet, a collection of early LGBTQ+ fiction. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Yuhan L. Jiang. Out of the Closet, a collection of early LGBTQ+ fiction. The Man Who Thought Himself a Woman. Japhet Colbones was a very odd individual. All his ancestors were odd individuals as far back as they can be remembered. His great-grandfather, at the age of 71, built a hut in a patch of thick woods, leaving a handsome and comfortable home, a wife, children and grandchildren to live alone by himself. He even forbade the visits of his family, though a favourite daughter ventured sometimes to present herself on the forbidden premises, till one day he brought out his gun and threatened to shoot her if she came again. At long intervals he would return to his old home, but he required to be received in all respects as a stranger. Dire was his wrath if anyone called him father, and the little tow-headed urchins on the premises were taught, with their catechism, to not notice the old man whenever they should see him, nor, on peril of their lives, to call him by the endearing cognomen of Granddaddy. Nobody could account for this freak taken in his old age. His forest residence was uncouth, irregular, lighted by an unsheltered opening, filled with logs and coarse contrivances for furniture. There, in his rude fireplace, he cooked the game that he killed with his own hands. Whenever he was out of necessary food, he supplied himself from his well-filled larder at home. The servants or the daughters, knowing what provision he wanted, by the particular basket or utensil he carried. It was useless for the old wife, poor thing, to follow him mutely, the longing in her heart to comfort and to live with him plainly written on her face. He deigned to take no notice of her whatever, except to frown if he met her eye, and thus he lived till he died. The son, grandfather to Japhet, was not a whit behind his father in his oddities. He caused a coat to be made wherein war introduced 7 different colours, and would not kill or allow to be killed on his premises anything that had life. Consequently, his family were Grahamits against their will. Cats and dogs swarmed in all directions, and it took nearly everything that was raised to keep his constantly multiplying herds. None who lived in Rattlesnake Village can have forgotten the extraordinary sensation caused by his death, nor with what gusto scores of useless animals were sacrificed to the manes of the departed oddity. Number 3, father of Japhet, was in his way an original and an eccentric. His tastes travelled bookward. Not an auction took place in the neighbouring city that he did not attend, and purchase every leather-covered and worm-eaten volume that could be found, oftentimes paying the most ridiculous prices, extorted by those who took advantage of his weakness. He is living now, a pale, loose-jointed man, a little weak in the knees, with an abundant shock of iron-grey locks, large, flatulent-looking blue-white eyes, a prominent nose, and a peaked chin. In his house, books abounded. Not a closet, chest, trunk, drawer or shelf but was filled with flapping leaves. The children kicked and tore them about the premises, for the old man seemed to set no store by them after he had made them his own by way of purchase. All the sentimental maids and youths came to Squire Colbone's for mental ailment, and I am not sure that the collection was the choicest in the world. Many of them were never returned, and as Mrs. Colbone said, when the squire grumbled, she was sure it was a mercy, for they eat and drank and slept on books now, and if they were all returned, they'd have to build additions every year for the sake of getting a room to themselves. All the male members of the Colbone's family were, as it generally expressed, lacking somewhere. The women were generally good, harmless creatures, with a few idiosyncrasies and feeble mental constitutions, willing to put up with the queer freaks of the masculines, and always ready with a defence or an excuse when they were particularly disagreeable. They did hope, however, the 4 maiden aunts belonging to the last generation but one, that Japhet, the most promising scion of the family, and the only son of his father, 7 daughters preceding him, would be free from all the singularities, queerities, quips, quirks, and oddities. And while they watched him with fearful misgivings, they yet said to themselves and to each other, "He looks so different from the Colbones, and so much like the Rashers," his mother sighed, "that I guess there won't be any streaks in him." Japhet was a rather fine-looking boy. The only drawback to his good appearance was a head of somewhat unwieldy size and whitish blue eyes, exactly like his father's. With books, of course, he was on intimate terms, they having been his playthings from his earliest years. Indeed, he was seldom seen without them. Manfully, he mastered his abs and ebbs and hurried towards the first class in the primary school. So rapid was his progress that everybody marvelled, and an itinerant phrenologist examined his cranium for nothing, because, he said, one did not often meet with such splendid development of the brain. Forthwith, he declared that Japhet must go to college, that he shouldn't wonder if the boy was a marvel. Yes, indeed, he fully expected to ask him for an office when he should advance to the dignity of being President of the United States. The elder Colbones was in raptures, and almost went to the city heels over head in his anxiety to buy more books, that sciences and ologies might be crammed into that capacious brain. Only one person professed to have no faith in the predictions of the man with the skulls, old Goody Granger, the matron of the poor house. "La," she would say, putting her thumbs on her hips, "do you suppose a Colbones will ever come to anything? Talk about his brain. Anybody might see it was rickety. Take my word for it, he'll be as much of a fool as the rest of them." Suddenly, when he was 14, Master Japhet refused to go to school any longer. His mother coaxed him, his father beat him, but all to no purpose. He had learning enough, he said. He meant to go to farming, or anything else he liked. He had his way, left the red schoolhouse, made up faces at the teacher when he asked him why, bought himself yarn and knitting needles, and pestered his mother till she taught him how to knit. From knitting he went to embroidery, and during the long winter evenings made fancy seats for chairs, table covers, and everything else he could think of, saying that he was preparing himself for future housekeeping. His family grew accustomed to his odd ways, and his sisters happy that instead of teasing them, as other brothers did to their sisters, he sat down with them like a real good boy, and when they were in quandary, helped them out. Japhet was something of a genius, in his way, in devising patterns and drawing them, and he often made a sixpence in this manner. As he grew older, he became more and more fond of his needle and of indoor employment. The moment his labour was over in the field, he would hie to his own little room, and there, cutting out articles to please his fancy, stitch away at them with all the ardour of a young mother shaping a dress for her firstborn. Singular as it may seem, he was not ashamed to have his handiwork shown at the county fair, with his name attached, and contemplated a handsome quilt, which he had contributed, with as much satisfaction as a first-rate mechanist gazes at his complicated cogs and wheels, shafts and pulleys. Everybody laughed at Japhet, though they said it was to be expected, coming from so odd a family. The girls all made manner of sport of him, especially Nanny Halliday and Nellie Gray, two young ladies who were quite near neighbours of the odd family, and to whom Japhet distributed his smiles and nodded his capacious head. "Don't you say another word to me about Japhet Colbones," cried Nanny, in great wrath, to someone who quizzed her. "Good laws, catch me to have a woman for a husband when there are plenty of men about." "But just think what a grand farm you'd get, Nanny," pursued her tormentor. "And if you ever got tired of cutting out, making and mending, why, you could just hand the needle-book over to your husband and he'd do it tidy as a mitten." "Oh, do hush," cried Nanny with spirit, her red cheeks growing redder. "I wouldn't have Japhet Colbones if there wasn't another fellow in the world." Just then, Tiddy Grant came into the little cottage. Tiddy was 24, lean, poor, and worked very hard. Her face had a sort of sharp prettiness that sometimes falls to a lot of the thin people. She had been washing and came to rest herself in talking with her neighbours. "Poh!" she exclaimed, overhearing the last remark. "You're a great fool, then, if he's asked you, I'm sure. Catch me to refuse a young man that's got nothing suspicious about him but a few little oddities. I'm sure Japhet's a very good farmer, and a very good-looking man too. And as for his sewing propensities, I know some men that had better be using a needle and thread than be lounging in bar-rooms and making their wives miserable." Little she thought that Japhet, now a young man of 19, was hidden in the next room, and that he had indulged in another odd freak in prevailing upon an old friend to propose for him in this novel manner. "Bless us, Japhet!" exclaimed his sisters as he came down the next morning in his newest suit of blue, with bright buttons. "Ain't you going to work?" "I'm going to get married," said Japhet shortly. Such a look of consternation! The girls caught their breath and stared at him stupidly. "For pity's sake, who to?" queried the oldest. "Tiddy Grant," he responded, pulling up his dicky before the little glass. "Oh, gracious!" cried his eldest sister again. "Why, she's an old maid." "And so are you," responded the young man quietly. "Well, if I am, I ain't gonna get married to a little boy," retorted his sister sharply. "Nor ain't she," replied Japhet, giving a final look at the glass. "I don't believe it. It's only one of his odd freaks," said another sister, watching him as he went down the road. "It'll be just like him exactly, to bring that mean, poor-spirited thing here this very day," exclaimed another. "And we can't have a wedding, or company." or anything. Like Snot, he'll find her at the washtub, and marry her in a check apron, said the younger sister, who had never liked Tiddy, because she was poor and mean in her appearance. Ollie posted Japhet to the little brown cottage where lived Tiddy Grant. At the long table, her mother and herself were ironing, for they took in washing for their living. Both paused when they saw the young man, and Tiddy, bethinking herself of yesterday's speech, blushed till she looked almost handsome. "It's a nice day," said Japhet. "Very," echoed mother and daughter. "A fine day to be married in," suggested the young man. Tiddy looked up in astonishment, and then looked down in confusion. "If you'll have me, Tiddy, say yes, and put your bonnet on. We'll go right to the minister's." The poor girl was confounded. She never had received an offer before in her life, so she stood awkwardly catching by the table. Then, in her consternation, she took hold of a hot iron, cried, "Oh!" and sank upon a seat paralysed. "I ain't got much time," said Japhet, very coolly, rising, "and I'm determined to be married today or never. If you'll have me, here I am, but you must make haste, or we shan't be home in time for dinner." "Lord, Tiddy, are you dumb?" exclaimed old Mrs. Grant in an agony of fear that her daughter would lose the chance. "Do say yes, and done with it." "Yes, and done with it," murmured Tiddy faintly. "Well, now, don't lose any time. I've got some hoeing to do to that pitch of corn at the left of the house. I'll wait till you put on your bonnet and shawl." Tiddy walked in a dream to the door to go upstairs. Then turning irresolutely, she said, timidly, "What will your sisters think?" "Law, Tiddy, do hurry," cried old Mrs. Grant, while Japhet said quite coolly, "I never asked them what they think, or anybody else." Another moment of indecision, and Tiddy was arraying herself in her best gown, a shilling print. Trembling, half laughing, half crying, it was so strange, so odd, but then everybody knew Japhet came of an odd family. Japhet got home with his wife just as his father drove up with a new cartload of books. Sister and mother looked daggers at the double infliction. Old Mr. Colbones glanced suspiciously at Tiddy Grant, now Tiddy Colbones. "Now you can all have your look and have your say," exclaimed Japhet. "Tiddy is my wife. I've just been and married her, and brought her home to dinner. I hope it's most ready." The elder Colbones spoke not a word, but sending for someone to unload his books, he went complacently into the house. Poor Mrs. Colbones, on the contrary, fretted and fumed. What did Japhet want to be such a confounded fool for? Wasn't the house already full from cellar floor to clapboard with trash, and now he must go bringing more? Tiddy had not been in her new home a week before the sisters of the new bridegroom held a consultation, with the doors shut. "I'm sure no such thing has happened before," whispered the eldest, "and I'm almost confident that Huzzy has taken it." "And don't you think," said Sarah, the next eldest, "2 pairs of my very finest stockings are gone?" "And my nicest, newest flannel petticoat," chimed in another, "and my blue and green striped calico." Did mother tell you she missed 2 of her best caps? No, the laws! You don't say so. Yes, and like's not, the hussy has carried them to the old woman's at home, chimed in another. Well, I declare, to think our Japhet should go and marry a thief. All this while, poor Tiddy was scrubbing away downstairs, for work was her life, helping her new mother-in-law. She had really found in Japhet a tolerable companion and a very industrious husband. She had not yet become sufficiently accustomed to her sisters to like their ways. She even felt nervous and uncomfortable in their presence. How would her indignation have been roused could she have known that they suspected her of stealing? She noticed their growing coldness, their avoidance of her, and spoke to her husband about it. His only reply was, "I'm going to build a house. Wait a while." With his father's aid, Japhet set himself to work in earnest, and near the close of the harvest he had ready a pretty little cottage, with a garden spot attached, and a fine orchard in the rear. The land was his father's gift. The house he built with his own money, and furnished it neatly. By this time, Tiddy was looked upon with less suspicion by the members of the odd family. They had searched her drawers in her absence, and found means to inspect even the old widow's wardrobe. Finding none of the missing clothes, they contented themselves with calling it a mystery, or supposing that in their absence some strolling thief had robbed them. As the family was over-large, Tiddy suggested to her husband that 2 of his sisters should come and stay with them, adding that she might be glad of their services before a great while. "Do just as you please," was his reply. So, Druzy, the eldest, and Fanny, the next in age, were invited to become inmates of the new house. The girls very willingly accepted the offer, as their father was disclosing some new freak of eccentricity every day. He had recently had every door taken from its hinges, and the house was uncomfortably cold, until he had a mind to put them on again. Some years had passed, and Tiddy had often congratulated herself on her good fortune. She was the mother of 2 handsome little girls, who were the delight of their parents, and Japhet, though very odd and singular, had developed no very unusual trait of character. Druzy and Fanny, still unmarried, lived with them yet. One pleasant morning, Druzy came downstairs in no very amiable mood. "I can't find my best black silk," she cried in consternation, "the one I earned myself. I've looked for it high and low, and my nice tucked skirt is gone too, and Fanny's pink peroline, and Bess' bonnet. What shall we do? I'm sure they were all in my drawers yesterday." Tiddy was astonished as well. She left her work and commenced searching. In every nook and corner of the house they hunted, turned chests wrong side out, emptied drawers, stripped closets, but nothing could they find of the missing articles. There was no other recourse for Druzy, the poor thing, but to cry, and at it she went, bemoaning her ill fortune in the most extravagant manner. It was certainly very mysterious. None but the usual inmates had been in the house. Tiddy searched her own part of the premises as faithfully as every other, but what would she want of the dress or the Van Dyke? She could get such things whenever she wished, and Druzy did not even suspect her this time. But how had it happened? By witchcraft? The Colbornes were very superstitious, and they shuddered to go to bed after this strange mishap. Druzy declared that she heard footsteps every night, and waking her sister the night after the accident, both lay listening and trembling, for there certainly was a sound as of someone moving around the house. "As sure as you live, Fanny, the house is haunted," whispered Druzy. "For pity's sake, don't!" cried Fanny, pulling the bedquilt over her head. "I've heard that sometimes them that's gone get a spite against you, and they torment you almost too." "Druzy, hold your tongue. I wish you hadn't waked me up," chattered Fanny under the bedclothes. "I was only wondering," persisted Druzy, who had a love for the horrible, "if old Grandpa Colborne—" "I'll scream murder if you don't keep still," cried Fanny, now trembling so that the bed shook. "Well, anyhow, there's a noise downstairs. There, don't you hear it? Like somebody marching." Poor Fanny was striving to be oblivious to everything, but it would not do. She was thoroughly frightened. "Oh, Druzy," she moaned, "if there should be robbers! Japhet has got money in the house, and they might come in and murder us in our beds. Oh, Druzy, did you lock the door?" Yes. Druzy never went to bed without locking doors and windows, and shaking every dress and stocking out, to be sure there was nobody inside. She would have gone to her brother's room, but that it was across the entry, and she was a coward. Besides, she was sure she had heard the same sounds before, and they were yet unharmed. Fanny declared the next day that she would go back to her father's house, for she was scared almost out of her 7 senses. Tiddy was astonished. Tiddy had heard nothing, but then, she added with a laugh, a whole regiment of soldiers might come in the house, and she never should know it. She was so sound a sleeper. "It was very strange," she said, an hour after. She could not find her best shawl, high nor low, and 2 very fine night-dresses were gone. She had been hunting for them quietly, though she very well knew where she had left them. She had but one place for them. Wasn't it strange? Druzy wondered, Fanny wondered, but Japhet said not a word, and soon went out as usual. "How dreadfully stupid Japhet looks of mornings," said Druzy, who began to question and be suspicious of everybody. "He's such a hard sleeper," responded Tiddy. "Why, I can hardly get him awake by breakfast time. I have to pound him and pull him and turn him." "He used to be up earlier," said Druzy thoughtfully. In the course of the day, a neighbour came in and brought her knitting work. "Has Japhet taken to peddling?" she asked with a little laugh. "Taking to peddling?" echoed Tiddy and both the sisters. "What can you mean?" "Why, he goes through the village every day with a great tin box," replied the woman, "and actually as many as 12 people have asked me if he has gone to peddling." "I'm sure I don't know what you mean," said Tiddy. "I didn't know he carried any box of the kind." "Very strange," said Druzy and Fanny, but they determined to wait for the wagon. When they heard it coming, they hurried to a chamber at the back of the house, overlooking the barn. Sure enough, there was Japhet, just lifting from his wagon, with no little difficulty, a great tin box such as peddlers carry. The two sisters looked at each other. What did it mean? "Between you and me," whispered Druzy, "I shouldn't wonder if he grew strange as he grew older. You know they say all the others did. But what can he have in that box?" "I'm sure I can't think," replied Fanny. "And do look, if he ain't locking up the carriage house. Laws, Druzy, I thought of going in and trying to find out what it can be." "So did I," responded Druzy, "but it's no use now. He's got some odd idea in his head, and I suppose he'll keep it there." Tiddy Colbones manifested no little astonishment when Druzy and Fanny told her what they had seen and what they had heard, and for the moment seemed a little uneasy. "Perhaps it's empty, and he's only taken the notion to carry the box with him because it looks sort of business-like," she suggested. "I'm sure it isn't empty," exclaimed Druzy, for he lifted it as if it was a heft. "Dear me, what can it be?" "Did you bring anything from town, Japhet?" asked Tiddy that evening at supper. He looked up as if astonished by the question. "To be sure I did. I bought myself," he answered. "Oh!" And his wife made no other reply. Only Druzy and Fanny exchanged glances with her. That night, by previous arrangement, Druzy and Fanny were to occupy the chamber adjoining Tiddy's sleeping room. A small window or movable frame opened from one chamber to the other, and under that Tiddy had affixed a string in such a way that a slight pull upon it would awaken her, if her slumber were ever so deep. For a long while the redoubtable spinster kept awake, her fears excited at the slightest sound, but finally drowsiness overcame her, and her eyes obstinately refused to keep open. For some hours she slept heavily, but at the accustomed time awoke, as had become a usual habit with her. There were the sounds again, the going downstairs, lifting the latch, the fumbling and stepping about. Druzy pulled the string. In a few moments Tiddy's night-capped head appeared at the door. "It is Japhet, as I suspected," she said, whispering. "He's not in my room. Come, we won't light a lamp, but go softly downstairs. You foolish thing, to tremble so. It's only one of his freaks, and harmless, I suppose, at that. Come, are you ready?" Druzy delayed as long as she could, fidgeting about the shawl she had prepared beforehand, and shivering, she said, at the cold. Then, taking care to keep behind Tiddy, crept downstairs. There seemed to be an illumination. The hall was quite light. Tiddy stood on the chair and reached over to the glass top of the door. For a moment she stood gazing. Then, sinking back, she began laughing immoderately to herself. Her queer contortions as she beckoned Druzy to look, and the efforts she made to keep from betraying herself, making her, in her nightcap and uncouth attire, appear quite ridiculous. Druzy stood on tiptoe, taking in the whole scene and its ludicrousness at a glance. Japhet was standing before the looking-glass, his box open beside him. He was arrayed in women's clothes, almost from head to toe, and was just then pulling and straightening out the ruffles on a cap which Druzy recognized as the one her mother had lost some years before. The gown, with its bright blue and white pattern, was familiar to her, and now he was throwing over the pelerine that they had missed so lately. Everything he had on seemed to have undergone a change, to have been widened, enlarged, and otherwise altered. After he had sufficiently admired himself, he spread out his gown, took his handkerchief in his hand, and began to walk back and forth with as much of the air and gait of a woman as he could assume. Then he would take out his knitting, smile amicably, sit down with the Finnegan niceness, and knit, holding his head affectedly now this way, now that, with many an accomplished smirk. Poor Druzy did not feel like laughing, for she now saw where her nice black silk had gone, and sundry of her valuables, and she began forming a plan in her mind how she should avail herself of them, when Japhet arose and appeared to be coming towards the door, whereupon the two women fled upstairs. The next night, and the next, they watched, and saw the same scene acted over, but with a few variations. Sometimes the beautiful black silk, altered and disfigured. Sometimes other missing dresses were donned, and the imaginary woman kept on knitting, smirking, and smiling, till the 2 hours he had allotted himself were over. Many were the plans the three women formed to get possession of the box, but they could seem to make none of them available, and they dared not hint to Japhet what they knew. One bright day in August, when the rich harvests, rudely wrest from the bosom of nature, covered the land, and the heavens smiled in a blue and quiet serenity, Japhet lingered about the house till the breakfast dishes were placed away and the usual domestic work was begun. All at once the man of few words spoke. "Tiddy, take the children and go spend the day at father's." "Oh, I can't, Japhet. There's the churning and little bits of things to do that I have let go till now. But I'll get them all through, and go tomorrow, Japhet." "Druzy and Fanny," said the oddity, looking around, "dress the children and go with Tiddy to spend the day at father's." Nothing more was to be said. Tiddy had never dreamed of having a way of her own, so she smothered down her disappointment and prepared for the visit. They all set off very soon, Japhet standing at the door as they went, saying that if he didn't call for them before dark, they needn't come home that night. "If you don't come for me by 5, spoke up Tiddy with more self-will than she had ever dared before, "I shall come home." He jerked his head in his odd way, and off they went. The day passed pleasantly. The old man and his old wife were social in their queerness, for association with her husband for over 40 years had made Mrs. Colbones almost as strange as he. But toward 5, Tiddy began to grow uneasy. "I feel worried and unhappy," she said to Druzy. "I wish Japhet would come." "Why should you feel so worried?" asked Druzy, her own face somewhat clouded. "I don't know," was the reply, "but just as I got up from the dinner table, something seemed to choke me. Did you see me catch hold of my throat? And I have had a peculiar feeling ever since." "And just then I grew dizzy too," said Druzy. "I didn't like to tell you, but I've felt queer ever since." "How foolish we are," said Tiddy, trying to laugh. "There's the cart now, and there's— oh, no, it isn't. It's a neighbour. Let us get the children and ourselves ready, for if he isn't here by 5, I shall certainly go home." They all sat waiting till after the clock struck 5. Then they started, Tiddy saying, in a faint sort of way, that they should probably meet Japhet on the road, and they might as well be occupied with something. It was only half a mile. Quite silent, listening to the pretty prattle of the little girls, they arrived at the house. It was shut up and looked strangely lonesome. They rapped at the door. No answer. Pretty soon the girl that they had left at home came flying over from the neighbours. "Mr. Colbones told me I might go for the day after you were gone," she said, laughing. Apparently she had been enjoying herself very much. "But the work?" said Tiddy, reproachfully. "I know, but he wouldn't let me stay. When I told him what you expected, he just took me by the arm and put me out." "Where in the world is he?" cried Tiddy, now alarmed, shaking the door. "I'm sure I don't know," replied the girl. "Gone off somewhere, I suppose. I'll get in the cellar way and let you in." And so she did. Once in the house, Teddy felt oppressed with a strange awe. She went into the parlour and started back with a scream. All the chairs in the house had been brought in and ranged in double rows round the room, as if for a funeral, while the large hall table was set in the centre, spread with a white cloth, and occupied only by the great Bible and hymn book. "What does this mean?" asked Tiddy, sinking down, her strength entirely gone. The children laughed with glee and began to play meeting. "It's surely a sign," cried Druzy, her cheeks whitening, while Fanny shivered as with an ague. "Where is that man? Oh dear, where can he be?" cried Tiddy, in great distress. "Druzy, you go hunt. Mary," to the girl, "go round to all the neighbours." Then, proceeding to the foot of the stairs, she shouted his name, but there was no answer. "I don't know why, but I dread to go upstairs," said Tiddy, falteringly. "Look, he has shut up every blind." "There's no use in the feeling so. We might as well go up," said Druzy, summoning a show of courage. "I don't believe he's in the house, nor haven't from the first. That fixing in the parlour, and shutting up the blinds was just one of his freaks. I knew he would grow odder as he grew older. All the Colbones do. Come, we might as well have it over with. So saying, she resolutely mounted into the chamber. Everything there was in scrumptious order, though the rooms, upon such an unexpected summons, had been left somewhat untidy. He was in none of the sleeping apartments, and Tiddy breathed more freely. Druzy now boldly opened the door leading to the great garret. The red rays of the fast-setting sun streamed down the narrow stairs. She went up slowly, one at a time, and when well at the top, gave one sweeping glance about. Then, in a loud voice, she cried, "Here he is, Tiddy, the wicked fellow, trying to scare all of us out of our senses. Oh, Japhet!" By this time, Tiddy had flown up with Fanny, and now approached the figure that sat in the shadow. Bonnet, cap, peroline, gloves, black silk gown, a bag in its hand, fantastic bows pinned all over it. It was a most fearfully grotesque object. Tiddy, calling him by name, went nearer and still nearer. Then, with a shriek, "Oh, Druzy!" she cried. "He's stone dead!" and fell down fainting. It was quite true. This was the oddest freak yet of the old man. He had managed to hang himself in a sitting posture, and his face was calm and placid. In the bag, in his hand, was a paper on which were written the words, "I think I am a woman. I have been 7 years making me a perfect suit of garments appropriate for my sex. As I have passed so long, falsely, for a man, I am ashamed to show myself in my true colours. Therefore I hang myself. The property ought to go to the woman I have called my wife. It is now 12 o'clock. I have prepared everything for the funeral, and desire that I may be laid out in the clothes I have on. Japhet Colbones." Poor Tiddy was almost distracted. In spite of his strange ways, she had loved her husband deeply, and the manner of his death made the bereavement much more dreadful. Crowds came flocking to see the strange sight, and the wonder grew when it was seen that he had taken the greatest pains to leave out not the smallest minutiae of a woman's wearing apparel. And thus, according to the term of his singular request, he was placed in his coffin in Druzy's black silk, the only difference in the terms being that the bonnet and shawl were taken off, and the gold rings and jewellery with which he had adorned his neck and fingers. "There's the last of the Colbones, likely," whispered one neighbour to another. "The women will die old maids, and Tiddy's 2 children are girls. Ain't it lucky?" Tiddy was left with a handsome property, but she could no longer bear to live in the house where he had died. So she bought a little cottage for herself and her mother, and very kindly took Druzy and Fanny to live with her. Old Mr. Colbones still mourns that he has no sons to leave his books to, and it is whispered that if he should die before his wife, there will probably be a great bonfire somewhere in the vicinity. End of section 4. The Man Who Thought Himself a Woman. Recording by Yuhan L. Jiang.
Section 5 of Out of the Closet, a collection of early LGBTQ plus fiction. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sasha. Out of the Closet, a collection of early LGBTQ plus fiction. Pearl hunting in the Paumotus. The Great Western docked in a heavy swell, shipping her regular deckload of salt water every 6 minutes. Now the Great Western was nothing more nor less than a 17-ton schooner, 2 hours out from Tahiti. She was built like an old shoe and shoveled in a head sea as though it was her business. It was something like sea life, wading along her submerged deck from morning till night, with a piece of raw junk in one hand and a briny biscuit in the other. We never could keep a fire in that galley, and as for hot tack, the sooner it got soaked through, the sooner it was off our minds, for we knew to this complexion it must shortly come. 2 hours out from Tahiti we set a low course, wafting a theatrical kiss or two towards the glorious green pyramid we were turning our backs on, as it slowly vanished in the blue desert of the sea. 1,000 palm-crowned and foam-girdled reefs spangled the ocean to the north and east of Tahiti. This train of lovely satellites is known as the Dangerous Archipelago, or more commonly in that latitude, the Paumotu Islands. It's a very hotbed of coconut oil, palms, half-famished kanakas, shells, and shipwrecks. The currents are rapid and variable, the winds short, sharp, and equally unreliable. If you would have adventure, the real article and plenty of it, make your will, bid farewell to home and friends, and embark for the Paumotus. I started on this principle, and repented knee-deep in the deck-breakers as we butted our way through the billows, bound for one of the Paumotus on a pearl hunt. 3 days I sat in sackcloth and salt water. 3 nights I swashed in my greasy bunk, like a solitary sardine in a box with the side knocked out. In my heart of heart I prayed for deliverance. You see, there is no backing out of a schooner, unless you crave death in 50 fathoms of phosphorescent liquid, and a grave in a shark's maw. Therefore I prayed for more wind, from the right quarter, for a sea like boundless mill pond. In short, for speedy deliverance, on the easiest terms possible. Notwithstanding, we continued to bang away at the great waves that crooked their backs under us, and hissed frightfully as they enveloped the Great Western with spray until the 4th night out, when the moon gladdened us and promised much while we held our breath in anxiety. We were looking for land. We've been looking for 3 hours, scarcely speaking all the time. It's a serious matter, raising a Paumotu by moonlight. Land! Squeaked a weak voice about 6 feet above us. A lank fellow, with his legs corkscrewed around the shrouds, and his long neck stretched to windward, where it reared like a weathercock in a nor'wester, chuckled as he sung out, "Land!" and he felt himself a little lower than Christopher Columbus thereafter. "Where away?" bellowed our chunky little captain, as important as if he were commanding a grown-up ship. 2 points on the weather bow, piped the lookout, with the voice of one soaring into space, but unhappily choked in the last word by a sudden lurch of the schooner that brought him speedily to the deck, where he lost his identity and became a proper noun, second person, singular, for the rest of the cruise. Now, 2 points is an indefinite term that embraces any obstacle ahead of anything, but the weather bow has been the salvation of many a craft in her distress, so we gave 3 cheers for the weather bow, and proceeded to sweep the horizon with unwinking gaze. We could scarcely tell how near the land might be. Fancy we could already hear the roar of surf-bearing reefs, and every wave that reared before us seemed the rounded outline of an island. Of course, we shortened sail, not knowing at what moment we might find ourselves close upon some low sea garden, nestling under the rim of breakers that fenced it in, and being morally averse to running it down without warning. It was scarcely midnight. The moon was radiant. We were silently watching, wrapped in the deep mystery that hung over the weather bow. Wind suddenly abated. It was as though it sifted through trees, and came to us subdued with a whisper of fluttering leaves and a breath of spice. We knew what it meant, and our hearts leaped within us, as over the bow loomed the wave-like outline of shadow that sank not again like the other waves, neither floated off cloud-like, but seemed to be bearing steadily upon us. A great whale hungry for modern Jonah. What a night it was! We heard the howl of waters now, saw the palm boughs glisten in the moonlight, and the glitter and the flash of foam that fringed the edges of the half-drowned islet. It looked for all the world like a grove of cocoa trees that had waded out of sight of land. but didn't know which way to turn next. This was the Ultima Thule of the Great Western's voyage, and she seemed to know it, for she behaved splendidly at last, laying off and on till morning in fine style, evidently as proud as a ship of line. I went below and dozed, with the low roar of the reef quite audible. A fellow gets used to such dream music, and sleeps well to its accompaniment. At daybreak we began beating up against wind and tide, hoping to work into smooth water by sunrise, which did easily enough, shaking hands all round over a cup of thick coffee and molasses, as 3 fathoms of chain whizzed overboard after a tough little anchor that buried itself in a dim wilderness of corals and sea-grass. Then and there I looked about me with delighted eyes. The Great Western rode at anchor in a shallow lake, whose crystal depths seemed never to have been agitated by any harsher breath than at that moment kissed without ruffling its surface. Around us swept amphitheatre of hills, covered with a dense growth of tropical foliage, and cushioned to the hem of the beach with thick sod of exquisite tint and freshness. The narrow rim of beach that sloped suddenly to the tideless margin of the lake was littered with numberless slender canoes drawn out of the water like so many fish, as though they could navigate themselves in the natural element, and they were, therefore, not to be trusted alone too near it. Around the shore, across the hills, and along the highest ridges, waved innumerable cocoa palms, planted like a legion of lances about the encampment of some barbaric prince. As for the very blue sky and the very white scud that shot across it, they looked windy enough. Moreover, we could all hear the incoherent booming of the sea upon the reef that encircled our nest. But we forgot the wind and the waves in the inexpressible repose of the armful of tropical seclusion. It was a drop of water in a tuft of moss, on a very big scale. That's just what it was. In a few moments, as with one impulse, the canoes took to water with a savage or 2 in each, all gravitating to the schooner, which was for the time being the head centre of the local commerce, and for an hour more we did a big business in the exchange of fish hooks and fresh fruit. The proportion of canoes at Motuhilo, Crescent Island, to the natives of said fragment of Eden was as 1 to several. But the canoeless could not resist the superior attraction of a foreign invader, therefore the rest of the inhabitants went head first into the lake, and struck out for the middle, where we peacefully swung at anchor. The place was shaky, but a heavy dirk full 20 inches tall was held between the teeth of the swimmers, and if the smoke-colored dorsal of any devil of a shark had dared to cut the placid surface of the water that morning, he would speedily have had more blades in him than a farrier's knife. A few vigorous strokes of the arms and legs in the neighborhood, a fatal lunge or two, a vermilion cloud in a sea churned to a cream, and a dance over the gaping corpse of some monster who has sucked human blood more than once, probably, does the business in that country. It was a sensation for accustomed eyes, that inland sea covered, littered, I might say, with woolly heads, as though a cargo of coconuts had been thrown overboard in a stress of weather. They gathered about as thick as flies at a honey-pot, all talking, laughing, and spouting mouthfuls of water into the air like those impossible creatures that do that sort of thing by the half-dozen in all high-toned and classical fountains. Out of this amphibious mob, one gigantic youth, big enough to eat half our ship's crew, threw up an arm like Jove's, clinched the deck-rail with lithe fingers, and took a rest, swinging there with the utmost satisfaction. I asked him aboard, but he scorned to forsake his natural element. Water is as natural as air to those natives. Probably he would have suffered financially had he attempted boarding us, for his thick back hair was netted with a kind of spacious nest and filled with eggs on sail. It was quite astonishing to see the ease with which he navigated under his heavy deck-load. This colossal youth, having observed that I was an amateur humanitarian, virtue received its instant reward, which it does in all climates, for he at once offered me 3 of his eggs in a very winning and patronizing manner. I took the eggs because I like eggs, and then I was anxious to get his head above water if possible. Therefore I unhesitatingly took the eggs, offering him in return a fish-hook, a 10-penny nail, and a dilapidated key-ring. These tempting curios he spurned, at the same moment reaching me another handful of eggs. His generosity both pleased and alarmed me. I saw with joy that his chin was quite out of water in consequence of his charity, even when he dropped back into the sea, floating for a few moments, so as to let the blood circulate in his arm again. But whether this was his magnanimous gift, or merely a trap to involve me in hopeless debt, I was quite at a loss to know, and I paused with my hands full of eggs, saying to myself, there is an end to fish-hooks in the South Pacific, and dilapidated key-rings are not my staple product. In the midst of my alarm, he began making vows of eternal friendship. This was by no means disagreeable to me. He was big enough to whip any 2 of his fellows, and one likes to be on the best side of the stronger party in a strange land. I reciprocated. I leaned over the stern rail of the Great Western in the latitude of Juliet in the balcony scene, assuring that outboy that my heart was his if he was willing to take it at second hand. He liked my sentiments, and proposed touching noses at once, a barbarous greeting still observed in most civilized countries, with even greater license, since with Christians it is allowable to touch mouths. We touched noses, though I was in danger of sliding headlong into the sea. After this ceremonial, he consented to board the Great Western, which having accomplished with my help, he deposited his eggs at my feet, offered me his nose once more, and communicated to me his name, asking in the same breath for mine. He was known as Juan Mano, or Bird's Egg. Every native in the South Sea gets named by accident. I knew a fellow whose name was Cockeye. He was a standing advertisement of his physical deformity. A fellow that knew me rejoiced in a silver cognomen of thrown from a horse. Fortunately, he doesn't spell it with so many letters in his tongue. His christening happened in this wise. A bosom friend of his mother was thrown from a horse and killed the day of his birth. Therefore, the bereaved mother reared that child, an animated memorial, who in after years clung to me, and was so jolly as though his earthly mission wasn't simply to keep green the memory of his mother's bosom friend, sailing through the air with a dislocated neck. I turned to my new-found friend. Juan Mano, I said, for my sake you have made a bird's nest of your back hair. You have freely given me young affection and your eggs. Receive the sincere thanks of your surely, together with these fish hooks, these tiny pen nails, this keyring. Juan Mano smiled and accepted, bearing the fish hooks in his matted forelock, and inserting a 10-penny nail and a keyring in his either ear, thereby making himself the envy of the entire population of Motuhilo, and feeling himself as grand as the best chief in the archipelago. So we sat together on the deck of the Great Western, quite dry for a wonder, exchanging sheep's eyes and confidences, mutually happy in each other's society. Meanwhile, the captain was arranging his plans for an immediate purchase of such pearls as he might find in possession of the natives, and for a fresh search for pearl oysters at the earliest possible hour. There were no pearls on hand. What are pearls to a man who has as many wives, children, and coconuts as he can dispose of? Pearls are small and colourless. Give them a handful of gorgeous glass beads, a stick of sealing wax, or some spotted beans, and keep your pale sea tears, milky and frozen, and apt to grow sickly yellow and die if they are not cared for. Motuhilo is independent. No man has squatted there to levy tax or toll. We were each one of us privileged to hunt for pearls and keep our stories separate. I said to Juan Mano, let's invest in a canoe, explore the lagoon for fresh oyster beds, and fill innumerable cocoa shells with these little white seeds. It will be both pleasant and profitable, particularly for me. We were scarcely 5 minutes bargaining for our outfit, and we embarked at once, having agreed to return in a couple of days for news concerning the success of the Great Western and her probable date of sailing. Seizing a paddle, Juan Mano propelled our canoe with incredible rapidity out of a noisy fleet in the center of the lake, toward a green point that bounded it, one of the horns of the crescent. He knew a spot where the oyster yawned in profusion, a secret cave for shelter, a forest garden of fruits, a never-failing spring, etc. Thither we would fly and domesticate ourselves. The long curved point of land soon hid the inner waters from view. We rose and sank on the swell between the great reef and the other rim of the island, where the sun glowed fiercely overhead and the reef howled in our ears. Still on we skimmed, the water hissing along the smooth sides of the canoe, that trembled at every first stroke of Juan Mano's industrious paddle. No chart, no compass, no rudder, no exchange of references, no letter of introduction, but I trusted the wild Hercules who was hurrying me away, I knew not whither, with an earnestness that forced the sweat from his naked body in living streams. At last we turned our prow and shot through a low arch in a cliff, so low we both ducked our heads instinctively, letting the vines and parasites trail over our shoulders and down our backs. It was a dark passage into an inner cave lit from below, a cave filled with an eternal and sunless twilight. It was very soothing to our eyes, as we came in from the glare of sea and sky. Look, said Juan Mano. Overhead rose a compressed dome of earth, a thick matting of roots, coil within coil. At the side innumerable ledges, shelves, and seams, lined with nests, and never a nest without its egg, often 2 or more together. Below us, in 2 fathoms of crystal, sunlit and luminous bowers of coral, and many an oyster asleep with its mouth open, and many a prismatic fish poising itself with palpitating gills, and gauzy fins fanning the water incessantly. Juan Mano, I exclaimed in rapture, permit me to congratulate you. In you I behold a regular South Sea Monte Cristo, and no less magnificent title can do you justice. The rat Juan Mano laughed immoderately, which laugh having run out, we both sat in our canoe and silently sucked eggs for some moments. A canoe length from where we floated, a clear rill stole noiselessly from above, mingling its sweet waters with the sea. On the roof of our cabin fruits flourished, and we were wholly satisfied. After such a lunch as ours, it behooved us to cease idling and dive for pearls. So Juan Mano knotted his long hair tightly about his forehead, cautiously transferred himself from the canoe to the water, floated a moment, inhaling a wonderfully long breath, and plunged under. How he struggled to get down to the gaping oysters, literally climbing down head first! I saw his dark form wrestling with the elements that strove to force him back to the surface, curling him out into the air again. He seized one of the shells, but it shut immediately, and he tugged and jerked and wrenched at it like a young demon till it gave way, when he struck out and up for air. All this seemed an age to me. I took full 20 breaths while he was down. Reaching the canoe, he dropped a great, ugly-looking thing into it and hung over the outrigger, grasping for breath like a man half-hanged. He was pale about the mouth. His eyes were suffused with blood oozed from his ears and nostrils. His limbs, gashed with the sharp corals, bled also. The veins of his forehead looked ready to burst, and as he tightened the cords of his hair across them, it seemed his only salvation. I urged him to desist, seeing his condition and fearing repetition of his first experience, but he would go once more. Perhaps there was no pearl in the shell. He wanted to get me a pearl. He sank again, renewing his efforts at the bottom of the sea. I scarcely dared to count the minutes now, nor the bubbles that came up to me, like little balloons with a death message in each. Suppose he was to send his last breath in one of those transparent globes, and I looked down to see his body snared in the antlers of coral, stained with blood. Well, he came up all right, and I postponed the rest of my motion for a later experience. Some divers remain 3 minutes under water, but 2 or 3 descents are as many as they can make in a day. The ravages of such a life are something frightful. No more pearl hunting after the second dive that day, nor the next, because we went out into the air for a stroll on shore to gather fruit and stretch our legs. There was a high wind and a heavy sea that looked threatening enough, and we were glad to return after an hour's tramp. The next day was darker, and the next after that, when a gale came down upon us that seemed likely to swamp Monte Hilo. A swell rolled over the windward reef, and made our quarters in the grotto by no means safe or agreeable. It was advisable for us to think of embarking upon an impetuous sea, or get brained against the roof of our retreat. Juan Manuel looked troubled, and my heart sank. I wished the pearl oysters at the bottom of the sea, the great western back at Tahiti, and I, loafing under the green groves of Papeete, never more to be deluded abroad. I observed no visible changes in the weather, as I had been wishing for an hour and a half. The swell rather increased. Our frail canoe was tossed from side to side in imminent danger of upsetting. Now and then a heavy roar entirely filled the mouth of our cabin, quite blinding us with spray. Having spent its fury, it subsidized with a concussion that nearly deafened us, and dragged us with fearful velocity towards the narrow mouth of the cave, where we saved ourselves from being swept into the sea by grasping the roots overhead and within reach. Could I swim? I asked Juan Manuel. Alas, no. That we must seek new shelter at any risk was but too evident. Let us go on the next wave, said Juan, as he seized a large shell and began clearing the canoe of the water that had accumulated. Then he bound his long hair in a knot to keep it from his eyes, and gave me some hasty directions as to my deportment in the emergency. The great wave came. We were again momentarily corked up in an air-tight compartment. I wondered the roof was not burst open with the intense pressure that nearly forced the eyes out of my head and made me faint and giddy. Recovering from shock, with a cry of warning from Juan, and a prayer scarcely articulated, we shot like a bomb from a mortar, in the very teeth of a frightful gale. Nothing more was said, nothing seen. The air was black with flying spray, the roar of the elements more awful than anything I had ever heard before. Sheets of water swept over us with such velocity that they hummed like circular saws in motion. We were crouched as low as possible in the canoe, yet now and then one of these, the very blade of the wave, struck us on the head or shoulders, cutting us like knives. I could scarcely distinguish Juan's outline, the spray was so dense, and as for him, what could he do? Nothing, indeed, but set up a sort of death wail, a few notes of which tinkled in my ear from time to time, assuring me how utterly without hope we were. One of these big rollers must have lifted us clean over the reef, for we crossed it and we were blown into the open sea, where the canoe spun for a second at the trough of the waves, and was cut into slivers by an avalanche of water that carried us all down into the depths. I suppose I filled it once, but came up in spite of it. Almost everyone has that privilege. When I was clutched by Juan Manuel, it made fast to his utilitarian back hair. I had the usual round of experiences allotted to all half-drowned people, a panoramic view of my poor life crammed with sin and sorrow and regret, a complete biography written and read through inside of 10 seconds. I was half strangled, call it 2/3, for that comes nearer the truth. Heard the water singing in my ears, which was not sweeter than symphonies, not beguiling, nor in the least agreeable. I deny it. In the face of every corpse that ever was drowned, I emphatically deny it. Juan had nearly stripped me with 1 or 2 tugs at my thin clothing, because he didn't think that worth towing me off to some other island, and he was willing to float me for a day or 2 and run the risk of saving me. When I began to realize anything, I congratulated myself that the gale was over. The sky was clear, the white capped scars, but the swell still sufficient to make me dizzy as we climbed one big green hill and slid off the top of it into a deep and bubbling abyss. I found Hua leisurely feeling his way through the water, perfectly self-possessed, and apparently unconscious that he had a deck passenger nearly as big as himself. My hands were twisted into his hair in such a way that I could rest my chin upon my arms, and thus easily keep my mouth above water most of the time. My emotions were peculiar. I wasn't accustomed to traveling that fashion. I knew it had been done before. Even there I thought with infinite satisfaction of the Hawaiian woman who swam for 40 hours in such a sea, with an aged and helpless husband upon her back. Reaching land at last, she tenderly drew her burden to shore and found him dead. The fact is historical, and but one of several equally marvelous. We floated on, cheering each other hour after hour, the wind continuing, the sea falling, and anon night coming like an ill omen. Night that buried us alive in the darkness and despair. I think I must have dozed, or fainted, or died several times during that night, but it began to grow light long before I dared to look for it. And then came sunrise, a sort of intermittent sunrise that gilded Hua's shoulder whenever we got to the top of a high wave, and went out again as soon as we settled into the hollows. Juan eyes were much better than mine. He seemed to see with all his 5 senses, and the 5 told him that there was sand not far off. I wouldn't believe him. I think it was excusable for questioning his fallibility then and there. The minute he cried out land, I gave up and went to sleep or to death, for I thought he was daft, and it was discouraging business, and I wished I could die for good. Juan Mano, what a good egg you were, though it is the bad I usually keep atop of water, they tell me. Juan Mano was right. He walked out of the sea an hour later, and stood on a mound of coarse sand in the middle of the ocean, with a miserable, waterlogged body lying in a heap at his feet. The place was as smooth and shiny and desolate as anybody's bald head. That's a nice spot to be merry in, isn't it? Yet he tried to make me open my eyes and be glad. He said he knew the Great Western would be coming down the way shortly. She'd pick us off of the shore and water and feed us. Perhaps she might. Meantime we hungered and thirsted as many a poor castaway had before us. There was a good hour for Christian fortitude, beached in the middle of the ocean, shirtless under the sun that blistered Hua's tough skin, eyes blinded with the glare of sun and sea, the sand glowing like brass and burning into flesh already irritated with salt water, a tongue of leather cleaving to the roof of the mouth, and no food within reach, nor so much of a drop of fresh water for Christ's sake. Down went my face into the burning sand that made the very air hop above it. Another night, cool and grateful, a bird or two flapped wearily overhead, looking like spirits in the moonlight. Hua scanned earnestly on our horizon, noting every inflection the voices of the wind and waves, voices audible to him but worse than dumb to me, mocking monotones reiterated for an agonizing eternity. A wise monitor was Juan Mano, shaming into silence and accursed banishment. Toward the morning, after our arrival at the shore, an owl fluttered out of the sky and fell at our feet, quite exhausted. It might have been blown from Motohiro, and seemed ominous of something, as scarcely knew what. When it had recovered from its fatigue, it sat regarding us curiously. I wanted to wring its short, thick neck, and eat it, feathers and all. Who objected? There was a superstition that gave that bland bird its life. It might continue to ogle us with one eye as long as it liked. How the lopsided thing smirked, how that stupid owl face, like a rosette with 3 buttons in it, haunted me. It was enough to craze anyone, and, having duly cursed him and his race, I went stark mad and hoped I was dying forever. There are plenty of stars in this narrative. Stars, and plenty of them, cannot account for the oblivious intervals, suspended animation, or whatever it was, that came to my relief from time to time. I cannot account for them myself. Perhaps Juan Mano could. He seemed always awake, always on the lookout, never so patient and painful. A dream came to me after the owl had stared me into stone. A dream of an island in a sea of glass, soft ripples lapping on the silver shores, sweet airs sighing in a starlit grove, someone gathering me in his arms, hugging me close with infinite tenderness. I was consumed with thirst, speechless with hunger, like an infant. I lay in the embrace of my deliverer, who moistened my parched lips and burning throat with delicious and copious draughts. It was an elixir of life. I drank health and strength in every drop. Sweeter than mother's milk flowed the warm tide, unchecked. I was satisfied, and sank into a deep and dreamless sleep. The Great Western was plunging in her old style, and I swashed in my bunk as of yore. The captain sat by me with a bottle in his hand and anxiety in his countenance. "Where are we?" I asked. "2 hours out from Tahiti, inward bound." "How? What? When?" etc. And my mind ran up and down the record of the last fortnight, finding many blots and some blanks. As soon as I got into my right mind I could hear all about it, and the captain shook his bottle and held on to the side of my bunk to save himself from total wreck in the lee corners of my cabin. Why, wasn't I right-minded? I could tell a hawk from a Hernshaw, and speaking of hawks, where was that cursed owl? The captain concluded I was bettering, and put the physic into the locker, so as to give his whole attention to keeping right side up. Well, this is how it happened, as I afterward learned. Great Western suffered somewhat from the gale at Motuhilo, though she was comparatively sheltered in that inner sea. Having repaired and given me up as a deserter, she sailed for Tahiti. The first day out, in light breeze, they all saw a man apparently wading up to his middle in the sea. The fellow hailed the Great Western, but as she could hardly stand up against the rapid current in so light a wind, the captain let her drift past the man in the sea, who suddenly disappeared. A consultation of officers followed. Evidently, someone was cast away and ought to be looked after. Resolved to beat up to the rock, big turtle, or whatever it might be that kept the fellow afloat, provided the wind freshened sufficiently. Wind immediately freshened. Great Western put about and made for the spot where Juan Mano had been seen failing the schooner. But when that schooner passed, he threw himself upon the sand beside me, and gave up hoping at last, and was seen no more. What did he then? I must have asked for drink. He gave it me from an artery in his wrist, severed by the finest teeth you ever saw. That's what saved me. On came the little schooner, beating up against the wind and tide, while I had my lips sealed to the fountain of life. The skipper kept banging away with an old blunderbuss that had been left over in his bargains with the savages, and one of these explosions caught the ears of Juan. He tore my lips from his wrist, staggered to his feet, and found help close at hand. Too light, they gathered us up out of the deep and strove to renew our strength. They transported us to the little cabin of the schooner, Juan Mano, myself, and then Mincing Owl, and swung off into the old course. Probably the Great Western never did better sailing since she came from the stocks than an hour or two of beating that brought her up to the shoal. She seemed to be emulating it in the home run, for we went bellowing through the sea in a stiff breeze and the usual flood tide on deck. I lived to tell the tale. I should think it mighty mean of me not to live after such a sacrifice. Juan Mano sank rapidly. I must have nearly drained his veins, but I don't believe he regretted it. The captain said when he was dying, his faithful eyes were fixed on me. Unconsciously I moved a little. He smiled, and the soul went out of him in that smile, perfectly satisfied. At that moment the owl fled from the cabin, passed through the hatchway, and disappeared. Juan Mano lay on the deck, stretched under a sail, while I heard this. I wondered if a whole cargo of pearls could make me indifferent to his loss. I wondered if there were many truer and braver than he in Christian lands. They call him a heathen. It was heathenish to offer up his life vicariously. He might have taken mine so easily, and perhaps have breasted the waves back on his own people, and been fated and sung up as the hero he truly was. Well, if he is a heathen, out of my heart I will make a parable, its rubric bright with his sacrificial blood, its theme this glowing text. Greater love hath no man than this, that a man lay down his life for a friend. End of Pearl Hunting in the Paumotus. Recording by Sasha.
Section 6 of Out of the Closet, a collection of early LGBTQ plus fiction. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Vasha Tempich. Out of the Closet, a collection of early LGBTQ plus fiction. Twin Love by Bayard Taylor. When John Vincent, after waiting 12 years, married Phoebe Etheridge, the whole neighborhood experienced that sense of relief and satisfaction which follows the triumph of the right. Not that the fact of a true love is ever generally recognized and respected when it is first discovered, for there is a perverse quality in American human nature which will not accept the existence of any fine, unselfish passion until it has been tested and established beyond peradventure. There were two views of the case when John Vincent's love for Phoebe and old Reuben Etheridge's hard prohibition of the match first became known to the community. The girls and boys, and some of the matrons, ranged themselves at once on the side of the lovers, but a large majority of the older men and a few of the younger supported the tyrannical father. Reuben Etheridge was rich, and in addition to what his daughter would naturally inherit from him, she already possessed more than her lover at the time of their betrothal. This, in the eyes of one class, was a sufficient reason for the father's hostility. When low natures live, as they almost invariably do, wholly in the present, they neither take tenderness from the past nor warning from the possibilities of the future. It is the exceptional men and women who remember their youth. So these lovers receive a nearly equal amount of sympathy and condemnation, and only slowly, partly through their quiet fidelity and patience, and partly through the improvement in John Vincent's worldly circumstances, was the balance changed. Old Reuben remained an unflinching despot to the last. If any relenting softness touched his heart, he sternly concealed it, and such inference as could be drawn from the fact that he, certainly knowing what would follow his death, bequeathed his daughter her proper share of his goods, was all that could be taken for consent. They were married. John, a grave man in middle age, weather-beaten, and worn by years of hard work and self-denial, yet not beyond the restoration of a milder second youth, and Phoebe, a sad, weary woman, whose warmth of longing had been exhausted, from whom youth and its uncalculating surrenders of hope and feeling had gone forever. They began their wedded life under the shadow of death, out of which it grew, and when, after a ceremony in which neither bridesmaid nor groomsmen stood by their side, they united their divided homes, it seemed to their neighbors that a separated husband and wife had come together again, not that the relation was new to either. John Vincent loved his wife with the tenderness of an innocent man, but all of his tenderness could not avail to lift the weight of settled melancholy which had gathered upon her. Disappointment, waiting, yearning, indulgence, and long lament and self-pity, the morbid cultivation of unhappy fancies, all this had wrought its work upon her, and it was too late to effect a cure. In the night she awoke, to weep at his side, because of the years when she had awakened to weep alone. By day she kept up her old habit of foreboding, although the evening steadily refuted the morning, and there were times when, without any apparent cause, she would fall into a dark, despairing mood, which her husband's greatest care and cunning could only slowly dispel. 2 or 3 years passed, and new life came to the Vincent farm. One day, between midnight and dawn, the family pair was doubled. The cry of twin sons was heard in the hushed house. The father restrained his happy wonder and his concern for the imperiled life of the mother. He guessed that she had anticipated death, and she now hung by a thread so slight that her simple will might snap it. But her will, fortunately, was as faint as her consciousness. She gradually drifted out of danger, taking her returning strength with a passive acquiescence rather than with joy. She was hardly paler than her wont, but the lurking shadow seemed to have vanished from her eyes, and John Vincent felt that her features had assumed a new expression, the faintly perceptible stamp of some spiritual change. It was a happy day for him when, propped against his breast and gently held by his warm, strong arm, the twin boys were first brought to be laid upon her lap. 2 staring, dark-faced creatures, with restless fists and feet, they were alike in every least feature of their grotesque animality. Phoebe placed a hand under the head of each, and looked at them for a long time in silence. "Why is this?" she said at last, taking hold of a narrow pink ribbon which was tied around the wrist of one. "He is the oldest, sure," the nurse answered, "only by 15 minutes or so, but it generally makes a difference when twins come to be named, and you may see with your own eyes that there's no telling of 'em apart otherwise." "Take off the ribbon, then," said Phoebe quietly. "I know them." "Why, ma'am, it's always done, where they're so like, and I'll never be able to tell which is which, for they sleep and wake and feed by the same clock, and you might mistake after all, in giving 'em names. There is no oldest or youngest, John. They are 2 and yet 1. This is mine and this is yours." "I see no difference at all, Phoebe," said John. "And how can we divide them?" "We will not divide them," she answered. "I only meant it as a sign." She smiled, for the first time in many days. He was glad of heart, but did not understand her. "What shall we call them?" he asked. "Elias and Reuben, after our fathers?" "No, John, their names must be David and Jonathan." And so they were called, and they grew not less but more alike, and passing through the stages of babyhood. The ribbon of the older one had been removed, and the nurse would have been distracted, but for Phoebe's almost miraculous instinct. The former comforted herself with the hope that teething would bring a variation to the two identical mouths. But no, they teethed as one child. John, after desperate attempts, which always failed in spite of the headaches they gave him, postponed the idea of distinguishing one from the other, until they should be old enough to develop some dissimilarity of speech, or gait, or habit. All trouble might have been avoided, had Phoebe consented to the least variation in their dresses, but herein she was mildly immovable. "Not yet," was her set reply to her husband, and one day when he manifested a little annoyance at her persistence, she turned to him, holding a child on each knee, and said, with a gravity which silenced him thenceforth, "John, can you not see that our burden has passed into them? Is there no meaning in this, that two children who are one in body and face and nature should be given to us at our time of life? After such long disappointment and trouble, our lives were held apart, theirs were united before they were born, and I dare not turn them into different directions. Perhaps I do not know all that the Lord intended to say to us in sending them, but his hand is here." "I was only thinking of their good," John meekly answered. "If they are spared to grow up, there must be some way of knowing one from the other." "They will not need it, and I, too, think only of them. They have taken the cross from my heart, and I will lay none on theirs. I am reconciled to my life through them, John. You have been very patient and good with me, and I will yield to you in all things but in this. I do not think I shall live to see them as men grown. Yet, while we are together, I feel clearly what it is right to do. Can you not, just once, have a little faith without knowledge, John?" "I'll try, Phoebe," he said. "Anyway, I'll grant that the boys belong to you more than to me." Phoebe Vincent's character had verily changed. Her attacks of semi-hysterical despondency never returned. Her gloomy prophecies ceased. She was still grave, and the trouble of so many years never wholly vanished from her face, but she performed every duty of her life with at least a quiet willingness, and her home became the abode of peace, for passive content wears longer than demonstrative happiness. David and Jonathan grew as one boy. The taste and temper of one was repeated in the other, even as the voice and features. Sleeping or waking, grieved or joyous, will or ill, they lived a single life, and it seemed so natural for one to answer to the other's name, that they probably would have themselves confused their own identities, but for their mother's unerring knowledge, perhaps unconsciously guided by her, perhaps through the voluntary actions of their own natures. Each quietly took the other's place when called upon, even to the sharing of praise or blame at school, the friendships and quarrels of the playground. They were healthy and happy lads, and John Vincent was accustomed to say to his neighbors, "They're no more trouble than one would be, and yet they're 4 hands instead of 2. Phoebe died when they were 14, saying to them with almost her latest breath, "Be one, always." Before her husband could decide whether to change her plans of domestic education, they were passing out of boyhood, changing in voice, stature, and character with a continued likeness which bewildered and almost terrified him. He procured garments of different colors, but they were accustomed to wear each article in common, and the result was only a mixture of tints for both. They were sent to different schools to be returned the next day, equally pale, suffering, and incapable of study. Whatever device was employed, they evaded it by a mutual instinct which rendered all external measures unavailing. To John Vincent's mind their resemblance was an accidental misfortune, which had been confirmed through their mother's fancy. He felt that they were bound by some deep, mysterious tie, which, inasmuch as it might interfere with all practical aspects of life, ought to be gradually weakened. 2 bodies to him implied 2 distinct men, and it was wrong to permit a mutual dependence which prevented either from exercising his own separate will and judgment. But while he was planning and pondering, the boys became young men, and he was an old man, old and prematurely broken, for he had worked much, borne much, and his large frame held only a moderate measure of vital force. A great weariness fell upon him, and his powers began to give way, at first slowly, but then with accelerated failure. He saw the end coming, long before his sons suspected it. His doubt, for their sakes, was the only thing which made it unwelcome. It was upon his mind, as his Quaker neighbors would say, to speak to them of the future, and at last the proper moment came. It was a stormy November evening. Wind and rain whirled and drove among the trees outside, but the sitting room of the old farmhouse was bright and warm. David and Jonathan at the table, with their arms over each other's back and their brown locks mixed together, read from the same book. Their father sat in the ancient rocking chair before the fire, with his feet upon a stool. The housekeeper and hired man had gone to bed, and all was still in the house. John waited until he heard the volume close, and then spoke. "Boys," he said, "let me have a bit of talk with you. I don't seem to get over my ailments rightly. Never will, maybe. A man must think of things while there's time, and say them when they have to be said. I don't know as there's any particular hurry in my case, only we can never tell, from one day to another. When I die, everything will belong to you two, share and share alike, either to buy another farm with the money out, or divide this. I won't tie you up in any way, but two of you will need 2 farms for 2 families, for you won't have to wait 12 years, like your mother and me." "We don't want another farm, father," said David and Jonathan together. "I know you don't think so now. A wife seemed far enough from me when I was your age. You've always been satisfied to be with each other, but that can't last. It was partly your mother's notion. I remember her saying that our burden had passed into you. I never quite understood what she meant, but I suppose it must rather be the opposite of what we had to bear." The twins listened with breathless attention while their father, suddenly stirred by the past, told them the story of his long betrothal. "And now," he exclaimed, in conclusion, "it may be putting wild ideas into your 2 heads, but I must say it. That was where I did wrong, wrong to her and to me, in waiting. I had no right to spoil the best of our lives. I ought to have gone boldly, in broad daylight, to her father's house, taken her hand, and led her forth to be my wife. Boys, if either of you come to love a woman truly, and she to love you, and there is no reason why God, I don't say man, should put you asunder, do as I ought to have done, not as I did, and maybe this advice is the best legacy I can leave you." "But, father," said David, speaking for both, "we have never thought of marrying." "Likely enough," their father answered. "We hardly ever think of what surely comes, but to me, looking back, it's plain. And this is the reason why I want you to make me a promise, and as solemn as if I was on my deathbed. Maybe I shall be soon." Tears gathered in the eyes of the twins. "What is it, father?" they both said. "Nothing at all to any other 2 boys, but I don't know how you'll take it. What if I was to ask you to live apart for a while?" "Oh, father!" both cried. They leaned together, cheek pressing cheek and hand clasping hand, growing white and trembling. John Vincent, gazing into the fire, did not see their faces, or his purpose might have been shaken. "I don't say now," he went on. "After a while, well, when I'm dead. And I only mean a beginning, to help you towards what has to be. Only a month. I don't want to seem hard to you, but that's little, in all conscience. Give me your word. Say, for mother's sake." There was a long pause. Then David and Jonathan said, in low, faltering voices, "For mother's sake, I promise." Remember that you were only boys to her. She might have made all this seem easier, for women have reasons for things no man can answer. Mind, within a year after I'm gone. He rose and tottered out of the room. The twins looked at each other. David said, "Must we?" And Jonathan, "How can we?" Then they both thought, "It may be a long while yet." Here was a present comfort, and each seemed to hold it firmly in holding the hand of the other as they fell asleep side by side. The trial was nearer than they imagined. Their father died before the winter was over. The farm and other property was theirs, and they might have allowed life to solve its mysteries as it rode onward. But for their promise to the dead, this must be fulfilled, and then, one thing was certain, they would never again separate. "The sooner the better," said David. "It shall be the visit to our uncle and cousins in Indiana. You will come with me as far as Harrisburg. It may be easier to part there than here, and our new neighbors, the Bradleys, will want your help for a day or two, after getting home." "It is less than death," Jonathan answered, "and why should it seem to be more? We must think of father and mother, and all those 12 years. Now I know what the burden was. And we have never really borne any of it. Father must have been right in forcing us to promise." Every day the discussion was resumed, and always with the same termination. Familiarity with the inevitable step gave them increase of courage. Yet when the moment had come and gone, when speeding on opposite trains, the hills and valleys multiplied between them with terrible velocity, a pang like death cut to the heart of each, and the divided life became a chill, oppressive dream. During the separation no letters passed between them. When the neighbors asked Jonathan for news of his brother, he always replied, "He is well," and avoided further speech with such evidence of pain that they spared him. An hour before the month drew to an end he walked forth alone, taking the road to the nearest railway station. A stranger, who passed him at the entrance of a thick wood, 3 miles from home, was thunderstruck on meeting the same person shortly after, entering the wood from the other side. But the farmers in the near fields saw 2 figures issuing from the shade, hand in hand. Each knew the other's month before they slept, and the last thing Jonathan said, with his head on David's shoulder, was, "You must know our neighbors, the Bradleys, and especially Ruth." In the morning, as they dressed, taking each other's garments at random, as of old, Jonathan again said, "I have never seen a girl that I like so well as Ruth Bradley. Do you remember what father said about loving and marrying? It comes into my mind whenever I see Ruth, but she has no sister." "But we need not both marry," David replied. "That might part us, and this will not. It is for always now." "For always, David." 2 or 3 days later, Jonathan said, as he started on an errand to the village, "I shall stop at the Bradleys this evening, so you must walk across and meet me there." When David approached the house, a slender, girlish figure, with her hair back towards him, was stooping over a bush of great crimson roses, cautiously clipping a blossom here and there. At the click of the gate latch, she started and turned towards him. Her light gingham bonnet, falling back, disclosed a long oval face, fair and delicate, sweet brown eyes, and brown hair laid smoothly over the temples. A soft flush rose suddenly to her cheeks, and he felt that his own were burning. "Oh, Jonathan!" she exclaimed, transferring the roses to her left hand and extending her right as she came forward. He was too accustomed to the name to recognize her mistake at once, and the word "Ruth" came naturally to his lips. "I should know your brother David has come," she then said, "even if I had not heard so. You look so bright. How glad I am!" "Is he not here?" David asked. "No, but there he is now, surely." She turned towards the lane where Jonathan was dismounting. "Why, it is yourself over again, Jonathan." As they approached, a glance passed between the twins, and a secret transfer of the riding whip to David set their identity right with Ruth, whose manner towards the latter innocently became shy with all its friendliness, while her frank, familiar speech was given to Jonathan, as was fitting. But David also took the latter to himself, and when they left, Ruth had apparently forgotten that there was any difference in the length of their acquaintance. On their way homewards, David said, "Father was right. We must marry like others, and Ruth is the wife for us. I mean, for you, Jonathan. Yes, we must learn to say mine and yours, after all, when we speak of her." "Even she cannot separate us, it seems," Jonathan answered. "We must give her some sign, and that will also be a sign for others. It would seem strange to divide ourselves. We can never learn it properly. Rather, let us not think of marriage. We cannot help thinking of it. She stands in mother's place now, as we in father's." Then both became silent and thoughtful. They felt that something threatened to disturb what seemed to be the only possible life for them, yet were unable to distinguish its features, and therefore powerless to resist it. The same instinct which had been born of their wonderful spiritual likeness told them that Ruth Bradley already loved Jonathan. The duty was established, and they must conform their lives to it. There was, however, this slight difference between their natures, that David was generally the first to utter the thought which came to the minds of both. So when he said, "We shall learn what to do when the need comes," it was a postponement of all foreboding. They drifted contentedly towards the coming change. The days went by, and their visits to Ruth Bradley were continued. Sometimes Jonathan went alone, but they were usually together, and the tie which united the three became dearer and sweeter as it was more closely drawn. Ruth learned to distinguish between the two when they were before her. At least she said so, and they were willing to believe it. But she was hardly aware how nearly alike was the happy warmth in her bosom produced by either pair of dark gray eyes, and the soft half smile which played around either mouth. To them she seemed to be drawn within the mystical circle which separated them from others. She alone, and they no longer imagined a life in which she should not share. Then the inevitable step was taken. Jonathan declared his love and was answered. Alas! He almost forgot David that late summer evening, as they sat in the moonlight and over again assured each other how dear they had grown. He felt the trouble in David's heart when they met. "Ruth is ours, and I bring her to kiss you," he said, pressing his lips to David's, but the arms flung around him trembled, and David whispered, "Now the change begins." "Oh, this cannot be our burden," Jonathan cried, with all the rapture still warm in his heart. "If it is, it will be light, or heavy, or none at all, as we shall bear it," David answered, with a smile of infinite tenderness. For several days he allowed Jonathan to visit the Bradleys' farm alone, saying that it must be so on Ruth's account. Her love, he declared, must give her the finest instinct which only their mother had ever possessed, and he must allow it time to be confirmed. Jonathan, however, insisted that Ruth already possessed it, that she was beginning to wonder at his absence, and to fear that she would not be entirely welcome to the home which must always be equally his. David yielded at once. "You must go alone," said Jonathan, "to satisfy yourself that she knows us at last." Ruth came forth from the house as he drew near. Her face beamed. She laid her hands upon his shoulders and kissed him. "Now you cannot doubt me, Ruth," he said gently. "Doubt you, Jonathan!" she exclaimed with a fond reproach in her eyes. "But you look troubled. Is anything the matter?" "I was thinking of my brother," said David in a low tone. "Tell me what it is," she said, drawing him into the little arbor of woodbine near the gate. They took seats side by side on a rustic bench. "He thinks I may come between you. Is it not that?" she asked. Only one thing was clear to David's mind, that she would surely speak more frankly and freely of him to the supposed Jonathan than to his real self. This once he would permit the illusion. "Not more than must be," he answered. "He knew all from the very beginning, but we have been like one person in two bodies, and any change seems to divide us." "I feel as you do," said Ruth. "I would never consent to be your wife if I could really divide you. I love you both too well for that." "Do you love me?" he asked, entirely forgetting his representative part. Again the reproachful look, which faded away as she met his eyes. She fell upon his breast and gave him kisses, which were answered with equal tenderness. Suddenly he covered his face with his hands and burst into a passion of tears. "Jonathan! Oh, Jonathan!" she cried, weeping with alarm and sympathetic pain. It was long before he could speak, but at last, turning away his head, he faltered, "I am David." There was a long silence. When he looked up, she was sitting with her hands rigidly clasped in her lap. Her face was very pale. "There it is, Ruth," he said. "We are one heart and one soul. Could he love and not I? You cannot decide between us, for one is the other. If I had known you first, Jonathan would be now in my place. What follows then? "No marriage," she whispered. "No," he answered. "We brothers must learn to be two men instead of one. You will partly take my place with Jonathan. I must live with half my life, unless I can find, somewhere in the world, your other half." "I cannot part you, David." "Something stronger than you or me parts us, Ruth. If it were death, we should bow to God's will. Well, it can no more be got away from than death or judgment. Say no more. The pattern of all this was drawn long before we were born, and we cannot do anything but work it out." He rose and stood before her. "Remember this, Ruth," he said. "It is no blame in us to love each other. Jonathan will see the truth in my face when we meet, and I speak for him also. You will not see me again until your wedding day, and then no more afterwards. But yes, once, in some far off time, when you shall know me to be David, and still give me the kiss you gave today." "Ah, after death," she thought. "I have parted them forever." She was about to rise, but fell upon the seat again, fainting. At the same moment Jonathan appeared at David's side. No word was said. They bore her forth and supported her between them until the fresh breeze had restored her to consciousness. Her first glance rested on the brothers' hands clasping. Then, looking from one to the other, she saw that the cheeks of both were wet. "Now leave me," she said, "but come to-morrow, Jonathan." Even then she turned from one to the other, with a painful, touching uncertainty, and stretched out both hands to them in farewell. How that poor twin heart struggled with itself is only known to God. All human voices, and as they believed, also the divine voice, commanded the division of their interwoven life. Submission would have seemed easier, could they have taken up equal and similar burdens. But David was unable to deny that his pack was overweighted. For the first time, their thoughts began to diverge. At last, David said, "For mother's sake, Jonathan, as we promised. She always called you her child, and for Ruth's sake, and father's last advice, they all tell me what I must do." It was like the struggle between will and desire, in the same nature, and none the less fierce or prolonged, because the softer quality foresaw its ultimate surrender. Long after he felt the step to be inevitable, Jonathan sought to postpone it, but he was borne by all combined influences nearer and nearer to the time. And now the wedding day came. David was to leave home the same evening, after the family dinner under his father's roof. In the morning he said to Jonathan, "I shall not write until I feel that I have become other than now, but I shall always be here in you, as you will be in me everywhere. Whenever you want me, I shall know it, and I think I shall know when to return." The hearts of all the people went out towards them as they stood together in the little village church. Both were calm but very pale and abstracted in their expression, yet their marvelous likeness was still unchanged. Ruth's eyes were casted down so they could not be seen. She trembled visibly, and her voice was scarcely audible when she spoke the vow. It was only known in the neighborhood that David was going to make another journey. The truth could hardly have been guessed by persons whose ideas followed the narrow round of their own experiences. Had it been, there would probably have been more condemnation than sympathy, but in a vague way the presence of some deeper element was felt, the falling of a shadow. Although the outstretched wing was unseen, far above them and above the shadow watched the infinite pity, which was not denied to three hearts that day. It was a long time, more than a year, and Ruth was lulling her first child on her bosom, before a letter came from David. He had wandered westwards, purchased some land on the outer line of settlement, and appeared to be leading a wild and lonely life. "I know now," he wrote, "just how much there is to bear, and how to bear it. Strange men come between us, but you are not far off when I am alone on these plains. There is a place where I can always meet you, and I know that you have found it. Under the big ash tree by the barn. I think I am nearly always there about sundown, and on moonshiny nights, because we are then nearest together, and I never sleep without leaving you half my blanket. When I first begin to wake I always feel your breath, so we are never really parted for long. I do not know that I can change much. It is not easy. It is like making up your mind to have different colored eyes and hair, and I can only get sunburnt and wear a full beard. But we are hardly as unhappy as we fear to be. Mother came the other night, in a dream, and took us on her knees. Oh, come to me, Jonathan, but for one day. No, you will not find me. I am going across the plains. And Jonathan and Ruth? They loved each other tenderly. No external trouble visited them. Their home was peaceful and pure, and yet every room and stairway and chair was haunted by a sorrowful ghost. As a neighbor said after visiting them, there seemed to be something lost. Ruth saw how constantly and how unconsciously Jonathan turned to see his own every feeling reflected in the missing eyes, how his hand sought another even while its fellow pressed hers, how half-spoken words, day and night, died upon his lips, because they could not reach the twin ear. She knew not how it came, but her own nature took upon itself the same habit. She felt that she received a less measure of love than she gave, not from Jonathan, in whose whole, warm, transparent heart no other woman had ever looked, but something of her own passed beyond him and never returned. To both, their life was like one of those conjurer cups, seemingly filled with red wine, which is held from the lips by the false crystal hollow. Neither spoke of this, neither dared to speak. The years dragged out their slow length, with rare and brief messages from David. 3 children were in the house, and still peace and plenty laid their signs upon its lintels. But at last Ruth, who had been growing thinner and paler ever since the birth of her first boy, became seriously ill. Consumption was hers by inheritance, and it now manifested itself in a form which too surely foretold the result. After the physician had gone, leaving his fatal verdict behind him, she called to Jonathan, who, bewildered by his grief, sank down on his knees at her bedside and sobbed upon her breast. "Don't grieve," she said. "This is my share of the burden. If I have taken too much from you and David, now comes the atonement. Many things have grown clearer to me. David was right when he said that there was no blame. But my time is even less than the doctor thinks. Where is David? Can you not bid him come?" "I can only call him with my heart," he answered. "And will he hear me now, after nearly 7 years?" "Call then!" she eagerly cried. "Call with all the strength of your love for him and for me, and I believe he will hear you." The sun was just setting. Jonathan went to the great ash tree behind the barn, fell upon his knees and covered his face, and the sense of an exceeding bitter cry filled his heart. All the suppressed and baffled longing, the want, the hunger, the unremitting pain of years came upon him and were crowded into the single prayer, "Come, David, or I die!" Before the twilight faded, while he was still kneeling, an arm came upon his shoulder, and a faint touch of another cheek upon his own. It was hardly for the space of a thought, but he knew the sign. "David will come," he said to Ruth. From that day all was changed. The cloud of coming death which hung over the house was transmuted into fleecy gold. All the lost life came back to Jonathan's face. All the unrestful sweetness of Ruth brightened into a serene beatitude. Months had passed since David had been heard from. They knew not how to reach him without many delays, yet neither dreamed of doubting his coming. 2 weeks passed, 3, and there was neither word nor sign. Jonathan and Ruth thought, "He is near." And one day a singular unrest fell upon the former. Ruth saw it, but said nothing until night came, when she sent Jonathan from her bedside with the words, "Go and meet him?" An hour afterwards she heard double steps on the stone walk in front of the house. They came slowly to the door. It opened. She heard them along the hall and ascending the stairs. Then the chamber lamp showed her the 2 faces, bright with a single unutterable joy. One brother paused at the foot of the bed. The other drew near and bent over her. She clasped her thin hands around his neck, kissed him fondly, and cried, "Dear, dear David!" "Dear Ruth," he said, "I came as soon as I could. I was far away, among wild mountains, when I felt that Jonathan was calling me. I knew that I must return, never to leave you more, and there was still a little work to finish. Now we shall all live again." "Yes," said Jonathan, coming to her other side. "Try to live, Ruth." Her voice came clear, strong, and full of authority. "I do live, as never before. I shall take all my life with me when I go to wait for one soul, as I shall find it there. Our love unites, not divides, from this hour." The few weeks still left to her were a season of almost superhuman peace. She faded slowly and painlessly, taking the equal love of the twin hearts, and giving an equal tenderness and gratitude. Then first she saw the mysterious need which united them, the fullness and joy wherewith each completed himself in the other. All the imperfect past was enlightened, and the end, even that now so near, was very good. Every afternoon they carried her down to a cushioned chair on the veranda, where she could enjoy the quiet of the sunny landscape, the presence of the brothers seated at her feet, and the sports of her children on the grass. Thus, one day while David and Jonathan held her hands and waited for her to wake from a happy sleep, she went before them, and ere they guessed the truth, she was waiting for their one soul in the undiscovered land. And Jonathan's children, now growing into manhood and girlhood, also called David father. The marks left by their divided lives have long since vanished from their faces. The middle-aged men, whose hairs are turning gray, still walk hand in hand, still sleep upon the same pillow, still have their common wardrobe as when they were boys. They talk of our Ruth, with no sadness, for they believe that death will make them one, when at the same moment he summons both. And we who know them, to whom they have confided the touching mystery of their nature, believe so too. End of section 6. Recording by Vasha Tempich.
Section 7 of Out of the Closet, a collection of early LGBTQ plus fiction. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Philip Erickson, Okemos, Michigan. Out of the Closet, a collection of early LGBTQ plus fiction. Portrait of Mr. W.H., Chapter 1, by Oscar Wilde. I had been dining with Erskine in his pretty little house in Birdcage Walk, and we were sitting in the library over our coffee and cigarettes when the question of literary forgeries happened to turn up in conversation. I cannot at present remember how it was that we struck upon this somewhat curious topic, as it was at that time, but I know that we had a long discussion about Macpherson Ireland and Chatterton, and that with regard to the last I insisted that his so-called forgeries were merely the result of an artistic desire for perfect representation, that we had no right to quarrel with an artist for the conditions under which he chooses to present his work, and that all art being to a certain degree a mode of acting, an attempt to realize one's own personality on some imaginative plane out of reach of the trammeling accidents and limitations of real life, to censure an artist for a forgery was to confuse an ethical with an aesthetical problem. Erskine, who was a good deal older than I was, and had been listening to me with the amused deference of a man of 40, suddenly put his hand upon my shoulder and said to me, "What would you say about a young man who had a strange theory about a certain work of art, believed in his theory, and committed a forgery in order to prove it?" "Ah, that is quite a different matter," I answered. Erskine remained silent for a few moments, looking at the thin gray threads of smoke that were rising from his cigarette. "Yes," he said after a pause, "quite different." There was something in the tone of his voice, a slight touch of bitterness, perhaps, that excited my curiosity. "Did you ever know anybody who did that?" I cried. "Yes," he answered, throwing his cigarette into the fire. "A great friend of mine, Cyril Graham. He was very fascinating, and very foolish, and very heartless. However, he left me the only legacy I ever received in my life." "What was that?" I exclaimed. Erskine rose from his seat, and going over to a tall inlaid cabinet that stood between the two windows, unlocked it, and came back to where I was sitting, holding in his hand a small panel picture set in an old and somewhat tarnished Elizabethan frame. It was a full-length portrait of a young man in late 16th century costume, standing by a table, with his right hand resting on an open book. He seemed about 17 years of age, and was of quite extraordinary personal beauty, though evidently somewhat effeminate. Indeed, had it not been for the dress and the closely cropped hair, one would have said that the face with its dreamy wistful eyes and its delicate scarlet lips was the face of a girl. In manner, and especially in the treatment of the hands, the picture reminded one of Francois Clouet's later work. The black velvet doublet with its fantastically gilded points, and the peacock blue background against which it showed up so pleasantly, and from which it gained such luminous value of color, were quite in Clouet's style, and the two masks of tragedy and comedy that hung somewhat formally from the marble pedestal had that hard severity of touch, so different from the facile grace of the Italians, which even in the court of France the great Flemish master never completely lost, and which in itself has always been a characteristic of the northern temper. "It is a charming thing," I cried. "But who is this wonderful young man, whose beauty art has so happily preserved for us?" "This is the portrait of Mr. W.H.," said Erskine, with a sad smile. It might have been a chance effect of light, but it seemed to me that his eyes were quite bright with tears. "Mr. W.H.?" I exclaimed. "Who was Mr. W.H.?" "Don't you remember?" he answered. "Look at the book on which his hand is resting." "I see there is some writing there, but I cannot make it out," I replied. "Take this magnifying glass and try," said Erskine, with the same sad smile still playing about his mouth. I took the glass, and moving the lamp a little nearer, I began to spell out the crabbed 16th century handwriting. "To the only begetter of these ensuing sonnets—" "Good heavens!" I cried. "Is this Shakespeare's Mr. W.H.?" "Cyril Graham used to say so," muttered Erskine. "But it is not a bit like Lord Pembroke," I answered. "I know the Penhurst portraits very well. I was staying near there a few weeks ago." "Do you really believe, then, that the sonnets are addressed to Lord Pembroke?" he asked. "I am sure of it," I answered. "Pembroke, Shakespeare, and Mrs. Mary Fitton are the three personages of the sonnets. There's no doubt at all about it." "Well, I agree with you," said Erskine, "but I did not always think so. I used to believe—well, I suppose I used to believe in Cyril Graham and his theory." "And what was that?" I asked, looking at the wonderful portrait, which had already begun to have a strange fascination for me. "It is a long story," said Erskine, taking the picture away from me, rather abruptly I thought at the time. "A very long story, but if you care to hear it, I will tell it to you." "I love theories about the sonnets," I cried, "but I don't think I am likely to be converted to any new idea. The matter has ceased to be a mystery to anyone. Indeed, I wonder that it ever was a mystery." "As I don't believe in the theory, I am not likely to convert you to it," said Erskine, laughing. "But it may interest you." "Tell it to me, of course," I answered. "If it is half as delightful as the picture, I shall be more than satisfied." "Well," said Erskine, lighting a cigarette, "I must begin by telling you about Cyril Graham himself. He and I were at the same house at Eton. I was a year or two older than he was, but we were immense friends, and did all our work and all our play together. There was, of course, a good deal more play than work, but I cannot say that I am sorry for that. It is always an advantage not to have received a sound commercial education, and what I learned in the playing fields at Eton has been quite as useful to me as anything I was taught at Cambridge. I should tell you that Cyril's father and mother were both dead. They had been drowned in a horrible yachting accident off the Isle of Wight. His father had been in the diplomatic service, and had married a daughter, the only daughter, in fact, of old Lord Crediton, who became Cyril's guardian after the death of his parents. I don't think that Lord Crediton cared very much for Cyril. He had never really forgiven his daughter for marrying a man who had not a title. He was an extraordinary old aristocrat, who swore like a costermonger, and had the manners of a farmer. I remember seeing him once on speech day. He growled at me, gave me a sovereign, and told me not to grow up a damned radical like my father. Cyril had very little affection for him, and was only too glad to spend most of his holidays with us in Scotland. They never really got on together at all. Cyril thought him a bear, and he thought Cyril effeminate. He was effeminate, I suppose, in some things, though he was a very good rider and a capital fencer. In fact, he got the foils before he left Eton. But he was very languid in his manner, and not a little vain of his good looks, and had a strong objection to football. The two things that really gave him pleasure were poetry and acting. At Eton he was always dressing up and reciting Shakespeare, and when we went up to Trinity he became a member of the A.D.C. his first term. I remember I was always very jealous of his acting. I was absurdly devoted to him, I suppose because we were so different in some things. I was a rather awkward, weakly lad, with huge feet and horribly freckled. Freckles run in Scotch families, just as gout does in English families. Cyril used to say that of the two he preferred the gout, but he always set an absurdly high value on personal appearance, and once read a paper before our debating society to prove that it was better to be good-looking than to be good. He certainly was wonderfully handsome. People who did not like him, Philistines and college tutors, and young men reading for the church, used to say that he was merely pretty. but there was a great deal more in his face than mere prettiness. I think he was the most splendid creature I ever saw, and nothing could exceed the grace of his movements, the charm of his manner. He fascinated everybody who was worth fascinating, and a great many people who were not. He was often willful and petulant, and I used to think him dreadfully insincere. It was due, I think, chiefly to his inordinate desire to please. Poor Cyril! I told him once that he was contented with very cheap triumphs, but he only laughed. He was horribly spoiled. All charming people, I fancy, are spoiled. It is the secret of their attraction. However, I must tell you about Cyril's acting. You know that no actresses are allowed to play at the ADC. At least they were not in my time. I don't know how it is now. Well, of course, Cyril was always cast for the girls' parts, and when As You Like It was produced, he played Rosalind. It was a marvelous performance. In fact, Cyril Graham was the only perfect Rosalind I have ever seen. It would be impossible to describe to you the beauty, the delicacy, the refinement of the whole thing. It made an immense sensation, and the horrid little theatre, as it was then, was crowded every night. Even when I read the play now, I can't help thinking of Cyril. It might have been written for him. The next term he took his degree and came to London to read for the diplomatic, but he never did any work. He spent his days in reading Shakespeare's sonnets and his evenings at the theatre. He was, of course, wild to go on the stage. It was all that I and Lord Crediton could do to prevent him. Perhaps if he had gone on the stage, he would be alive now. It is always a silly thing to give advice, but to give good advice is absolutely fatal. I hope you will never fall into that error. If you do, you will be sorry for it. Well, to come to the real point of the story, one day I got a letter from Cyril asking me to come round to his rooms that evening. He had charming chambers in Piccadilly overlooking the Green Park, and as I used to go to see him every day, I was rather surprised at his taking the trouble to write. Of course I went, and when I arrived I found him in a state of great excitement. He told me that he had at last discovered the true secret of Shakespeare's sonnets, that all the scholars and critics had been entirely on the wrong tack, and that he was the first who, working purely by internal evidence, had found out who Mr. W.H. really was. He was perfectly wild with delight, and for a long time would not tell me his theory. Finally he produced a bundle of notes, took his copy of the sonnets off the mantelpiece, and sat down and gave me a long lecture on the whole subject. He began by pointing out that the young man to whom Shakespeare addressed these strangely passionate poems must have been somebody who was a really vital factor in the development of his dramatic art, and that this could not be said either of Lord Pembroke or Lord Southampton. Indeed, whoever he was, he could not have been anybody of high birth, as was shown very clearly by the 25th sonnet, in which Shakespeare, contrasting himself with those who are great princes, favourites, says quite frankly, "Let those who are in favour with their stars of public honour and proud titles boast, whilst I, whom fortune of such triumph bars, unlooked for joy in that I honour most," and ends the sonnet by congratulating himself on the mean state of him he so adored. "Then happy I that love and am beloved, where I may not remove nor be removed." This sonnet, Cyril declared, would be quite unintelligible if we fancied that it was addressed to either the Earl of Pembroke or the Earl of Southampton, both of whom were men of the highest position in England and fully entitled to be called great princes. And he, in corroboration of his view, read me sonnets 124 and 125, in which Shakespeare tells us that his love is not the child of state, that it suffers not in smiling pomp, but is builded far from accident. I listened with a good deal of interest, for I don't think the point had ever been made before, but what followed was still more curious, and seemed to me at the time to dispose entirely of Pembroke's claim. We know from Meres that the sonnets had been written before 1598, and sonnet 115 informs us that Shakespeare's friendship for Mr. W.H. had already been in existence for 3 years. Now Lord Pembroke, who was born in 1580, did not come to London till he was 18 years of age, that is to say till 1598, and Shakespeare's acquaintance with Mr. W.H. must have begun in 1594, or at the latest in 1595. Shakespeare, accordingly, could not have known Lord Pembroke till after the sonnets had been written. Cyril pointed out, also, that Pembroke's father did not die till 1601, whereas it was evident from the line, "You had a father, let your son say so," that the father of Mr. W.H. was dead in 1598. Besides, it was absurd to imagine that any publisher of the time, and the preface is from the publisher's hand, would have ventured to address William Herbert, Earl of Pembroke, as Mr. W.H. The case of Lord Buckhurst being spoken of as Mr. Sackville being not really a parallel instance, as Lord Buckhurst was not a peer, but merely the younger son of a peer with a courtesy title, and the passage in England's Parnassus where he is so spoken of is not a formal and stately dedication, but simply a casual allusion. So far for Lord Pembroke, whose supposed claims Cyril easily demolished, while I sat by in wonder. With Lord Southampton, Cyril had even less difficulty. Southampton became at a very early age the lover of Elizabeth Vernon, so he needed no entreaties to marry. He was not beautiful. He did not resemble his mother, as Mr. W.H. did. Thou art thy mother's glass, and she in thee calls back the lovely April of her prime. And above all, his Christian name was Henry, whereas the punning sonnets 135 and 143 show that the Christian name of Shakespeare's friend was the same as his own, Will. As for the other suggestions of unfortunate commentators, that Mr. W.H. is a misprint for Mr. W.S., meaning Mr. William Shakespeare, that Mr. W.H. All should be read Mr. W. Hall, that Mr. W.H. is Mr. William Hathaway, and that a full stop should be placed after wisheth, making Mr. W.H. the writer and not the subject of the dedication, Cyril got rid of them in a very short time, and it is not worth while to mention his reasons, though I remember he sent me off into a fit of laughter by reading to me, I am glad to say not in the original, some extracts from a German commentator called Barnstorff, who insisted that Mr. W.H. was no less a person than Mr. William himself. Nor would he allow for a moment that the sonnets were mere satires on the work of Drayton and John Davies of Hereford. To him, as indeed to me, they were poems of serious and tragic import, wrung out of the bitterness of Shakespeare's heart, and made sweet by the honey of his lips. Still less would he admit that they were merely a philosophical allegory, and that in them Shakespeare is addressing his ideal self, or ideal manhood, or the spirit of beauty, or the reason, or the divine logos, or the Catholic Church. He felt, as indeed I think we all must feel, that the sonnets are addressed to an individual, to a particular young man, whose personality for some reason seems to have filled the soul of Shakespeare with terrible joy and no less terrible despair. Having in this manner cleared the way, as it were, Cyril asked me to dismiss from my mind any preconceived ideas I might have formed on the subject, and to give a fair and unbiased hearing to his own theory. The problem, he pointed out, was this: who was that young man of Shakespeare's day who, without being of noble birth or even of noble nature, was addressed by him in terms of such passionate adoration that we can but wonder at the strange worship, and are almost afraid to turn the key that unlocks the mystery of the poet's heart? Who was he whose physical beauty was such that it became the very cornerstone of Shakespeare's art, the very source of Shakespeare's inspiration, the very incarnation of Shakespeare's dreams? To look upon him as simply the object of certain love poems is to miss the whole meaning of the poems, for the art of which Shakespeare talks in the sonnets is not the art of the sonnets themselves, which indeed were to him but slight and secret things. It is the art of the dramatist to which he is always alluding, and he to whom Shakespeare said, "Thou art all my art, and dost advance as high as learning my rude ignorance," he to whom he promised immortality, where breath most breathes, even in the mouths of men, was surely none other than the boy actor for whom he created Viola and Imogen, Juliet and Rosalind, Portia and Desdemona, and Cleopatra herself. This was Cyril Graham's theory, evolved as you see purely from the sonnets themselves, and depending for its acceptance not so much on demonstrable proof or formal evidence, but on a kind of spiritual and artistic sense, by which alone he claimed could the true meaning of the poems be discerned. I remember his reading to me that fine sonnet: "How can my muse want subject to invent, while thou dost breathe, that pourest into my verse thine own sweet argument, too excellent for every vulgar paper to rehearse? O give thyself the thanks, if aught in me worthy perusal stand against thy sight. For who's so dumb that cannot write to thee, when thou thyself dost give invention light? Be thou the 10th muse, 10 times more in worth than those old 9, which rhymers invocate, and he that calls on thee, let him bring forth eternal numbers to outlive long date." And pointing out how completely it corroborated his theory, and indeed he went through all the sonnets carefully, and showed, or fancied that he showed, that according to his new explanation of their meanings, things that had seemed obscure, or evil, or exaggerated, became clear and rational, and of high artistic import, illustrating Shakespeare's conception of the true relations between the art of the actor and the art of the dramatist. It is of course evident that there must have been in Shakespeare's company some wonderful boy actor of great beauty to whom he entrusted the presentation of his noble heroines. For Shakespeare was a practical theatrical manager as well as an imaginative poet, and Cyril Graham had actually discovered the boy actor's name. He was Will, or as he preferred to call him, Willie Hughes. The Christian name he found, of course, in the punning sonnets, 135 and 143. The surname was, according to him, hidden in the 7th line of the 20th sonnet, where Mr. W.H. is described as a man in hue, all hues in his controlling. In the original edition of the sonnets, Hughes is printed with a capital letter and in italics, and this, he claimed, showed clearly that a play on words was intended, his view receiving a good deal of corroboration from those sonnets in which curious puns are made on the words use and usury. Of course I was converted at once, and Willie Hughes became to me as real a person as Shakespeare. The only objection I made to the theory was that the name of Willie Hughes does not occur in the list of the actors of Shakespeare's company, as it is printed in the first folio. Cyril, however, pointed out that the absence of Willie Hughes' name from the list really corroborated the theory, as it was evident from Sonnet 86 that Willie Hughes had abandoned Shakespeare's company to play at a rival theater, probably in some of Chapman's plays. It is in reference to this that in the great sonnet on Chapman, Shakespeare said to Willie Hughes, "But when your countenance filled up his line, then lacked I matter, that enfeebled mine." The expression "when your countenance filled up his line," referring obviously to the beauty of the young actor giving life and reality and added charm to Chapman's verse. The same idea being also put forward in the 79th sonnet. "Whilst I alone did call upon thy aid, my verse alone had all thy gentle grace. But now my gracious numbers are decayed, and my sick muse doth give another place." And in the immediately preceding sonnet, where Shakespeare says, "Every alien pen has got my use, and under thee their poesy disperse." The play upon words, used equals Hughes, being of course obvious, and the phrase, "under thee their poesy disperse," meaning, by your assistance as an actor, bring their plays before the people. It was a wonderful evening, and we sat up almost till dawn reading and rereading the sonnets. After some time, however, I began to see that before the theory could be placed before the world in a really perfected form, it was necessary to get some independent evidence about the existence of this young actor, Willie Hughes. If this could be once established, there could be no possible doubt about his identity with Mr. W.H. But otherwise the theory would fall to the ground. I put this forward very strongly to Cyril, who was a good deal annoyed at what he called my Philistine tone of mind, and indeed was rather bitter upon the subject. However, I made him promise that in his own interest he would not publish his discovery till he had put the whole matter beyond the reach of doubt. And for weeks and weeks we searched the registers of city churches, the Allen MSS at Dulwich, the record office, the papers of the Lord Chamberlain, everything in fact that we thought might contain some allusion to Willie Hughes. We discovered nothing, of course, and every day the existence of Willie Hughes seemed to me to become more problematical. Cyril was in a dreadful state, and used to go over the whole question day after day, entreating me to believe, but I saw the one flaw in the theory, and I refused to be convinced till the actual existence of Willie Hughes, a boy actor of Elizabethan days, had been placed beyond the reach of doubt or cavil. One day Cyril left town to stay with his grandfather, I thought at the time, but afterwards heard from Lord Crediton that this was not the case, and about a fortnight afterwards I received a telegram from him, handed in at Warwick, asking me to be sure to come and dine with him that evening at 8 o'clock. When I arrived, he said to me, the only apostle who did not deserve proof was St. Thomas, and St. Thomas was the only apostle who got it. I asked him what he meant. He answered that he had not merely been able to establish the existence in the 16th century of a boy actor of the name of Willie Hughes, but to prove by the most conclusive evidence that he was the Mr. W.H. of the sonnets. He would not tell me anything more at the time, but after dinner he solemnly produced the picture I showed you, and told me that he had discovered it by the merest chance nailed to the side of an old chest that he had bought at a farmhouse in Warwickshire. The chest itself, which was a very fine example of Elizabethan work, he had, of course, brought with him, and in the center of the front panel the initials W.H. were undoubtedly carved. It was this monogram that had attracted his attention, and he told me that it was not till he had had the chest in his possession for several days that he had thought of making any careful examination of the inside. One morning, however, he saw that one of the sides of the chest was much thicker than the other, and looking more closely he discovered that a framed panel picture was clamped against it. On taking it out, he found it was the picture that is now lying on the sofa. It was very dirty and covered with mold, but he managed to clean it, and to his great joy saw that he had fallen by mere chance on the one thing for which he had been looking. Here was an authentic portrait of Mr. W.H., with his hand resting on the dedicatory page of the sonnets, and on the frame itself could be faintly seen the name of the young man written in black uncial letters on a faded gold ground. Master Will Hughes. Well, what was I to say? It never occurred to me for a moment that Cyril Graham was playing a trick on me, or that he was trying to prove his theory by means of a forgery. But is it a forgery? I asked. Of course it is, said Erskine. It is a very good forgery, but it is a forgery nonetheless. I thought at the time that Cyril was rather calm about the whole matter, but I remember he more than once told me that he himself required no proof of the kind, and that he thought the theory complete without it. I laughed at him and told him that without it the theory would fall to the ground, and I warmly congratulated him on the marvelous discovery. We then arranged that the picture should be etched or facsimiled and placed as the frontispiece to Cyril's edition of the sonnets, and for 3 months we did nothing but go over each poem line by line till we had settled every difficulty of text or meaning. One unlucky day I was in a print shop in Holborn, when I saw upon the counter some extremely beautiful drawings in silver point. I was so attracted by them that I bought them, and the proprietor of the place, a man called Rawlings, told me that they were done by a young painter of the name of Edward Merton, who was very clever, but as poor as a church mouse. I went to see Merton some days afterwards, having got his address from the print seller, and found a pale, interesting young man with a rather common-looking wife, his model, as I subsequently learned. I told him how much I admired his drawings, at which he seemed very pleased, and I asked him if he would show me some of his other work. As we were looking over a portfolio, full of really very lovely things, for Merton had a most delicate and delightful touch, I suddenly caught sight of a drawing of the picture of Mr. W.H. There was no doubt whatever about it. It was almost a facsimile, the only difference being that the 2 masks of tragedy and comedy were not suspended from the marble table as they are in the picture, but were lying on the floor at the young man's feet. "Where on earth did you get that?" I said. He grew rather confused, and said, "Oh, that is nothing. I did not know it was in this portfolio. It is not a thing of any value." "It is what you did for Mr. Cyril Graham," exclaimed his wife, "and if this gentleman wishes to buy it, let him have it." "For Mr. Cyril Graham?" I repeated. "Did you paint the picture of Mr. W.H.?" "I don't understand what you mean," he answered, growing very red. Well, the whole thing was quite dreadful. The wife let it all out. I gave her £5 when I was going away. I can't bear to think of it now, but of course I was furious. I went off at once to Cyril's chambers, waited there for 3 hours before he came in, with that horrid lie staring me in the face, and told him I had discovered his forgery. He grew very pale and said, "I did it purely for your sake. You would not be convinced in any other way. It does not affect the truth of the theory." "The truth of the theory!" I exclaimed. "The less we talk about that, the better. You never even believed in it yourself. If you had, you would not have committed a forgery to prove it." High words passed between us. We had a fearful quarrel. I dare say I was unjust. The next morning he was dead. "Dead!" I cried. "Yes, he shot himself with a revolver. Some of the blood splashed upon the frame of the picture, just where the name had been painted. By the time I arrived, his servant had sent for me at once. The police were already there. He had left a letter for me, evidently written in the greatest agitation and distress of mind. "What was in it?" I asked. Oh, that he believed absolutely in Willie Hughes, that the forgery of the picture had been done simply as a concession to me, and did not in the slightest degree invalidate the truth of the theory, and that in order to show me how firm and flawless his faith in the whole thing was, he was going to offer his life as a sacrifice to the secret of the sonnets. It was a foolish, mad letter. I remember he ended by saying that he entrusted to me the Willie Hughes theory, and that it was for me to present it to the world, and to unlock the secret of Shakespeare's heart. "It is a most tragic story," I cried. "But why have you not carried out his wishes?" Erskine shrugged his shoulders. "Because it is a perfectly unsound theory from beginning to end," he answered. "My dear Erskine," I said, getting up from my seat, "you are entirely wrong about the whole matter. It is the only perfect key to Shakespeare's sonnets that has ever been made. It is complete in every detail. I believe in Willie Hughes." "Don't say that," said Erskine gravely. "I believe there is something fatal about the idea, and intellectually there is nothing to be said for it. I have gone into the whole matter, and I assure you the theory is entirely fallacious. It is plausible up to a certain point, then it stops. For heaven's sake, my dear boy, don't take up the subject of Willie Hughes. You will break your heart over it." "Erskine," I answered, "it is your duty to give this theory to the world. If you will not do it, I will. By keeping it back, you wrong the memory of Cyril Graham, the youngest and the most splendid of all the martyrs of literature. I entreat you to do him justice. He died for this thing. Don't let his death be in vain." Erskine looked at me in amazement. "You are carried away by the sentiment of the whole story," he said. "You forget that a thing is not necessarily true because a man dies for it. I was devoted to Cyril Graham. His death was a horrible blow to me. I did not recover it for years. I don't think I have ever recovered it. But Willie Hughes? There is nothing in the idea of Willie Hughes. No such person ever existed. As for bringing the whole thing before the world thinks that Cyril Graham shot himself by accident. The only proof of his suicide was contained in the letter to me, and of this letter the public never heard anything. To the present day, Lord Crediton thinks the whole thing was accidental." "Cyril Graham sacrificed his life to a great idea," I answered. "And if you will not tell of his martyrdom, tell at least of his faith." "His faith," said Erskine, "was fixed in a thing that was false, in a thing that was unsound, in a thing that no Shakespearean scholar would accept for a moment. The theory would be laughed at. Don't make a fool of yourself, and don't follow a trail that leads nowhere. You start by assuming the existence of the very person whose existence is the thing to be proved. Besides, everybody knows that the sonnets were addressed to Lord Pembroke. The matter is settled once for all." "The matter is not settled," I exclaimed. "I will take up the theory where Cyril Graham left it, and I will prove to the world that he was right." "Silly boy," said Erskine. "Go home. It is after 2, and don't think about Willie Hughes any more. I'm sorry I told you anything about it, and very sorry indeed that I should have converted you to a thing in which I don't believe." "You have given me the key to the greatest mystery of modern literature," I answered, "and I shall not rest till I have made everybody recognize, that Cyril Graham was the most subtle Shakespearean critic of our day." As I walked home through St. James's Park, the dawn was just breaking over London. The white swans were lying asleep on the polished lake, and the gaunt palace looked purple against the pale green sky. I thought of Cyril Graham, and my eyes filled with tears. End of section 7. Recording by Philip Erickson, Okemos, Michigan. Section 8 of Out of the Closet, a collection of early LGBTQ plus fiction. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Philip Erickson, Okemos, Michigan. Out of the Closet, a collection of early LGBTQ plus fiction. Portrait of Mr. W.H., Chapters 2 and 3, by Oscar Wilde. Chapter 2. It was past 12 o'clock when I awoke, and the sun was streaming in through the curtains of my room in long, slanting beams of dusty gold. I told my servant that I would be at home to no one, and after I had had a cup of chocolate and a petit pain, I took down from the bookshelf my copy of Shakespeare's sonnets, and began to go carefully through them. Every poem seemed to me to corroborate Cyril Graham's theory. I felt as if I had my hand upon Shakespeare's heart, and was counting each separate throb and pulse of passion. I thought of the wonderful boy actor, and saw his face in every line. 2 sonnets, I remember, struck me particularly. They were the 53rd and the 67th. In the first of these, Shakespeare, complimenting Willie Hughes on the versatility of his acting, on his wide range of parts, a range extending from Rosalind to Juliet, and from Beatrice to Ophelia, says to him, "What is your substance? Whereof are you made? That millions of strange shadows on you tend. Since every one hath, every one shade, and you but one can every shadow lend." Lines that would be unintelligible if they were not addressed to an actor, for the word shadow had in Shakespeare's day a technical meaning connected with the stage. "The best in this kind are but shadows," says Theseus, of the actors in the Midsummer Night's Dream, and there are many similar allusions in the literature of the day. These sonnets evidently belong to the series in which Shakespeare discusses the nature of the actor's art, and of the strange and rare temperament that is essential to the perfect stage player. "How is it," says Shakespeare to Willie Hughes, "that you have so many personalities?" And then he goes on to point out that his beauty is such that it seems to realize every form and phase of fancy, to embody each dream of the creative imagination, an idea that is still further expanded in the sonnet that immediately follows, where, beginning with the fine thought, Oh, how much more doth beauty beauteous seem by that sweet ornament which truth doth give. Shakespeare invites us to notice how the truth of acting, the truth of visible presentation on the stage, adds to the wonder of poetry, giving life to its loveliness, and actual reality to its ideal form. And yet, in the 67th sonnet, Shakespeare calls upon Willie Hughes to abandon the stage with its artificiality, its false mimic life of painted face and unreal costume, its immoral influences and suggestions, its remoteness from the true world of noble action and sincere utterance. Ah, wherefore with infection should he live, and with his presence grace and piety, that sin by him advantage should achieve, and lace itself with his society? Why should false painting imitate his cheek, and steal dead seeming of his living hue? Why should poor beauty indirectly seek roses of shadow, since his rose is true? It may seem strange that so great a dramatist as Shakespeare, who realized his own perfection as an artist, and his humanity as a man, on the ideal plane of stage writing and stage playing, should have written in these terms about the theater, but we must remember that in sonnets 110 and 111, Shakespeare shows us that he too was wearied of the world of puppets, and full of shame at having made himself a motley to the view. The 111th sonnet is especially bitter. Oh, for my sake do you with fortune chide, the guilty goddess of my harmful deeds, that did not better for my life provide than public means which public manners breeds. Thence comes it that my name receives a brand, and almost thence my nature is subdued to what it works in, like the dyer's hand. Pity me then, and wish I were renewed. And there are many signs elsewhere of the same feeling, signs familiar to all real students of Shakespeare. One point puzzled me immensely as I read the sonnets, and it was days before I struck on the true interpretation, which indeed Cyril Graham himself seems to have missed. I could not understand how it was that Shakespeare set so high a value on his young friend marrying. He himself had married young, and the result had been unhappiness, and it was not likely that he would have asked Willie Hughes to commit the same error. The boy player of Rosalind had nothing to gain from marriage, or from the passions of real life. The early sonnets, with their strange entreaties to have children, seemed to me a jarring note. The explanation of the mystery came on me quite suddenly, and I found it in the curious dedication. It will be remembered that the dedication runs as follows: To the only begetter of these ensuing sonnets, Mr. W.H., all happiness, and that eternity promised by our ever-living poet, wisheth the well-wishing adventurer in setting forth. T.T. Some scholars have supposed that the word begetter in this dedication means simply the procurer of the sonnets for Thomas Thorpe, the publisher, but this view is now generally abandoned, and the highest authorities are quite agreed that it is to be taken in the sense of inspirer, the metaphor being drawn from the analogy of physical life. Now I saw that the same metaphor was used by Shakespeare himself all through the poems, and this set me on the right track. Finally I made my great discovery. The marriage that Shakespeare proposes for Willie Hughes is the marriage with his muse, an expression which is definitely put forward in the 82nd sonnet, where, in the bitterness of his heart at the defection of the boy actor for whom he had written his greatest parts, and whose beauty had indeed suggested them, he opens his complaint by saying, I grant thou wert not married to my muse. The children he begs him to beget are no children of flesh and blood, but more immortal children of undying fame. The whole cycle of the early sonnets is simply Shakespeare's invitation to Willie Hughes to go upon the stage and become a player. How barren and profitless a thing, he says, is this beauty of yours, if it be not used. When 40 winters shall besiege thy brow, and dig deep trenches in thy beauty's field, thy youth's proud livery, so gazed on now, will be a tattered weed, of small worth held. Then being asked where all thy beauty lies, where all the treasure of thy lusty days, to say, within thine own deep sunken eyes, were an all-eating shame and thriftless praise. You must create something in art. My verse is thine and born of thee. Only listen to me, and I will bring forth eternal numbers to outlive long date. And you shall people with forms of your own image the imaginary world of the stage. These children that you beget, he continues, will not wither away as mortal children do, but you shall live in them and in my plays. Do but make thee another self for love of me, that beauty still may live in thine or thee. I collected all the passages that seemed to me to corroborate this view, and they produced a strong impression on me, and showed me how complete Cyril Graham's theory really was. I also saw that it was quite easy to separate those lines in which he speaks of the sonnets themselves from those in which he speaks of his great dramatic work. This was a point that had been entirely overlooked by all critics up to Cyril Graham's day, and yet it was one of the most important points in the whole series of poems. To the sonnets, Shakespeare was more or less indifferent. He did not wish to rest his fame on them. They were to him his slight muse, as he calls them, and intended, as Mares tells us, for private circulation only among a very few friends. Upon the other hand, he was extremely conscious of the high artistic value of his plays, and shows a noble self-reliance upon his dramatic genius. When he says to Willie Hughes, "But thy eternal summer shall not fade, nor lose possession of that fair thou owest, nor shall death brag thou wanderest in his shade, when in eternal lines to time thou growest. So long as men can breathe or eyes can see, so long lives this, and this gives life to thee." The expression "eternal lines" clearly alludes to one of his plays that he was sending him at the time, just as the concluding couplet points to his confidence in the probability of his plays being always acted. In his address to the dramatic muse, sonnets 100 and 101, we find the same feeling. "Where art thou, muse, that thou forgettest so long to speak of that which gives thee all thy might? Spendest thou thy fury on some worthless song, darkening thy power to lend base subjects light?" he cries, and then proceeds to reproach the mistress of tragedy and comedy for her neglect of truth and beauty dyed, and says, "Because he needs no praise, wilt thou be dumb? Excuse not silence, so for it lies in thee, to make him much outlive a gilded tomb, and to be praised of ages yet to be. Then do thy office, muse, I teach thee how to make him seem long hence as he shows now." It is, however, perhaps in the 55th sonnet that Shakespeare gives to this idea its fullest expression. To imagine that the powerful rhyme of the second line refers to the sonnet itself is to mistake Shakespeare's meaning entirely. It seemed to me that it was extremely likely, from the general character of the sonnet, that a particular play was meant, and that the play was none other but Romeo and Juliet. "Not marble, nor the gilded monuments of princes shall outlive this powerful rhyme, but you shall shine more bright in these contents than unswept stone besmeared with sluttish time, when wasteful war shall statues overturn, and broils root out the work of masonry, nor Mars his sword, nor war's quick fire shall burn the living record of your memory. 'Gainst death and all oblivious enmity shall you pace forth, your praise shall still find room even in the eyes of all posterity, that wear this world out to the ending doom. So till the judgment that yourself arise, you live in this, and dwell in lovers' eyes." It was also extremely suggestive to note how here as elsewhere Shakespeare promised Willie Hughes immortality in a form that appealed to men's eyes, that is to say, in a spectacular form, in a play that is to be looked at. For 2 weeks I worked hard at the sonnets, hardly ever going out, and refusing all invitations. Every day I seemed to be discovering something new, and Willie Hughes became to me a kind of spiritual presence, an ever-dominant personality. I could almost fancy that I saw him standing in the shadow of my room, so well had Shakespeare drawn him, with his golden hair, his tender flower-like grace, his dreamy, deep-sunken eyes, his delicate mobile limbs, and his white lily hands. His very name fascinated me. Willie Hughes, Willie Hughes. How musically it sounded. Yes, who else but he could have been the master-mistress of Shakespeare's passion, the lord of his love to whom he was bound in vassalage, the delicate minion of pleasure, the rose of the whole world, the herald of the spring, decked in the proud livery of youth, the lovely boy whom it was sweet music to hear, and whose beauty was the very raiment of Shakespeare's heart, as it was the keystone of his dramatic power. How bitter now seemed the whole tragedy of his desertion and his shame that he made sweet and lovely by the mere magic of his personality, but that was none the less shame. Yet as Shakespeare forgave him, should we not forgive him also? I did not care to pry into the mystery of his sin. His abandonment of Shakespeare's theatre was a different matter, and I investigated it at great length. Finally I came to the conclusion that Cyril Graham had been wrong in regarding the rival dramatist of the 80th sonnet as Chapman. It was obviously Marlowe who was alluded to. At the time the sonnets were written, such an expression as "the proud full sail of his great verse" could not have been used of Chapman's work, however applicable it might have been to the style of his later Jacobean plays. No, Marlowe was clearly the rival dramatist of whom Shakespeare spoke in such laudatory terms, and that affable familiar ghost which nightly gulls him with intelligence was the Mephistopheles of his Dr. Faustus. No doubt Marlowe was fascinated by the beauty and grace of the boy actor, and lured him away from the Blackfriars Theatre, that he might play the Gaveston of his Edward II., That Shakespeare had the legal right to retain Willie Hughes in his own company is evident from Sonnet 87, where he says, "Farewell, thou art too dear for my possessing, and like enough thou know'st thy estimate. The charter of thy worth gives thee releasing, my bonds in thee are all determinate. For how do I hold thee but by thy granting? And for that riches where is my deserving? The cause of this fair gift in me is wanting, and so my patent back again is swerving. Thyself thou gayest, thy own worth then not knowing, or me to whom thou gavest it, else mistaking, so thy great gift upon misprison growing, comes home again, on better judgment making. Thus have I had thee, as a dream doth flatter, in sleep a king, but waking no such matter. But him whom he could not hold by love, he would not hold by force. Willie Hughes became a member of Lord Pembroke's company, and perhaps in the open yard of the Red Bull Tavern played the part of King Edward's delicate minion. On Marlowe's death he seems to have returned to Shakespeare, who, whatever his fellow partners may have thought of the matter, was not slow to forgive the willfulness and treachery of the young actor. How well, too, had Shakespeare drawn the temperament of the stage player. Willie Hughes was one of those that do not do the thing they most do show, who moving others are themselves as stone. He could act love, but could not feel it, could mimic passion without realizing it. In many looks the false heart's history is writ in moods and frowns and wrinkles strange, but with Willie Hughes it was not so. Heaven, says Shakespeare, in a sonnet of mad idolatry, heaven in thy creation did decree that in thy face sweet love should ever dwell. Whate'er thy thoughts or thy heart's workings be, thy looks should nothing thence but sweetness tell. In his inconstant mind and his false heart it was easy to recognize the insincerity and treachery that somehow seem inseparable from the artistic nature, as in his love of praise, that desire for immediate recognition that characterizes all actors. And yet, more fortunate in this than other actors, Willie Hughes was to know something of immortality. Inseparably connected with Shakespeare's plays, he was to live in them. Your name from hence immortal life shall have. Though I once gone, to all the world must die, the earth can yield me but a common grave. When you entombed in men's eyes shall lie, your monument shall be my gentle verse, which eyes not yet created shall o'erread, and tongues to be your being shall rehearse, when all the breathers of this world are dead. There were endless allusions, also, to Willie Hughes's power over his audience, the gazers, as Shakespeare calls them, but perhaps the most perfect description of this wonderful mastery over dramatic art was in A Lover's Complaint, where Shakespeare says of him, "In him a plenitude of subtle matter, applied to caudals, all strange forms receives, of burning blushes, or of weeping water, or swooning paleness, and he takes and leaves, in either's aptness, as it best deceives, to blush at speeches rank, to weep at woes, or to turn white and swoon at tragic shows." So on the tip of his subduing tongue, all kind of arguments and questions deep, all replication prompt and reason strong, for his advantage still did wake and sleep, to make the weeper laugh, the laugher weep. He had the dialect and the different skill, catching all passions in his craft of will. Once I thought I had really found Willie Hughes in Elizabethan literature. In a wonderfully graphic account of the last days of the great Earl of Essex, his chaplain, Thomas Nell, tells us that the night before the Earl died, he called William Hughes, which was his musician, to play upon the virginals, and to sing. "Play," said he, "my song, Will Hughes, and I will sing it to myself." So he did it most joyfully, not as the howling swan, which still looking down waileth her end, but as a sweet lark, lifting up his hands and casting up his eyes to his God. With this mounted the crystal skies, and reached with his unwearied tongue the top of highest heavens. Surely the boy who played on the virginals to the dying father of Sidney's Stella was none other but the Will Hughes to whom Shakespeare dedicated the sonnets, and who he tells us was himself sweet music to hear. Yet Lord Essex died in 1576, when Shakespeare himself was but 12 years of age. It was impossible that his musician could have been the Mr. W. H. of the sonnets. Perhaps Shakespeare's young friend was the son of the player upon the virginals. It was at least something to have discovered that Will Hughes was an Elizabethan name. Indeed, the name Hughes seemed to have been closely connected with music and the stage. The first English actress was the lovely Margaret Hughes, whom Prince Rupert so madly loved. What more probable than that between her and Lord Essex's musician had come the boy actor of Shakespeare's plays? But the proofs, the links, where were they? Alas, I could not find them. It seemed to me that I was always on the brink of absolute verification, but that I could never really attain to it. From Willie Hughes's life, I soon passed to thoughts of his death. I used to wonder what had been his end. Perhaps he had been one of those English actors who in 1604 went across sea to Germany and played before the great Duke Henry Julius of Brunswick, himself a dramatist of no mean order, and at the court of that strange elector of Brandenburg, who was so enamored of beauty that he was said to have bought for his weight in amber the young son of a traveling Greek merchant, and to have given pageants in honor of his slave all through that dreadful famine year of 1606 to 1607, when the people died of hunger in the very streets of the town, and for the space of 7 months there was no rain. We know at any rate that Romeo and Juliet was brought out at Dresden in 1613, along with Hamlet and King Lear. And it was surely to none other than Willie Hughes that in 1615 the death mask of Shakespeare was brought by the hand of one of the suite of the English ambassador, pale token of the passing away of the great poet who had so dearly loved him. Indeed, there would have been something peculiarly fitting in the idea that the boy actor, whose beauty had been so vital an element in the realism and romance of Shakespeare's art, should have been the first to have brought to Germany the seed of the new culture, and was in his way the precursor of that Aufklärung, or illumination of the 18th century, that splendid movement which, though begun by Lessing and Herder, and brought to its full and perfect issue by Goethe, was in no small part helped on by another actor, Friedrich Schroeder, who awoke the popular consciousness, and by means of the feigned passions and mimetic methods of the stage showed the intimate, the vital connection between life and literature. If this was so, and there was certainly no evidence against it, it was not improbable that Willie Hughes was one of those English comedians, mime quidam ex Britannia, as the old chronicle calls them, who were slain at Nuremberg in a sudden uprising of the people, and were secretly buried in a little vineyard outside the city by some young men who had found pleasure in their performances, and of whom some had sought to be instructed in the mysteries of the new art. Certainly no more fitting place could there be for him to whom Shakespeare said, "Thou art all my art," than this little vineyard outside the city walls. For was it not from the sorrows of Dionysus that tragedy sprang? Was not the light laughter of comedy, with its careless merriment and quick replies, first heard on the lips of the Sicilian vine-dressers? Nay, did not the purple and red stain of the wine froth on face and limbs give the first suggestion of the charm and fascination of disguise? The desire for self-concealment, the sense of the value of objectivity thus showing itself in the rude beginnings of the art? At any rate, wherever he lay, whether in the little vineyard at the gate of the Gothic town, or in some dim London churchyard amidst the roar and bustle of our great city, no gorgeous monument marked his resting place. His true tomb, as Shakespeare saw, was the poet's verse, his true monument the permanence of the drama. So had it been with others whose beauty had given a new creative impulse to their age. The ivory body of the Bithynian slave rots in the green ooze of the Nile, and on the yellow hills of the Ceramiacus is strewn the dust of the young Athenian, but Antonius lives in sculpture, and Charmides in philosophy. Chapter 3. After 3 weeks had elapsed, I determined to make a strong appeal to Erskine to do justice to the memory of Cyril Graham, and to give to the world his marvelous interpretation of the sonnets, the only interpretation that thoroughly explained the problem. I have not any copy of my letter, I regret to say, nor have I been able to lay my hand upon the original, but I remember that I went over the whole ground, and covered sheets of paper with passionate reiteration of the arguments and proofs that my study had suggested to me. It seemed to me that I was not merely restoring Cyril Graham to his proper place in literary history, but rescuing the honor of Shakespeare himself from the tedious memory of a commonplace intrigue. I put into the letter all my enthusiasm. I put into the letter all my faith. No sooner, in fact, had I sent it off than a curious reaction came over me. It seemed to me that I had given away my capacity for belief in the Willie Hughes theory of the sonnets, that something had gone out of me, as it were, and that I was perfectly indifferent to the whole subject. What was it that had happened? It is difficult to say. Perhaps by finding perfect expression for a passion, I had exhausted the passion itself. Emotional forces, like the forces of physical life, have their positive limitations. Perhaps the mere effort to convert anyone to a theory involves some form of renunciation of the power of credence. Perhaps I was simply tired of the whole thing, and my enthusiasm having burnt out, my reason was left to its own unimpassioned judgment. However it came about, and I cannot pretend to explain it, there was no doubt that Willie Hughes suddenly became to me a mere myth, an idle dream, the boyish fancy of a young man, who, like most ardent spirits, was more anxious to convince others than to be himself convinced. As I had said some very unjust and bitter things to Erskine in my letter, I determined to go and see him at once, and to make my apologies to him for my behavior. Accordingly, the next morning, I drove down to Birdcage Walk, and found Erskine sitting in his library, with the forged picture of Willie Hughes in front of him. "My dear Erskine," I cried, "I have come to apologize to you." "To apologize to me?" he said. "What for?" "For my letter," I answered. "You have nothing to regret in your letter," he said. "On the contrary, you have done me the greatest service in your power. You have shown me that Cyril Graham's theory is perfectly sound." "You don't mean to say that you believe in Willie Hughes?" I exclaimed. "Why not?" he rejoined. "You have proved the thing to me. Do you think I cannot estimate the value of evidence?" "But there is no evidence at all," I groaned, sinking into a chair. "When I wrote to you I was under the influence of a perfectly silly enthusiasm. I had been touched by the story of Cyril Graham's death, fascinated by his romantic theory, enthralled by the wonder and novelty of the whole idea. I see now that the theory is based on a delusion. The only evidence for the existence of Willie Hughes is that picture in front of you, and that picture is a forgery. Don't be carried away by mere sentiment in this matter. Whatever romance may have to say about the Willie Hughes theory, reason is dead against it." "I don't understand you," said Erskine, looking at me in amazement. "Why, you yourself have convinced me by your letter that Willie Hughes is an absolute reality. Why have you changed your mind? Or is all that you have been saying to me merely a joke?" "I cannot explain it to you," I rejoined, "but I see now that there is really nothing to be said in favor of Cyril Graham's interpretation. The sonnets are addressed to Lord Pembroke. For heaven's sake, don't waste your time in a foolish attempt to discover a young Elizabethan actor who never existed, and to make a phantom puppet the center of the great cycle of Shakespeare's sonnets." "I see that you don't understand the theory," he replied. "My dear Erskine," I cried, "not understand it? Why, I feel as if I had invented it. Surely my letter shows you that I not merely went into the whole matter, but that I contributed proofs of every kind. The one flaw in the theory is that it presupposes the existence of the person whose existence is the subject of dispute. If we grant that there was in Shakespeare's company a young actor of the name of Willie Hughes, it is not difficult to make him the object of the sonnets. But as we know that there was no actor of this name in the company of the Globe Theatre, it is idle to pursue the investigation further." "But that is exactly what we don't know," said Erskine. "It is quite true that his name does not occur in the list given in the first folio, but as Cyril pointed out, that is rather a proof in favor of the existence of Willie Hughes than against it, if we remember his treacherous desertion of Shakespeare for a rival dramatist." We argued the matter over for hours, but nothing that I could say could make Erskine surrender his faith in Cyril Graham's interpretation. He told me that he intended to devote his life to proving the theory, and that he was determined to do justice to Cyril Graham's memory. I entreated him, laughed at him, begged of him, but it was of no use. Finally we parted, not exactly in anger, but certainly with a shadow between us. He thought me shallow, I thought him foolish. When I called on him again, his servant told me that he had gone to Germany. 2 years afterwards, as I was going into my club, the hall porter handed me a letter with a foreign postmark. It was from Erskine, and written at the Hotel d'Angleterre, Caen. When I had read it, I was filled with horror, though I did not quite believe that he would be so mad as to carry his resolve into execution. The gist of the letter was that he had tried in every way to verify the Willie Hughes theory, and had failed, and that as Cyril Graham had given his life for this theory, he himself was determined to give his own life also to the same cause. The concluding words of the letter were these: "I still believe in Willie Hughes, and by the time you receive this I shall have died by my own hand for Willie Hughes's sake, for his sake and for the sake of Cyril Graham, whom I drove to his death by my shallow skepticism and ignorant lack of faith. The truth was once revealed to you, and you rejected it. It comes to you now stained with the blood of 2 lives. Do not turn away from it." It was a horrible moment. I felt sick with misery, and yet I could not believe it. To die for one's theological beliefs is the worst use a man can make of his life. But to die for a literary theory? It seemed impossible. I looked at the date. The letter was a week old. Some unfortunate chance had prevented my going to the club for several days, or I might have got it in time to save him. Perhaps it was not too late. I drove off to my rooms, packed up my things, and started by the night mail from Charing Cross. The journey was intolerable. I thought I would never arrive. As soon as I did, I drove to the Hotel d'Angleterre. They told me that Erskine had been buried 2 days before in the English cemetery. There was something horribly grotesque about the whole tragedy. I said all kinds of wild things, and the people in the hall looked curiously at me. Suddenly Lady Erskine, in deep mourning, passed across the vestibule. When she saw me, she came up to me, murmured something about her poor son, and burst into tears. I led her into her sitting room. An elderly gentleman was there waiting for her. It was the English doctor. We talked a great deal about Erskine, but I said nothing about his motive for committing suicide. It was evident that he had not told his mother anything about the reason that had driven him to so fatal, so mad an act. Finally, Lady Erskine rose and said, "George left you something as a memento. It was a thing he prized very much. I will get it for you." As soon as she had left the room, I turned to the doctor and said, "What a dreadful shock it must have been to Lady Erskine. I wonder that she bears it as well as she does." "Oh, she knew for months past that it was coming," he answered. "Knew it for months past?" I cried. "But why didn't she stop him? Why didn't she have him watched? He must have been mad." The doctor stared at me. "I don't know what you mean," he said. "Well," I cried, "if a mother knows that her son is going to commit suicide—" "Suicide," he answered. "Poor Erskine did not commit suicide. He died of consumption. He came here to die. The moment I saw him, I knew that there was no hope. One lung was almost gone, and the other was very much affected. 3 days before he died, he asked me was there any hope. I told him frankly that there was none, and that he had only a few days to live. He wrote some letters, and was quite resigned, retaining his senses to the last. At that moment Lady Erskine entered the room with the fatal picture of Willie Hughes in her hand. "When George was dying, he begged me to give you this," she said. As I took it from her, her tears fell on my hand. The picture hangs now in my library, where it is very much admired by my artistic friends. They have decided that it is not a Clouet, but an Audrey. I have never cared to tell them its true history, but sometimes, when I look at it, I think that there is really a great deal to be said for the Willie Hughes theory of Shakespeare's sonnets. End of Section 8. Recording by Philip Erickson, Okemos, Michigan.
Section 9 of Out of the Closet, a collection of early LGBTQ plus fiction. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anamika. Out of the Closet, a collection of early LGBTQ plus fiction. Philippa, by Constance Fenimore Wilson. Glooms of the live oaks, beautiful braided and woven, with intricate shades of the vines that, myriad cloven, clamber the forks of the multiform boughs. Green colonnades of the dim sweet woods, of the dear dark woods, of the heavenly woods and glades, that run to the radiant marginal sand beach within, the wide sea marshes of Glyn. Free, by a world of marsh that borders a world of sea, sinuous southward and sinuous northward the shimmering band of the sand beach fastens the fringe of the marsh to the folds of the land. Inward and outward to northward and southward the beach lines linger and curl, as a silver-wrought garment that clings to and follows the firm sweet limbs of a girl. A league and a league of marsh grass, waist-high, broad in the blade, green, and all of a height, and unflecked with a light or a shade. Sidney Lanier. Christine and I found her there. She was a small, dark-skinned, yellow-eyed child, the offspring of the ocean and the heats, tawny, lithe and wild, shy yet fearless, not unlike one of the little brown deer that bounded through the open reaches of the pine barren behind the house. She did not come to us. We came to her. We loomed into her life like genii from another world, and she was partly afraid and partly proud of us. For were we not her guests? Proud thought. And better still, were we not women? "I have only seen 3 women in all my life," said Philippa, inspecting us gravely. "And I like women. I am a woman too, although these clothes of the son of Pedro make me appear as a boy. I wear them on account of the boat and the hauling in of the fish. The son of Pedro being dead at a convenient age, and his clothes fitting me, what would you have? It was a choice not to be despised. But when I am grown, I shall wear robes long and beautiful like the señoras." The little creature was dressed in a boy's suit of dark blue linen, much the worse for wear, and torn. "If you are a girl, why do you not mend your clothes?" I said. "Do you mend, señora?" Certainly. All women sew and mend.
The other lady?
Christine laughed as she lay at ease upon the brown carpet of pine needles, warm and aromatic after the tropic day's sunshine. The child has divined me already, Catherine, she said. Christine was a tall, lissom maid, with an unusually long stretch of arm, long sloping shoulders, and a long fair throat. Her straight hair fell to her knees when unbound, and its clear flaxen hue had not one shade of gold, as her clear grey eyes had not one shade of blue. Her small, straight, rose-leaf lips parted over small, dazzlingly white teeth, and the outline of her face in profile reminded you of an etching in its distinctness, although it was by no means perfect according to the rules of art. Still, what a comfort it was, after the blurred outlines and smudged profiles many of us possess, seen to best advantage, I think, in church on Sundays, crowned with flower-decked bonnets, listening calmly serene to favorite ministers, unconscious of noses. When Christine had finished her laugh, and she never hurried anything, she stretched out her arm carelessly and patted Philippa's curly head. The child caught the descending hand and kissed the long white fingers. It was a wild place where we were, yet not new or crude. The coast of Florida, that old new land, with its deserted plantations, its skies of paradise, and its broad wastes open to the changeless sunshine. The old house stood on the edge of the dry land, where the pine barren ended and the salt marsh began. In front curved the Tidewater River that seemed ever trying to come up close to the barren and make its acquaintance, but could not quite succeed, since it must always turn and flee at a fixed hour, like Cinderella at the ball, leaving not a silver slipper behind, but purple driftwood and bright seaweeds, brought in from the Gulf Stream outside. A planked platform ran out into the marsh from the edge of the barren, and at its end the boats were moored. For, although at high tide the river was at our feet, at low tide it was far away out in the green waste somewhere, and if we wanted it we must go and seek it. We did not want it, however. We let it glide up to us twice a day with its fresh salt odors and flotsam of the ocean, and the rest of the time we wandered over the barrens, or lay under the trees looking up into the wonderful blue above, listening to the winds as they rushed across from sea to sea. I was an artist, poor and painstaking. Christine was my kind friend. She had brought me south because my cough was troublesome, and here because Edward Bone recommended the place. He and 3 fellow sportsmen were down at the Madre Lagoon, further south. I thought it probable we should see him, without his 3 fellow sportsmen, before very long. "Who are the 3 women you have seen, Philippa?" said Christine.
The grandmother, an Indian woman of the Seminoles who comes sometimes with baskets, and the wife of Miguel of the island. But they are all old, and their skins are curled. I like better the silver skin of the senora.
Poor little Philippa lived on the edge of the great salt marsh, alone with her grandparents, for her mother was dead. The yellow old couple were slow-witted Minorcans, part pagan, part Catholic, and wholly ignorant. Their minds rarely rose above the level of their orange trees and their fish nets. Philippa's father was a Spanish sailor, and, as he had died only the year before, the child's Spanish was fairly correct, and we could converse with her readily, although we were slow to comprehend the patois of the old people, which seemed to borrow as much from the Italian tongue and the Greek as from its mother's Spanish.
"I know a great deal," Philippa remarked confidently, "for my father taught me. He had sailed on the ocean out of sight of land, and he knew many things. These he taught to me. Do the gracious ladies think there is anything else to know?"
One of the gracious ladies thought not, decidedly. In answer to my remonstrance, expressed in English, she said, "Teach a child like that, and you ruin her." "Ruin her?" "Ruin her happiness. The same thing." Philippa had a dog, a second self, a great gaunt yellow creature of unknown breed, with crooked legs, big feet, and the name Drollo. What Drollo meant, or whether it was an abbreviation, we never knew, but there was a certain satisfaction in it, for the dog was droll. The fact that the Minorcan title, whatever it was, meant nothing of that sort, made it all the better. We never saw Filippa without Drollo. They look a good deal alike, observed Christine. The same coloring. For shame, I said. But it was true. The child's bronzed yellow skin and soft eyes were not unlike the dog's, but her head was crowned with a mass of short black curls, while Drollo had only his 2 great flapping ears and his low, smooth head. Give him an inch or 2 more of skull, and what a creature a dog would be. For love and faithfulness, even now, what man can match him? But, although ugly, Filippa was a picturesque little object always, whether attired in boys' clothes or in her own forlorn bodice and skirt. Olive-hued and meagre-faced, lithe and thin, she flew over the pine barrens like a creature of air, laughing to feel her short curls toss and her thin childish arms buoyed up on the breeze as she ran, with Drollo barking behind. For she loved the winds, and always knew when they were coming, whether down from the north, in from the ocean, or across from the Gulf of Mexico. She watched for them, sitting in the doorway, where she could feel their first breath, and she taught us the signs of the clouds. She was a queer little thing. We used to find her sometimes dancing alone out on the barren in a circle she had marked out with pine cones, and once she confided to us that she talked to the trees. "They hear," she said in a whisper. "You should see how knowing they look, and how their leaves listen." Once we came upon her most secret lair in a dense thicket of thorn myrtle and wild smilax, a little bower she had made, where was hidden a horrible-looking image formed of the rough pieces of saw palmetto, grubbed up by old Bartolo from his garden. She must have dragged these fragments thither one by one, and with infinite pains bound them together with her rude wides of strong marsh grass, until at last she had formed a rough trunk, with crooked arms and a sort of a head, the red, hairy surface of the palmetto looking not unlike the skin of some beast, and making the creature all the more grotesque. This fetish was kept crowned with flowers, and after this we often saw the child stealing away with Drollo to carry to it portions of her meals or a new-found treasure, a seashell, a broken saucer, or a fragment of ribbon. The food always mysteriously disappeared, and my suspicion is that Drollo used to go back secretly in the night and devour it, asking no questions and telling no lies. It fitted in nicely, however, Drollo merely performing the ancient part of the priests of Jupiter, men who have been much admired. "What a little pagan she is," I said. "Oh no, it is only her doll," replied Christine. I tried several times to paint Filippa during these first weeks, but those eyes of hers always evaded me. They were, as I have said before, yellow. That is, they were brown with yellow lights, and they stared at you with the most inflexible openness. The child had the full curved, half-open mouth of the tropics, and a low Greek forehead. "Why isn't she pretty?" I said. "She is hideous," replied Christine. "Look at her elbows." Now, Filippa's arms were unpleasant. They were brown and lean, scratched and stained, and they terminated in a pair of determined little paws that could hold on like grim death. I shall never forget coming upon a tableau one day out on the barren, a little Florida cow and Filippa, she holding on by the horns, and the beast with its small forefeet stubbornly set in the sand, girl pulling one way, cow the other, both silent and determined. It was a hard contest, but the girl won. "And if you pass over her elbows, there are her feet," continued Christine languidly. For she was a sybaritic lover of the fine linens of life, that friend of mine. A pre-Raphaelite lady with clinging draperies and a medieval clasp on her belt. Her whole being rebelled against ugliness, and the mere sight of a sharp-nosed, light-eyed woman on a cold day made her uncomfortable. "Have we not feet too?" I replied sharply. But I knew what she meant. Bare feet are not pleasant to the eye nowadays, whatever they may have been in the days of the ancient Greeks. And Filippa's little brown insteps were half the time torn or bruised by the thorns of the chaparral. Besides, there was always the disagreeable idea that she might step upon something cold and squirming when she prowled through the thickets, knee-deep in the matted grasses. Snakes abounded, although we never saw them. but Philippa went up to their very doors, as it were, and rang the bell defiantly. One day old grandfather Bartolo took the child with him down to the coast. She was always wild to go to the beach, where she could gather seashells and sea beans, and chase the little ocean birds that ran along close to the waves with that swift gliding motion of theirs, and where she could listen to the roar of the breakers. We were several miles up the salt marsh, and to go down to the ocean was quite a voyage to Philippa. She bade us goodbye joyously, then ran back to hug Christine a second time, then to the boat again, then back. "I thought you wanted to go, child," I said, a little impatiently, for I was reading aloud, and these small eruptions were disturbing.
"Yes," said Philippa, "I want to go, and still, perhaps if the gracious Senora would kiss me again."
Christine only patted her cheek and told her to run away. She obeyed, but there was a wistful look in her eyes, and, even after the boat had started, her face, watching us from the stem, haunted me. Now that the little monkey has gone, I may be able at last to catch and fix a likeness of her, I said. In this case, a recollection is better than the changing quicksilver reality. You take it as a study of ugliness? Do not be hard upon the child, Christine. Hard? Why, she adores me, said my friend, going off to her hammock under the tree. Several days passed, and the boat returned not. I accomplished a fine amount of work, and Christine a fine amount of swinging in the hammock and dreaming. At length one afternoon I gave my final touch and carried my sketch over to the pre-Raphaelite lady for criticism. What do you see? I said. I see a wild-looking child with yellow eyes, a mat of curly black hair, a lank little bodice, her two thin brown arms embracing a gaunt old dog with crooked legs, big feet, and turned-in toes. Is that all? All. You do not see latent beauty, courage, and a possible great gulf of love in that poor, wild little face? Nothing of the kind, replied Christine decidedly. I see an ugly little girl, that is all. The next day the boat returned, and brought back 5 persons, the old grandfather, Philippa, Drollo, Miguel of the Island, and Edward Bone. Already? I said. Tired of the Madre, Kitty. Thought I would come up here and see you for a while. I knew you must be pining for me. Certainly, I replied. Do you not see how I have wasted away? He drew my arm through his and raced me down the plank walk toward the shore, where I arrived laughing and out of breath. Where is Christine? He asked. I came back into the traces at once. Over there in the hammock. You wish to go to the house first, I suppose. Of course not. But she did not come to meet you, Edward, although she knew you had landed. Of course not also. I do not understand you two. And of course not, a third time, said Edward, looking down at me with a smile. What do peaceful little artists know about war? Is it war? Something very like it, Kitty. What is that you are carrying? Oh, my new sketch. What do you think of it? Good, very good. Some little girl about here, I suppose? Why, it is Philippa. And who is Philippa? Seems to me I have seen that old dog, though. Of course you have. He was in the boat with you, and so was Philippa. But she was dressed in boy's clothes, and that gives her a different look. Oh, that boy? I remember him. His name is Philip. He is a funny little fellow, said Edward calmly. Her name is Philippa, and she is not a boy or a funny little fellow at all, I replied. Isn't she? I thought she was both, replied Ned carelessly, and then he went off toward the hammock. I turned away, after noting Christine's cool greeting, and went back to the boat. Philippa came bounding to meet me. What is his name? She demanded. Bone. Buona... I cannot say it. Bone, child. Edward Bone.
Oh, Eduardo. I know that. Eduardo, Eduardo, a name of honey.
She flew off singing the name, followed by Drollo carrying his mistress's palmetto basket in his big, patient mouth. But when I passed the house a few moments afterward, she was singing, or rather talking volubly of, another name, Miguel, and the wife of Miguel, who were apparently important personages on the canvas of her life. As it happened, I never really saw that wife of Miguel, who seemingly had no name of her own, but I imagined her. She lived on a sandbar in the ocean not far from the mouth of our salt marsh. She drove pelicans like ducks with a long switch, and she had a tame eagle. She had an old horse also, who dragged the driftwood across the sand on a sledge, and this old horse seemed like a giant horse always, outlined as he was against the flat bar and the sky. She went out at dawn, and she went out at sunset, but during the middle of the burning day, she sat at home and polished sea beans, for which she obtained untold sums. She was very tall, she was very yellow, and she had but one eye. These items, one by one, had been dropped by Philippa at various times, and it was with curiosity that I gazed upon the original Miguel, the possessor of this remarkable spouse. He was a grave-eyed yellow man, who said little and thought less, applying cui bono to mental much as the city man applies it to bodily exertion, and therefore achieving, I think, a finer degree of inanition. The tame eagle, the pelicans, were nothing to him. And when I saw his lethargic, gentle countenance, my own curiosity about them seemed to die away in haze, as though I had breathed in an invisible opiate. He came, he went, and that was all. Exit Miguel. Philippa was constantly with us now. She and Drollo followed the three of us wherever we went, following the two also whenever I stayed behind to sketch, as I often stayed, for in those days I was trying to catch the secret of the salt marsh. A hopeless effort, I know it now. "Stay with me, Philippa," I said, for it was natural to suppose that the lovers might like to be alone. I called them lovers for want of a better name, but they were more like haters. However, in such cases it is nearly the same thing. And then Christine, hearing this, would immediately call, "Philippa!" and the child would dart after them, happy as a bird. She wore her boy's suit now all the time, because the señora had said she looked well in it. What the señora really said was that in boy's clothes she looked less like a grasshopper. But this had been translated as above by Edward Bone, when Philippa suddenly descended upon him one day and demanded to be instantly told what the gracious lady was saying about her. For she seemed to know by intuition when we spoke of her, although we talked in English and mentioned no names. When told, her small face beamed, and she kissed Christine's hand joyfully and bounded away. Christine took out her handkerchief and wiped the spot. "Christine," I said, "do you remember the fate of the proud girl who walked upon bread?" "You think that I may starve for kisses sometime?" said my friend, going on with the wiping. "Not while I am alive," called out Edward from behind. His style of courtship was of the sledgehammer sort sometimes, but he did not get much for it on that day, only lofty tolerance, which seemed to amuse him greatly. Edward played with Philippa very much as if she was a rubber toy or a little trapeze performer. He held her out at arm's length in midair, he poised her on his shoulder, he tossed her up into the low myrtle trees, and dangled her by her little belt over the claret-colored pools on the barren. But he could not frighten her. She only laughed and grew wilder and wilder, like a squirrel. "She has muscles and nerves of steel," he said admiringly. "Do put her down. She is too excitable for such games," I said in French, for Philippa seemed to divine our English now. "See the color she has." For there was a trail of dark red over the child's thin oval cheeks, which made her look unlike herself. As she caught our eyes fixed upon her, she suddenly stopped her climbing and came and sat at Christine's feet. "Some day I shall wear robes like the señoras," she said, passing her hand over the soft fabric. "And I think," she added after some slow consideration,
that my face will be like the señora's too."
Edward burst out laughing. The little creature stopped abruptly and scanned his face. "Do not tease her," I said. Quick as a flash, she veered around upon me.
"He does not tease me," she said angrily in Spanish. "And besides, what if he does? I like it."
She looked at me with gleaming eyes and stamped her foot. "What a little tempest," said Christine. Then Edward, manlike, began to explain. "You could not look much like this lady, Philippa," he said, "because you are so dark, you know."
"Am I dark?"
"Very dark. But many people are dark, of course, and for my part I always liked dark eyes," said this mendacious person.
"Do you like my eyes?"
asked Philippa anxiously. "Indeed I do. They are like the eyes of a dear little calf I once owned when I was a boy."
The child was satisfied and went back to her place beside Christine. "Yes, I shall wear robes like this," she said dreamily, drawing the flowing drapery over her knees, clad in the little linen trousers, and scanning the effect. "They would trail behind me, so." Her bare feet peeped out below the hem, and again we all laughed. The little brown toes looked so comical coming out from the silk and the snowy embroideries. She came down to reality again, looked at us, looked at herself, and for the first time seemed to comprehend the difference. Then suddenly she threw herself down on the ground like a little animal and buried her head in her arms. She would not speak, she would not look up. She only relaxed one arm a little to take in Drollo, and then lay motionless. Drollo looked at us out of one eye solemnly from his uncomfortable position, as much as to say, "No use, leave her to me." So after a while we went away and left them there. That evening I heard a little knock on my door. "Come in," I said, and Philippa entered. I hardly knew her. She was dressed in a flowered muslin gown which had probably belonged to her mother, and she wore her grandmother's stockings and large baggy slippers. On her mat of curly hair was perched a high-crowned, stiff white cap adorned with a ribbon streamer, and her lank little neck, coming out of the big gown, was decked with a chain of large sea beans, like exaggerated lockets. She carried a Cuban fan in her hand, which was as large as a parasol, and Drollo, walking behind, fairly clanked with the chain of seashells which she had wound around him from head to tail. The droll tableau and the supreme pride on Philippa's countenance overcame me, and I laughed aloud. A sudden cloud of rage and disappointment came over the poor child's face. She threw her cap to the floor and stamped on it. She tore off her necklace and writhed herself out of her big flowered gown, and, running to Drollo, nearly strangled him in her fierce efforts to drag off his shell chains. Then, a half-dressed, wild little phantom, she seized me by the skirts and dragged me toward the looking-glass. "You are not pretty either," she cried. "Look at yourself! Look at yourself!"
"I did not mean to laugh at you, Philippa," I said gently. "I would not laugh at anyone. And it is true I am not pretty, as you say. I can never be pretty, child. But if you will try to be more gentle, I could teach you how to dress yourself so that no one would laugh at you again. I could make you a little bright barred skirt and a scarlet bodice. You could help, and that would teach you to sew. But a little girl who wants all this done for her must be quiet and good."
"I am good," said Philippa, "as good as everything."
The tears still stood in her eyes, but her anger was forgotten. She improvised a sort of dance around my room, followed by Drollo dragging his twisted chain, stepping on it with his big feet, and finally winding himself up into a knot around the chair legs.
"Couldn't we make Drollo something too?"
"Dear old Drollo," said Philippa, going to him and squeezing him in an enthusiastic embrace. I used to wonder how his poor ribs stood it. Philippa used him as a safety valve for all her impetuous feelings. She kissed me good night and then asked for the other lady. "Go to bed, child," I said. "I will give her your good night."
"But I want to kiss her too,"
said Philippa. She lingered at the door and would not go. She played with the latch and made me nervous with its clicking. At last I ordered her out. But on opening my door half an hour afterward, there she was sitting on the floor outside in the darkness, she and Drollo, patiently waiting. Annoyed, but unable to reprove her, I wrapped the child in my shawl and carried her out into the moonlight, where Christine and Edward were strolling to and fro under the pines. "She will not go to bed, Christine, without kissing you," I explained. "Funny little monkey," said my friend, passively allowing the embrace. "Me too," said Edward, bending down. Then I carried my bundle back, satisfied. The next day, Philippa and I in secret began our labors. Hers consisted in worrying me out of my life and spoiling material, mine in keeping my temper and trying to sew. The result, however, was satisfactory, never mind how we got there. I led Christine out one afternoon. Edward followed. "Do you like tableaux?" I said. "There is one I have arranged for you." Philippa sat on the edge of the low, square-curbed Spanish well, and Drollo stood behind her, his great yellow body and solemn head serving as a background. She wore a brown petticoat barred with bright colors, and a little scarlet bodice fitting her slender waist closely. A chemisette of soft cream color with loose sleeves covered her neck and arms, and set off the dark hues of her cheeks and eyes, and around her curly hair a red scarf was twisted, its fringed edges forming a drapery at the back of the head, which, more than anything else, seemed to bring out the latent character of her face. Brown moccasins, red stockings, and a quantity of bright beads completed her costume. "By Jove!" cried Edward. "The little thing is almost pretty." Philippa understood this, and a great light came into her face. Forgetting her pose, she bounded forward to Christine's side. "I am pretty, then?" she said with exultation. "I am pretty, then, after all? For now you yourself have said it. Have said it." "No, Philippa," I interposed, "the gentleman said it." For the child had a curious habit of confounding the two identities, which puzzled me then as now. But this afternoon, this happy afternoon, she was content, for she was allowed to sit at Christine's feet and look up into her fair face unmolested. I was forgotten, as usual. "It is always so," I said to myself. But cynicism, as Mr. Aldrich says, is a small brass field piece that eventually bursts and kills the artilleryman. I knew this, having been blown up myself more than once. So I went back to my painting and forgot the world. Our world down there on the edge of the salt marsh, however, was a small one. When two persons went out of it, there was a vacuum. One morning, Philippa came sadly to my side. "They have gone away," she said. "Yes, child." "Down to the beach to spend all the day." "Yes, I know it." "And without me." This was the climax. I looked up. Her eyes were dry, but there was a hollow look of disappointment in her face that made her seem old. It was as though for an instant you caught what her old woman face would be half a century on. "Why did they not take me?" she said. "I am pretty now. She herself said it." "They cannot always take you, Philippa," I replied, giving up the point as to who had said it. "Why not? I am pretty now. She herself said it," persisted the child. "In these clothes, you know. She herself said it. The clothes of the son of Pedro you will never see more. They are burned." "Burned?" "Yes, burned," replied Philippa composedly. "I carried them out on the barren and burned them. Drollo singed his paw. They burned quite nicely. But they are gone. And I am pretty now, and yet they did not take me. What shall I do?" "Take these colors and make me a picture," I suggested. Generally, this was a prized privilege, but today it did not attract. She turned away, and a few moments after I saw her going down to the end of the plank walk, where she stood gazing wistfully toward the ocean. There she stayed all day, going into camp with Drollo, and refusing to come to dinner in spite of old Dominga's calls and beckonings. At last the patient old grandmother went down herself to the end of the long walk where they were, with some bread and venison on a plate. Philippa ate but little, but Drollo, after waiting politely until she had finished, devoured everything that was left in his calmly hungry way, and then sat back on his haunches with one paw on the plate, as though for the sake of memory. Drollo's hunger was of the chronic kind. It seemed impossible either to assuage it or to fill him. There was a gaunt leanness about him which I am satisfied no amount of food could ever fatten. I think he knew it too, and that accounted for his resignation. At length, just before sunset, the boat returned, floating up the marsh with the tide, old Bartolo steering and managing the brown sails. Philippa sprang up joyfully. I thought she would spring into the boat in her eagerness. What did she receive for her long vigil? A short word or two. That was all. Christine and Edward had quarreled. How do lovers quarrel ordinarily? But I should not ask that, for these were no ordinary lovers. They were extraordinary. You should not submit to her caprices so readily, I said the next day, while strolling on the Baron with Edward. He was not so much cast down, however, as he might have been. I adore the very ground her foot touches, Kitty. I know it, but how will it end? I will tell you. Some of these days I shall win her, and then she will adore me. Here Philippa came running after us, and Edward immediately challenged her to a race. A game of romps began. If Christine had been looking from her window, she might have thought he was not especially disconsolate over her absence. But she was not looking. She was never looking out of anything or for anybody. She was always serenely content where she was. Edward and Philippa strayed off among the pine trees, and gradually I lost sight of them. But as I sat sketching an hour afterward, Edward came into view, carrying the child in his arms. I hurried to meet them. I shall never forgive myself, he said. The little thing has fallen and injured her foot badly, I fear. I do not care at all, said Philippa. I like to have it hurt. It is my foot, isn't it? These remarks she threw at me defiantly, as though I had laid claim to the member in question. I could not help laughing. The other lady will not laugh, said the child proudly. And in truth, Christine, most unexpectedly, took up the role of nurse. She carried Philippa to her own room, for we each had a little cell opening out of the main apartment, and as white-robed Charity she shone with new radiance. Shone is the proper word, for through the open door of the dim cell, with the dark little face of Philippa on her shoulder, her white robe and skin seemed fairly to shine, as white lilies shine on a dark night. The old grandmother left the child in our care and watched our proceedings wistfully, very much as a dog watches the human hands that extract the thorn from the swollen foot of her puppy. She was grateful and asked no questions. In fact, thought was not one of her mental processes. She did not think much. She felt. As for Philippa, the child lived in rapture during those days in spite of her suffering. She scarcely slept at all. She was too happy. I heard her voice rippling on through the night, and Christine's low replies. She adored her beautiful nurse. The fourth day came. Edward Bowen walked into the cell. Get out and breathe the fresh air for an hour or two, he said, in the tone more of a command than a request. The child will never consent, replied Christine sweetly. Oh, yes, she will. I will stay with her, said the young man, lifting the feverish little head on his arm and passing his hand softly over the bright eyes. Philippa, do you not want me? Said Christine, bending down. He stays. It is all the same, murmured the child. So it is. Go, Christine, said Edward, with a little smile of triumph. Without a word, Christine left the cell. But she did not go to walk. She came to my room and, throwing herself on my bed, fell in a moment into a deep sleep, the reaction after her 3 nights of wakefulness. When she awoke, it was long after dark, and I had relieved Edward in his watch. You will have to give it up, he said, as our Lily came forth at last with sleep-flushed cheeks and starry eyes shielded from the light. The spell is broken. We have all been taking care of Philippa, and she likes one as well as the other. Which was not true, in my case at least, since Philippa had openly derided my small strength when I lifted her, and beat off the sponge with which I attempted to bathe her hot face. They use no sponges, she said, only their nice cool hands, and she wished they would come and take care of her again. But Christine had resigned in toto. If Philippa did not prefer her to all others, then Philippa should not have her. She was not a common nurse. And indeed she was not. Her fair face, ideal grace, cooing voice, and the strength of her long arms and flexible hands were like magic to the sick, and distraction to the well. The well in this case being Edward Bone, looking in at the door. You love them very much, do you not, Philippa? I said one day, when the child was sitting up for the first time in a cushioned chair.
Ah, yes. It is so strong when they carry me,
she replied. But it was Edward who carried her. He is very strong, I said.
Yes, and their long soft hair, with the smell of roses in it too, said Philippa dreamily. But the hair was Christine's. I shall love them forever, and they will love me forever, continued the child. Drollo too. She patted the dog's head as she spoke, and then concluded to kiss him on his little inch of forehead. Next she offered him all her medicines and lotions in turn, and he smelled at them grimly. He likes to know what I am taking, she explained. I went on. You love them, Philippa, and they are fond of you. They will always remember you, no doubt. Remember? Cried Philippa, starting up from her cushions like a jack-in-a-box. They are not going away. Never, never. But of course they must go sometime, But Philippa was gone. Before I could divine her intent, she had flung herself out of her chair down on the floor, and was crawling on her hands and knees toward the outer room. I ran after her, but she reached the door before me, and, dragging her bandaged foot behind her, drew herself toward Christine. You are not going away! You are not! You are not! She sobbed, clinging to her skirts. Christine was reading tranquilly. Edward stood at the outer door mending his fishing tackle. The coolness between them remained, unwarmed by so much as a breath. Run away, child. You disturb me, said Christine, turning over a leaf. She did not even look at the pathetic little bundle at her feet. Pathetic little bundles must be taught sometime what ingratitude deserves. How can she run, lame as she is? Said Edward from the doorway. You are not going away, are you? Tell me you are not, sobbed Philippa in a passion of tears, beating on the floor with one hand, and with the other clinging to Christine. I am not going, said Edward. Do not sob so, you poor little thing. She crawled to him, and he took her up in his arms and soothed her into stillness again. Then he carried her out on the barren for a breath of fresh air. It is a most extraordinary thing how that child confounds you two, I said. It is a case of color blindness, as it were, supposing you two were colors. Which we are not, replied Christine carelessly. Do not stray off into mysticism, Catherine. It is not mysticism, it is a study of character, where there is no character, replied my friend. I gave it up, but I said to myself, Fate, in the next world make me one of those long, lithe, light-haired women, will you? I want to see how it feels. Philippa's foot was well again, and spring had come. Soon we must leave our lodge on the edge of the pine barren, our outlook over the salt marsh, with the river sweeping up twice a day, bringing in the briny odors of the ocean. Soon we should see no more the eagles far above us, or hear the night cry of the great owls, and we must go without the little fairy flowers of the barren, so small that 100 of them scarcely made a tangible bouquet. Yet what beauty, what sweetness!
In my portfolio were sketches and studies of the salt marsh, and in my heart were hopes. Somebody says somewhere, "Hope is more than a blessing. It is a duty and a virtue." But I fail to appreciate preserved hope. Hope put up in cans and served out in seasons of depression. I like it fresh from the tree. And so when I hope, it is hope, and not that well-dried, monotonous cheerfulness which makes one long to throw the persistent smilers out of the window. Philippa danced no more on the barrens. Her illness had toned her down. She seemed content to sit at our feet while we talked, looking up dreamily into our faces, but no longer eagerly endeavoring to comprehend. We were there. That was enough. "She is growing like a reed," I said. "Her illness has left her weak." "Minded," suggested Christine. At this moment Philippa stroked the lady's white hand tenderly and laid her brown cheek against it. "Do you not feel reproached?" I said. "Why? Must we give our love to whoever loves us? A fine parcel of paupers we should all be, wasting our inheritance in pitiful small change. Shall I give 1,000 beggars a half-hour's happiness, or shall I make one soul rich his whole life long?" "The latter," remarked Edward, who had come up unobserved. They gazed at each other unflinchingly. They had come to open battle during those last days, and I knew that the end was near. Their words had been cold as ice, cutting as steel, and I said to myself, at any moment. There would be a deadly struggle, and then Christine would yield. Even I comprehended something of what that yielding would be. "Why do they hate each other so?" Philippa said to me sadly. "Do they hate each other?" "Yes, for I feel it here," she answered, touching her breast with a dramatic little gesture. "Nonsense! Go and play with your doll, child." For I had made her a respectable, orderly doll to take the place of the ungainly fetish out on the barren. Philippa gave me a look and walked away. A moment afterward she brought the doll out of the house before my very eyes, and, going down to the end of the dock, deliberately threw it into the water. The tide was flowing out, and away went my toy woman out of sight, out to sea. "Well," I said to myself, "what next?" I had not told Philippa we were going. I thought it best to let it take her by surprise. I had various small articles of finery ready as farewell gifts, which should act as sponges to absorb her tears. But fate took the whole matter out of my hands. This is how it happened. One evening in the jasmine arbor, in the fragrant darkness of the warm spring night, the end came. Christine was won. She glided in like a wraith, and I, divining at once what had happened, followed her into her little room, where I found her lying on her bed, her hands clasped on her breast, her eyes open and veiled in soft shadow, her white robe drenched with dew. I kissed her fondly. I never could help loving her then or now, and next I went out to find Edward. He had been kind to me all my poor grey life. Should I not go to him now? He was still in the arbor, and I sat down by his side quietly. I knew that the words would come in time. They came. What a flood! English was not enough for him. He poured forth his love in the rich voweled Spanish tongue also. It has sounded doubly sweet to me ever since. "Have you ever felt the wool of the beaver, or swan's down ever, or have smelt the bud o' the briar, or the nard in the fire, or ha' tasted the bag o' the bee? Oh, so white, oh, so soft, oh, so sweet is she," said the young lover. And I, listening there in the dark fragrant night, with the dew heavy upon me, felt glad that the old simple-hearted love was not entirely gone from our tired metallic world. It was late when we returned to the house. After reaching my room, I found that I had left my cloak in the arbor. It was a strong fabric. The dew could not hurt it, but it could hurt my sketching materials and various trifles in the wide inside pockets, objets de luxe to me, souvenirs of happy times, little artistic properties that I hang on the walls of my poor studio when in the city. I went softly out into the darkness again and sought the arbor. Groping on the ground, I found, not the cloak, but Philippa. She was crouched under the foliage, face downward. She would not move or answer. "What is the matter, child?" I said, but she would not speak. I tried to draw her from her lair, but she tangled herself stubbornly still farther among the thorny vines, and I could not move her. I touched her neck. It was cold. Frightened, I ran back to the house for a candle. "Go away," she said in a low, hoarse voice when I flashed the light over her. "I know all, and I am going to die. I have eaten the poison things in your box, and just now a snake came on my neck, and I let him. He has bitten me, and I am glad. Go away. I am going to die." I looked around. There was my color case, rifled and empty, and the other articles were scattered on the ground. "Good heavens, child!" I cried. "What have you eaten?" "Enough," replied Philippa gloomily. "I knew they were poisons. You told me so. And I let the snake stay." By this time the household, aroused by my hurried exit with the candle, came toward the arbor. The moment Edward appeared, Philippa rolled herself up like a hedgehog again and refused to speak. But the old grandmother knelt down and drew the little crouching figure into her arms with gentle tenderness, smoothing its hair and murmuring loving words in her soft dialect. "What is it?" said Edward, but even then his eyes were devouring Christine, who stood in the dark vine-wreathed doorway like a picture in a frame. I explained. Christine smiled. "Jealousy," she said in a low voice. "I am not surprised." But at the sound of her voice, Philippa had started up, and, wrenching herself free from old Dominga's arms, threw herself at Christine's feet. "Look at me so," she cried. "Me too. Do not look at him. He has forgotten poor Philippa. He does not love her any more. But you do not forget, Señora. You love me. You love me. Say you do, or I shall die." We were all shocked by the pallor and the wild, hungry look of her uplifted face. Edward bent down and tried to lift her in his arms, but when she saw him, a sudden fierceness came into her eyes. They shot out yellow light and seemed to narrow to a point of flame. Before we knew it, she had turned, seized something, and plunged it into his encircling arm. It was my little Venetian dagger. We sprang forward. Our dresses were spotted with the fast-flowing blood, but Edward did not relax his hold on the writhing, wild little body he held until it lay exhausted in his arms. "I am glad I did it," said the child, looking up into his face with her inflexible eyes. Put me down, I say, by the gracious Señora, that I may die with the trailing of her white robe over me." And the old grandmother with trembling hands received her, and laid her down mutely at Christine's feet. Ah well, Philippa did not die. The poisons racked but did not kill her, and the snake must have spared the little thin brown neck so despairingly offered to him. We went away. There was nothing for us to do but to go away as quickly as possible and leave her to her kind. To the silent old grandfather I said, "It will pass. She is but a child." "She is nearly 12, Señora. Her mother was married at 13. "But she loved them both alike, Bartolo. It is nothing. She does not know." "You are right, lady. She does not know," replied the old man slowly. "But I know. It was two loves, and the stronger thrust the knife." End of section 9.
Section 10 of Out of the Closet, a collection of early LGBTQ plus fiction. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Wendy Katzhiller, Ann Arbor, Michigan. Out of the Closet, a collection of early LGBTQ plus fiction. My Visitation, Part 1, by Rose Terry Cooke. Is not this she of whom when first she came, all flushed you said to me, now you could share your thought? Now should men see two women faster welded in one love than pairs of wedlock? The Princess. If this story is incoherent, arranged rather for the writer's thought than for the reader's eye, it is because the brain which dictated it reeled with the sharp assaults of memory, that living anguish that abides while earth passes away into silence, and because the hand that wrote it trembled with electric thrills from a past that cannot die, forever fresh in the soul it tested and tortured, powerful after the flight of years as in its first agony, to fill the dim eye with tears and throb the languid pulses with fresh fever and passion. Take, then, the record as it stands, and ask not from a cry of mortal pain the liquid cadence and accurate noting of an operatic bravura. The first time it came was in broad day. I was ill, unable to rise. The day was cold. Autumnal sunshine, pure and still, streamed through the house and came in at both the south windows of my room, the curtains drawn wide to receive it. For the ague of sickness is worse to me than its pain, and not yet had my preparations for winter enabled me to have a fire. Everything was clear and chill. Aunt Mary, downstairs in the parlor, sat and knitted, as it was her custom to do of an afternoon. Uncle Seth was not at home. The servant had gone to Mass, for it was some feast day of her church. No sound or echo disturbed the solitude. There is something peculiar in a silent day of autumn. Melancholy pierces its fine sting through the rays of sunshine. Sadness cries in the cricket's monotonous voice. Separation and death symbolize in the slow leaves that quit the bough reluctantly and lie down in dust to be overtrodden, to rot. I can endure any silence better than this hush of decay. It fills me with preternatural horror. It is as if a tomb opened and breathed out its dank, morbid breath across the murmur of life, to paralyze and to chill. But that day I had taken refuge from the awe and foreboding, the ticking of the clock, the dust motes floating on light, the startling crack that now and then a springing board or an ill-hung window made. I had taken a book. I was deep in Shirley. It excited, it affected me. It is always to me like a brief and voluntary brain fever to read that book. Jane Eyre is insanity for the time. Villette is like the scarlet fever. It possesses, it chokes, flushes, racks you. It leaves you weak and in vague pain, apprehensive of some bad result. But it was Shirley I read, so forgetting everything. I am not lonely usually, yet I know when I am alone. There is an indescribable freedom in the sense of solitude. No alien sphere crosses and disturbs mine. No intrusive influence distorts the orbit. I am myself, or I was then. Presently, as I lay there, the clock struck 3. I was to take some potion at that hour. I must rise and get it. I set one foot on the floor and was putting a shoe upon the other cautiously, when it occurred to me, why was I so careful? And I remembered that it had seemed to me something was on the bed when I moved. My kitten, perhaps. I looked. There was nothing there. But I was not alone in the room. There was something else I could not see. I did not hear, but I knew it. A horror of flesh and sense crept over me, but I was ashamed. I treated it with contempt. Shivering, I walked to the shelf, reached the cup, swallowed my nauseous dose, now tasteless, and went back to bed. It is not worth denying that I trembled. I am a coward. I am always afraid, even when I face the fear, so, shaking, I lay down. My throat was parched, my lips beaded with a sweat of terror, but the consciousness of solitude returned in time to save me from faintness. It had gone. And that was the first time. Here, perhaps, it is best to interpolate my own story, as much of it as is needful to the understanding of this visitation. I was an orphan, living in the family of my guardian and uncle by marriage, Mr. Van Alstyne. I was not an orphan till 15 years of happy life at home had fitted me to feel the whole force of such a bereavement. My parents had died within a year of each other, and at the time my story begins, I had been 10 years under my uncle's roof. He was kind, gentle, generous, and good, all that he could be, not being my father. It is not necessary to say that I grieved long and deeply over my loss. My nature is intense as well as excitable, and I had no mother. What that brief sentence expresses many will feel. Many, more blessed, cannot imagine. It is to all meaning enough to define my longing for what I had not, my solitude in all that I had, my eager effort to escape from both longing and solitude. After I had been a year under my guardian's care, Eleanor Wise, a far-off cousin of Mr. Van Alstyne, came to board at the house and to go to school with me. She was 15, I 16, but she was far the oldest. In the same family as we were, in the same classes, there were but 2 ways for us to take, either rivalry or friendship. Between 2 girls of so much individuality, there was no neutral ground, and within a month I had decided the matter by falling passionately in love with Eleanor Wise. I speak advisedly in the use of that term. No other phrase expresses the blind, irrational, all-enduring devotion I gave to her. No less vivid word belongs to that madness. If I had not been in love with her, I should have seen her as I can now, as what she really was, for I believe in physiognomy. I believe that God writes the inner man upon the outer as a restraint upon society. What the molding of feature lacks, expression, subtle traitor, supplies. And it is only years of repression, of training, of diplomacy that put the flesh totally in the power of the spirit, and enable man or woman to seem what they are not, what they would be thought. Eleanor's face was very beautiful. Its Greek outline, straight and clear, cut to a perfect contour. The white brow, the long, melancholy eye, with curved, inky lashes, the statuesque head, its undulant, glittering hair bound in a knot of classic severity, the proud, serene mouth, full of carved beauty, opening its scarlet lips to reveal tiny pearl grains of teeth of that rare delicacy and brilliance that carry a fatal warning, the soft, oval cheek, colorless, but not pale, opaque and smooth, betraying southern blood. The delicate throat shone whiter under the sweeping shadow and coil of her black-brown tresses. The erect, stately, perfect figure, slight as became her years, but full of strength and promise. All these captivated my intense adoration of beauty. I did not see the label of the sculptor. I did not perceive in that cold, strict chiseling the assertion that its material was marble. I believed the interpretation of its hieroglyphic legend would have run thus: "This is the head of young Pallas. Power, intellect, purity are her aegis. The daughter of Jove has not yet tasted passion. Virgin, stainless, strong for sacrifice and victory, let the ardent and restless hearts of women seek her to be calmed and taught. Evo Athena." Nor did I like to see the goddess moved. Expression did not become her. The soul that pierced those deep eyes was eager, unquiet, despotic. Nothing divine, indeed, yet, in my eyes, it was the unresting, hasting meteor that flashed and faded through mists of earth toward its rest. Where I knew not, but its flickering seemed to me atmospheric, not intrinsic. I looked up to Eleanor with respect as well as fervor. She was full of noble theories. To hear her speak, you would have been inwardly shamed by the great and pure thoughts she expressed, the high standard by which she measured all. Truth, disinterestedness, honor, purity, humility, found in her a priestess garmented in candor. If I thought an evil thought, I was thereafter ashamed to see her. If I was indolent or selfish, her presence reproached me. Her will, irresistible and mighty, awoke me. If she was kind in speech or act, if she spoke to me caressingly, if she put her warm lips upon my cheek, I was thrilled with joy. Her presence affected me as sunshine does, with a sense of warm life and delight. When we rode, walked, or talked together, I wished the hour eternal, and when she fell into some passion and burned me with bitter words, stinging me into retort by their injustice, their hard cruelty, it was I who repented, I who humiliated myself, I who, with abundant tears, asked her pardon, worked, pled, prayed to obtain it, and if some spasmodic conscientiousness roused her to excuse herself, to say she had been wrong, my hand closed her lips. I could not hear that. The fault was mine only. I was glad to be clay as long as she was queen and deity. I do not think this passion of mine moved Eleanor much. She liked to talk with me. Our minds mated, our tastes were alike. I had no need to explain my phrases to her, or to do more than indicate my thoughts. She was receptive and appreciative of thought, not of emotion. Me she never knew. I had no reserve in my nature, none of what is commonly called pride. What I felt, I said, to the startling of good usual persons, and because I said it, Eleanor did not think I felt it. To her organization, utterance and simplicity were denied. She could not speak her emotions if she would. She would not if she could, and she had no faith in words from others. My demonstrations annoyed her. She could not return them. They could not be ignored. There was a certain spice of life and passion in them that asserted itself poignantly and disturbed her. My services she liked better, yet there was in her the masculine contempt for spaniels. She despised a creature that would endure a blow, mental or physical, without revenging itself, and from her I endured almost any repulse, and forgot it. She was with us in the house 3 years, and in that time she learned to love me after a fashion of her own, and I, still blind, adored her more. She found in me a receptivity that suited her, and a useful power of patient endurance. Her will made me a potent instrument. What she wanted she must have, and her want was my law. No time, no pains, no patience were wanting in me to fulfill her ends. I served her truly, and I look back upon it with no regret. Futile or fertile, such devotion widens and ripens the soul that it inhabits. No aftershock of anguish can contract the space or undo the maturity, and even in my deepest humiliation before her sublime theories and superhuman ideals, I unconsciously grew better myself. A capacity for worship implies much, and results in much. Yet I think I loved her without much selfishness. I desired nothing better than to see her appreciated and admired. It was inexplicable to me when she was not, and I charged the coolness with which she was spoken of, and the want of enthusiasm for her person and character in general society, to her own starry height above common people, and their infinite distance from her nature. So these years passed by. We went to school, we finished our school days, we came out into the world, for, in the meantime, her mother had died, and her father removed to Bangor. She liked the place as a residence, and it had become home to her of late. I hoped it was pleasanter for her to be near me. When Eleanor was about 20, a nephew of Uncle Van Alstyne's came to make us a visit. He was no new acquaintance. He had come often in his boyhood, but since we grew up, he had been in college, at the seminary, last in Germany for 2 years' study, and we did not know him well in his maturer character until this time. Herman Van Alstyne was quiet and plain, but of great capacity. I saw him much and liked him. Love did not look at us. I was absorbed in Eleanor. So was he. But to her, he was of no interest. I think she respected him, but her manner was careless and cold, even neglectful. Herman perceived the repulsion. At first he had taken pains to interest her, to mold her traits, to develop some inner nature in which he had faith. But the stone was intractable. Neither ductile nor docile was Pallas. Her soul yielded no more to him than the strong sea yields place or submission to the winged wind that smites it in passing. He was with us 3 months, waiting for a call, he said, but stricter chains held him till he broke them with one blow and went to a western parish. He had not offered himself to Eleanor and been refused. Wisely he refrained from bringing the matter to a foreknown crisis. He spared himself the pain, and Eleanor the regret, of a refusal that he regarded truly as certain. I was sorry for the whole affair, for I believed she would scarcely know a better man, but it passed away. I promised to write him when his mother found the correspondence wearying, and we interchanged a few letters at irregular intervals till we met again, letters into which Eleanor's name found no entrance. 3 years after he left, I went, early in July, to spend some weeks at the seaside, for I was not strong. In the last few years my health had failed slowly, but progressively, till I was alarmingly weak, and ordered to breathe salt air and use sea bathing as the best hope of restoration. I do not know why I should reserve the cause of this long languor and sinking. It was nothing wrong in me that I owed it to the breaking of a brief engagement. A young girl, totally inexperienced, I had loved a man and had been taught by himself to despise him, a tragedy both trite and sharp, one that is daily reacted, noted, and forgotten by observers, to find a cold record in marble or the catalogues of insane asylums, another perhaps in the eternal calendar of the heavens above. I was too strong in nature to grace either of these mortal lists, and I loved Eleanor too well. I had always loved her more than that man, and when the episode was over, I discovered in myself that I never could have loved any man as I did her, and I went out into the world in this conviction, finding that life had not lost all its charms, that so long as she lived for me, I should neither die nor craze. But the shock and excitement of the affair shattered my nervous system and undermined my health, and the listless, aimless life of a young lady offered no reactive agency to help me. So I went from home to new scenes and fresh atmosphere. The air of Gloucester Beach strengthened me day by day. The exquisite scenery was a pleasure endless and pure. I asked nothing better than to sit upon some tide-washed rock and watch the creeping waves slide back in half-articulate murmur from the repelling shore, or, eager with the strength of flood, fling themselves in mock anger against cliff and crag, only to break in wreaths of silver spray and foam bells, to glitter and fall in a leap of futile mirth, then rustling in the shingle of seaweed with vague whispers that, song half asleep or speech half awake, which has lulled so many restless hearts to a momentary quiet, singing them the long lullaby that preludes a longer slumber. It was excitement enough to walk alone upon the beach when a hot cloudy night drooped over land and sea, when the soft trance and enchantment of summer lulled cloud and wave into stillness absolute and cherishing, when the sole guide I had in that warm gloom was the white edge of surf, and the only sound that smote the quiet, the still recurring, apprehensive dash, as wave after wave raced, leaped, panted, and hissed after its forerunner. The beach house was almost empty at that early season, and I enjoyed all this alone, not without constant yearnings for Eleanor. Wanting her, even this scenery lost a charm, and I gave it but faint admiration since I could not see it with her eyes. It must be a very pure love of nature that can exist alone, and without flaw, in the absence of association. The austere soul of the great mother offers no sympathy to the petulant passion or irrational grief of her children. It is only to the heart that has proved itself strong and lofty that her potent and life-giving traits reveal themselves. In this love, as in all others, save only the love of God, the return that is yielded is measured by the power of the adorer, not his want. Truly, nature never did betray the heart that loved her. But she has many and many a time betrayed the partial love, scoffed at the divided worship. After I had been a fortnight at the beach, I was joined by Herman van Alstyne. He had come on from the west to recruit his own health, suffering from a long intermittent fever, by sea air, and hearing I was at Gloucester, had come there and asked my leave to remain, gladly accorded to him. We had always been good friends, and my unspoken sympathy with his liking for, and loss of, Eleanor had established a permanent bond between us. In the constant association into which we were now thrown, I learned daily to like him better. He was very weak indeed, quite unable to walk or drive far, and the connection of our families was a sufficient excuse to others for our intimacy. I delighted to offer him any kindness or service in my power, and he repaid me well by the charm of his society. We spent our mornings always together in some niche of the lofty cliff that towered from the tide below in bare grandeur, reflecting the sun from its abrupt brown crags till every fibre of grass rooted in their crevices grew blanched, and the solitary streamer of bramble or wild creeper became crisp, long ere autumn. But this heat was my element. The slow blood quickened in my veins under its vital glow. I felt life stealing back to its deserted and chilly conduits. I basked like a cactus or a lizard into brighter tints and a gayer existence. There we often sat till noon, talking or silent as we would, for though there was a peculiar charm in the appreciative, thoughtful conversation of Hermann Van Alstyne, a better and a rarer trait he possessed in full measure, the power of 1,000 silences. Or, perhaps under the old cedars that shed aromatic scents upon the sun-thrilled air, and strewed bits of dry, sturdy leaves upon the short grass that carpeted the summit of the cliff, we preferred shadow to sunshine, and while I rested against some ragged bole, and inhaled all odor and health, he read to me some quaint German story, some incredibly exquisite bit of Tennyson, some sensitively musical passage of Kingsley, or, better and more apt, a song or a poem of Shelley's, vivid, spiritual, supernatural, the ideal of poetry, the leaping flame tongue of lonely genius hanging in mid-air, self-poised, self-containing, glorious and unattainable. I have never known so delicate an apprehension as Mr. Van Alstyne possessed. His nobler traits I was afterward to know, to feel, but now it suited me thoroughly to be so well understood, to feel that I might utter the wildest imagination or the most unexpected peculiarity of opinion, and never once be asked to explain what I meant, to reduce into social formulas that which was not social but my own. If there is one rest above another to a weary mind, it is this freedom from shackles, this consciousness of true response. Never did I perceive a charm in the landscape that he had not noticed before or simultaneously with me. The same felicity of diction or of thought in what we read struck us as with one stroke. We liked the same people, read the same books, agreed in opinion so far as to disagree on and discuss many points without a shadow of impatience or an uncandid expression. We talked together as few men talk, perhaps no women, talked at large of worldly fate and drew truly every trait. But we never spoke of Eleanor. End of section 10. Section 11 of Out of the Closet, a collection of early LGBTQ plus fiction. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Wendy Katzhiller, Ann Arbor, Michigan. Out of the Closet, a collection of early LGBTQ plus fiction. My Visitation, Part 2, by Rose Terry Cooke. And so the summer wore on. I perceived a gradual change creep over Herman's manner in its process. He watched me continually. I felt his eyes fixed on me whenever I sat sewing or reading. I never looked up without meeting them. He grew absent and fitful. I did not know what had happened. I accused myself of having pained him. I feared he was ill. I never once thought of the true trouble, and one day it came. He asked me to marry him. Never was any woman more surprised. I had not thought of the thing. I could not speak at first. I drew from him the hand he attempted to grasp. I did not collect my stricken and ashamed thoughts till, looking up, I saw him perfectly pale, his eyes dark with emotion, waiting, in rigid self-control, for my answer. I could not, in justice to him or to myself, be less than utterly candid. I told him how much I liked him, how grieved I was that I could have mistaken his feeling for me so entirely. And then I said what I then believed, that I could not marry him, for I had but the lesser part of a heart to give any man. I loved a woman too well to love or to marry. A deep flush of relief crossed his brow. "Is that the only objection you offer to me?" asked he, calmly. "It is enough," said I. "If you think that past misery of mine interferes against you, you are in the wrong. I know now that I never loved that man as a woman should love the man she marries, and had I done so, the utter want of respect or trust I feel for him now would have silenced the love forever." "I did not think of that," said he. "I needed but one assurance, that, except for Miss Wise, you might have loved me. Is it so?" I could not tell him. I did not know. The one present and all-absorbing passion of my soul was Eleanor. Beside her, no rival could enter. I shuddered at the possibility of loving a man so utterly, and then placing myself at his mercy for life. I felt that my safety lay in my freedom from any such tie to Eleanor. She made me miserable often enough as it was. What might she not do, were I in her power always? Yet this face of the subject I did not suggest to Mr. Van Alstyne. It was painful enough to be kept to myself. I told him plainly that I could not love another as I did her, that I would not if I could. He looked at me, not all unmoved, though silently. A gentle shading of something like pity stole across his regard, fixed and keen at first. He neither implored nor deprecated, but lifted my hand reverently to his lips and said, in a tone of supreme calmness, "I can wait." I should have combated the hope implied in those words. I was afterward angry with myself for enduring them, but at the moment uncertainty, shaped out of instinct and apprehension, closed my lips. I could not speak, and he left me. I went to my room more moved than I liked to acknowledge, and when he went away the next morning, though I felt the natural relief from embarrassment, knowing that I should not meet him as before, I still missed him as a part of my daily life. A month longer at the beach protracted my stay into autumn, and then, with refreshed health and new strength, I returned home. Home, whose chief charm lay in the prospect of seeing Eleanor. It is true that this hope was not unalloyed. I am possessed of a nature singularly instinctive, and for some weeks past a certain shadow had crept into her letters that pained me. No word or phrase denoted change, but I perceived the uncertain aura and was irrationally harassed by a trouble too vague for expression. When I reached Bangor, it lay waiting for me, sufficiently tangible and legible, in the shape of a note from Eleanor. And here must I leave a blank. The forgiveness which stirs me to this record refuses to define for alien eyes what that trouble was. All that I can say to justify the extreme and piteous result which followed is that Eleanor Wise had utterly, cruelly, and deliberately deceived me, and when it was no longer possible to do so, had been obliged by circumstances to show me what she had done. Of that day it is best to say but little. The world cracked and reeled under me. I returned from a brief stupor into one bitter, blind tempest of contempt, and in its strength I answered her note concisely and coldly. An hour's time brought me a rejoinder not worth answering, simply perfidious, a regret, deep and true, that she had been compelled to grieve me, to reserve from me anything. True! I had believed in truth, in goodness, in disinterested love, in principle. Where now were such faiths swept? Verily, over the cliff into the sea. I was morally destroyed. I made shipwreck of myself and my life. My whole soul was a salt-raging wave, tideless and foaming, without rest, without intent, without faith or hope in God. For he who loses faith in man loses faith in man's Maker. And this had Eleanor Wise done for me. Doubtless, to many this emotion of mine will seem exaggerated. Let them remember that it was the loss of all that bound to life a lonely, morbid, intense, and excitable woman. Need I say more? If, after many years, with the kind help of nobler men and women, and the great patience of God, I have worn my way inch by inch back to some foothold of belief, I feel even yet, in some recoils of memory, some recurring habit of my soul, the reflex influence of those wretched days, months, years, when I suspected every one hateful and hating of a truth. Death is hard to bear when its angel breathes upon the face we love, and extinguishes therein the fiery spark of life. But what is death compared to such dissolution as treachery brings? If Eleanor Wise had died when I loved her and trusted her, I should have gone mourning softly all my days, but not in pain. To find her untrue admitted no remedy, no palliation. Truth was the ruling passion of my mind. That and nothing else contented me. Its absence or its loss were the loss and absence of all in those whom I loved, and it was only within a brief time, as years go, that I had grown into the discovery that men are liars in spite of education or policy. What was it, then, to know this of my ideal, of Eleanor? But let those helpless, miserable weeks go by. If I detail so much as I have, it is to show the reason of my righteous indignation, of my tenacious memory. After a time, I suppose that I forgave Eleanor. I thought myself good, most pharisaically good, to have forgiven such an injury. I made some little comedy of friendship for visible use. I visited her, though not as often as I had done before. I saw her try to supply, with the love of others, the lavish devotion and service I had given her. I saw her fail and suffer in the consciousness of want and dissatisfaction, and, self-righteously, I forgave again. Senseless that I was, as if forgiveness rankled and grew bitter in one's heart, as if pardon, full and pure, rejoiced in the retributions of this life, fed itself with salt recollections of the past and evil foreshadowings of the future, as if it could exist without love, without forgetfulness, as if good deeds were its pledge, or good words its seal. No, I never forgave her. I never forgot one pang she inflicted on me, one untruth she uttered. I never trusted her word or her smile again. I gathered up every circumstance of that past and hunted it to its source. I discovered that she had not simply deceived, but deluded me, and laughed at me in the process. How my blood boiled over these revelations! How my flesh failed with my heart! Slow, persistent fever gnawed me. My nights were without sleep or rest, my days laggard and delirious. Why I did not go crazy is yet unexplained to myself. I think I did, only that there was a method in my madness that won for it the milder name of nervousness. I was ill. I tottered on the very tempting brink of death, without awe or regret. I made no effort to live, nor any to die, except to pray that I might, the only prayer that ever passed my seared lips. I was sent away from home again, and while I was gone, Eleanor married a certain Mr. Mason of Bangor, and they removed to Illinois, in time still further west. I was no better for this absence, and, impatient of strangers and intrusive acquaintance, I came home, and strange as it may seem, I missed Eleanor. Habit is the anchor of half the love in this world, and my habit of loving her survived the love, or held it perhaps, for I missed her sorrowfully. I found Herman Van Alstyne at my uncle's when I came, and I was glad of anything to break the desperate monotony of sorrow. He knew nothing more than everyone knew of this affair, except that he knew me, and from that gathered intuitively a part of the truth, and by long patience, unwearied and delicate care, watching, waiting, forbearing and enduring, he brought me nearer a certain degree of calm than I had believed possible, when a sudden summons called him away from Bangor, and it was during his absence that it began to come. As I said in the beginning, more than 2 years after I had lost Eleanor. I lay still in my bed on that day of which I had spoken. The long stress of misery that I had undergone in the past years resulted in so much physical exhaustion as to have brought on the exquisite tortures of neuralgia, and it was a sudden access of this chronic rack that today held me prisoner. The draught I had taken was an anodyne, and under its influence I fell asleep. I must have slept an hour when I woke abruptly with a renewed sense of something in the dusk beside me, at my pillow. I screamed as I woke into this terror, and instantly Aunt Mary came in. A cold sigh crossed my cheek. I shivered with a horror strange and unearthly. Aunt Mary asked if I had been asleep. I said yes. If I had been dreaming painfully. I did not answer that. I asked for some water, and getting it, she forgot her question. But I could not bear to be alone. I begged her to sit beside me and to sleep with me, for I could not endure solitude. Perpetual apprehension made me cringe in every nerve and fiber. I started at the slightest stir of leaf or insect upon the pane, and the repining autumn wind seemed to come over mile on mile of graves, bringing thence no mealy scent of white daisies, no infant-breathing violet odors, no frutescent perfume of sweet-briar, nor funereal smells of cypress, and plaintive whispers of fir and pine, but wave after wave of cries from half-free souls, sobbing with dull pain, and moans of deprecating anguish, a cry that neither heaven nor earth answered, but which crept, a live desolation, into the ear a tent, and the brain morbidly excited. Yet gradually this left me. I kept by some kindly human presence all day, and feared night no more till, let me say, all this time I was imperceptibly growing better than I had been. Hope, the very ministrant of heaven, was by tiny crevice and unguarded postern stealing into my heart, though I knew it not, and softening all my hard thoughts of Eleanor, for I am moved to the outer world rather by my own moods than theirs. Sorrow and pain make me selfish and unkind. Peace, joy, even unconscious hope expand my love for all mankind. I am better, more tender, more benevolent to others, when I receive some light and life within. One night I was all alone. The low, unearthly glimmer of a waning moon lit the naked earth. A few leaves rustled on the fitful wind that lulled and rose and lulled again with almost articulate meaning. I lay listening. A long pause came, of most significant quiet. A faint sigh crossed my brow. It was there beside me, unseen, unheard, but felt in the secretest recesses of life and consciousness, a spirit, whereat my marrow curdled, my heart was constricted, my blood refused to run, my breath failed, fluttered. Was it death? I sprung from my pillow. The presence drew farther away. I could see nothing, but I felt that something yearning, restless, pained, and sad regarded me. I began to gather courage. I began to pity a soul that had cast off life, yet could not die to life. And now it drew nearer, as if some magnetism born of my kindlier sympathies melted the barrier between us. Close, closer, till something rustled like a light touch the cover of my bed, stirred at my ear. Good heaven! Could I bear that? I could not shriek or cry. I fell forward upon my face. It went, and the wind began its wail. Now reproachful sobs filled it. The moon sank, rain gathered overhead and dripped with sullen persistence all night upon the roof. For all night I heard it. It is tedious to recount each instance of this visitation. For weeks it stayed beside me. I felt it on my bed at night. I felt it by my chair in the day. It swept past me in the garden paths, a cold waft of air. It watched me through the window blinds. It hung over me sleeping. Yet never was I wonted to the presence. Every day thrilled me with fresh surprise, and daily it grew, for daily it became more perceivable. At first, I felt only a sense of alien life in a room otherwise solitary, then a breath of air from some other sphere than this, penetrative, dark, chilling. Then a sound, not of voice or pulse, but of motion in some inanimate thing, the motion of contact. Then came a touch, the gentlest, faintest approach of lips or fingers, I knew not which, to my brow. And last, a growing, gathering, flickering into sight. I saw nothing at first, directly. From the oblique glance that fear impelled, I drew an impression of quivering air beside me, then of a shadow, frail and variant, then a shapeless shape of mist, a cloud, dark and portentous and significant, and next those sidelong glances revealed to me an expression, no face, no feature, but, believe it who can, an expression, earnest, melancholy, beseeching, a look that pierced me, that pleaded with my soul's depth, that entreated shelter, succor, consolation, which, even in my terror, I longed to give. I might, perhaps, have suffered physically more than I did from this visiting, but the winged hope of which I spoke before upheld me still, daily, with stronger hands. Hermann had returned to Bangor after a brief absence, and was there still. I could not see him so constantly as I did and refuse my admiration to those traits that ever rule and satisfy me. Mr. Van Alstyne passed with some people for a philosopher, with some for a reformer. There were those who called him singular and self-opinionated. There were others who revered him for his devout nature and stainless life. He was more than any of these. He was a true man, and even in his plain exterior the eye that knew him found a charm peculiar and salient. The deep-sunken, clear, earnest eyes, kindled with a spark of profound depth and meaning, the thin, sharply cut, aquiline outline, the flexible, pure, refined mouth, the bronzed coloring, the overhanging brow, all these wore beauty indefinable, fired by the sweet and vivid smile of the irradiate soul within. In his presence, calm, restful, and strengthening, no subterfuge or evasion could live. He was just, direct, and tenderly strong. It was to him it is, that I owed and owe a new and higher life than I had known before. He saw my sinking and lonely soul, but he saw its self-recuperative power, and with the most delicate and careful tenderness beguiled that motive force into action. He did far more than that. He recalled to me the higher motives that anguish had well-nigh scourged out from my horizon. He taught me, as a father teaches his little child a newer trust in the Father of us all. I returned to those divine consolations that he laid before me with a pierced and penitent heart, and in knowing that I was prayed and cared for on earth, I learned anew that God is more tender and more patient than his creatures, and the logic of strong emotion made the truth living and potent. In all this was I drawn toward Hermann by the strongest tie that can bind one heart to another, a tie that overarches and outlasts all the fleeting passions of time, for it is the adamantine link of eternity, and had I lost him then, I should have felt for all my life that there was a relation between us, undying and sure, to be renewed and acknowledged at length where such relations respire their native air, where there is neither marrying nor giving in marriage. But it pleased God that I should live to receive my heart's desire. What began in gratitude ended in love. I might have shrunk from admitting so potent a guest again into my soul, had any other soul sent the messenger thither. But I trusted him when I disbelieved every other creature, and with this trust had crept back to me my faith in God, in good, in life and its ends. Truly, so far as man can do it, he saved my soul alive. Now it was the early part of December. It was still haunting me. I could see more, eyes deep and pleading. The outline of a head, pure lineaments, seemed hovering beside me, but if I turned for a direct look, they were gone. I did not fear it. My happy faith and Herman shielded me. The year drew on. The day before Christmas came, still, crisp, but yet warm for its season. No snow shrouded the earth. The far-off sun beamed out benign and pale. The few dry leaves lay quiet as they fell. The firs upon the lawn with curved boughs waited for their ermine, stately and dark. Herman asked me to walk with him. I cloaked and hooded myself, and we went away into the deep woods. What we said in that sweet silence of a leafless, sunny forest is known to us too. It is not for you, reader, friendly though you be. It is enough to tell you that I had promised to be his wife, that I was homesick no more. It was well for me that this happened that day. Should I not rather say God ordered it? For, as ever in this life, sorrow tramples upon the foregoing footsteps of joy, so I found upon my return a household in tears. Mr. Mason, Eleanor's husband, had written, at last, 2 months after it happened, and another month had the letter been in coming. Ah, however shall I say it? Eleanor was dead. Her latest breath had gasped out a cry for me. If death is the spoiler, so is he the restorer. Who shall dare to soil the shroud with anything but tears? I could do no more but weep, but I mourned for Eleanor again as I had never thought to do. Evil, treachery, anguish, and distrust vanished. I remembered only love. For hours I could not see or speak with Herman. The flood of misery overpowered me, and he, too, sorrowed, deeply, but serenely. It was late in the evening before I recovered any sort of composure. He sent to my chamber a brief, penciled request, and I went down, worn out with weeping. I obeyed like a child. I ate the food he brought me. I drank the restorative draught. Quiet, but languid, I lay my head upon his breast, and, held by the firm grasp of his arm, I rested, and he consoled me. A deep and vital draught of peace slaked my soul's feverish thirst. Such peace had I never known, for it was the daughter of experience and trust. You, who, full of youth and its intact passion, give a careless hour to these pages, wonder not that I could find it just to give so noble a man a heart once given and wasted. Know that it is not the flower of any tropic palm that is fit to feed and sustain man, but the ripened clusters of its fruitage, the result of time and sun and storm. The first blush, the earliest kiss, the tender and timid glance are sweet indeed, but the true household fire, deep and abiding, is oftenest kindled in the heart matured by passion and by pain, tested in the stress of life, deepened and strengthened by manifold experience, and such a heart receives no unworthy guest, lights its altar fire for no idol of wood or clay. I felt that I rendered Herman van Alstyne far nobler and higher homage, that I did him purer justice in loving him now than it had ever been in my power to do before. First love is a honeyed and dewy romance, fit for novels and schoolgirls. But of the myriad women who have lived to curse their marriage day, 9/10 have been those who married in their ignorant girlhood and married boys. I have digressed to honor Herman, to vindicate myself. That Christmas Eve I lay sheltered and at rest on his arm, till the toll of midnight rang clear upon my ear. I could forever sing the angel's song now, that for years had been a blank repetition to my wretched and ungodly soul. Peace on earth was no more a chimera. I knew it at heart. Good will to men, that was spontaneous. I loved all in and for one. Glory to God in the highest. What did that ask to utter it but a full thankfulness that bore me upward like the flood tide of a summer sea? Blessed as I was, my common sense reminded me that it was far into the night, that I ought to sleep, so I said good night to Herman and crept with weak steps to my room. I fell asleep to dream of him, of Eleanor, of peace, and I woke into the deep silence that always preceded it. I woke knowing what stood beside me. Keen starlight pierced the pane and shed a dim, obscure perception of place and outline over my room. A long, restful, sobbing sigh parted my lips. I perceived it was at hand. Fear fled. Terror died out. I turned my eyes. Oh, God! It was Eleanor. Wan, frail, a flowing outline of shadow, but the face in every faultless line and vivid expression. Now an expression of intense longing, of wistful prayer, of pleading that would never be denied. I lifted my heavy arms toward the vision. It swayed and bent above me. The white lips parted. No murmur nor sound clave them, yet they spoke. Forgive, forgive. Eleanor, yes, love, darling, yes, forever, as I hope to be forgiven, I cried out aloud. A gleam of rapture and rest relaxed the brow, the sad eyes. Love ineffable glowed under each lineament, and transfused to splendor the frigid molding of snow. I closed my eyes to crush inward the painful tears, and a touch of lips sealed them with sacred and unearthly repose. I looked again. It had gone forever. The Christmas bells pealed loud and clear for dawn, and my thoughts rung their own joy bells beside the steeple chimes. Herman and Eleanor both loved me. I had forgiven. I was forgiven. Yet must day and space echo that word once more. Hear me, Eleanor. Hear me from that mystic country where thou hast fled before. I repeat that forgiveness again. So may heaven pardon me in the hour of need. So may God look upon me with strong affection in the parting of soul and body, even as I pardon and love thee, Eleanor, with a truth and faith eternal. Thee forever loved, but not now forever lost. End of section 11.
Section 12 of Out of the Closet, a collection of early LGBTQ+ fiction. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Chuck Williamson. Out of the Closet, a collection of early LGBTQ+ fiction. A Scrap of Paper, Part 1, by Arnold Lunn. We have done those things which we ought to have done, and there is no health in us. General Confession, slightly adapted. Preface. This is Mark's story, published with his permission and, for reasons that will appear later, at his request. I have altered nothing except the names of the characters and the name of the school. This short preface is not intended to give a plausible air to what is avowedly a work of fiction. This is a true story. I have seen the scrap of paper, and I have tried to write down Mark's tale as he told it to me. Mark realizes that Brown may conceivably read this book. I do not think, from what I know of Brown, that Georgian stories will come his way. But if it should, then Mark will perhaps suffer the penance which he asked me to impose. And yet somehow Brown appears to have been a kindly, genial soul. The tribal vetoes, so inflexible in boyhood, lose much of their power as youth fades into manhood. And the Brown that reads this tale will probably take a far more tolerant view of Mark's crime than the Brown whom he knew at school. I hope that Mark's headmaster will read A Scrap of Paper. I shall probably send him a copy, for he deserves the unpleasant half-hour which he will pass before he discovers the soothing formula which will allay his uneasiness. And that is all I need say by way of preface. 1. My first term at school, Mark began, was neither happy nor unhappy. I was not bullied, but I made no friends, for I possessed neither skill at games nor that cheery impudence of manner which enables a small boy to achieve popularity. My roommate, Robbins, had been in the house a term. He was a sturdy, thick-set, and slow-witted youth who had taken the lowest form in the school. He resented the fact that I had won a scholarship and had been placed as a new boy in a form which would probably prove the asylum of his declining years. He found me very useful when he stuck over a piece of construe. It was cheaper and safer to use me than a crib, and I was ready to treat him with all due respect, so that he was prepared to tolerate my existence. He was never weary of impressing me with my unworthiness. I was a rotten little bug, and he was a second-termer. Moreover, he had captained his priver at cricket and footer, and would one day play for the house. I can see now that he was delighted to discover somebody over whom he could lord it, for the rest of the house was not impressed by Robbins. He had to walk delicately and treat a great many people with respect, and my deference was necessary to redress the balance. I displayed a humiliating anxiety to cultivate his friendship, and cherished for long the fond illusion that Robbins would repay my assistance with his construe by some tokens of friendly feeling. This was an error, for though he graciously permitted me to work for him, he was careful to avoid all public appearance of friendship. In my second term, I won a remove to the lower fifth, and here I found myself in the same form with Dick Burgess. Dick was in my house, and he was everything that I was not. He was about 15 and a half, very good-looking and very popular, though he never courted popularity. You know the type. You find them in all schools. boys who are gifted with that effortless magnetism which the gods bestow on their favorites. Dick was a rising athlete, but he did not take games too seriously. He was always doing things which would have spelled disaster for anybody but Dick. He cut an important cricket trial to go bird nesting. He had smoked 2 days before instead of the day after the footer final. Brown, the captain of the school and House 11, had decreed that a certain pudding was uneatable and was to be boycotted. We trembled and obeyed, and the pudding went the rounds of the tables, while the headmaster's wife looked on with puzzled disapproval. Dick ostentatiously called for a second helping, and the whole house had to wait while he devoured it with evident relish. I was, as you will easily understand, much flattered to find myself in the same form with Dick. He put on no side and treated me with casual friendliness, which captivated my allegiance before the term was a week old. Of course, I did most of the work, looked out the words in the dictionary, while Dick lolled in an armchair. But then I had done as much for Robbins, and had got nothing in return. As a member of the lower fifth, I escaped fagging. Robbins, with whom I still shared a room, was still a fag, and he resented my immunity. He had been in the house 2 terms, and went in 3rd for the House Second 11, and yet he had to devote a great deal of his valuable time to running errands for exacting prefects. I had been in the house 2 terms. I was a joke at cricket, and yet I had escaped fagging. It was all wrong. As a new boy, I had been patronized by Robbins, and in my 2nd term, this patronage was replaced by active hostility. One day, Dick appeared just as Robbins was hustling me down the passage. "I say," he remarked, "what's this? Fags mustn't get above themselves. Awful swank to barge into a 5th former." Dick seized Robbins by the ear, forced him on his knees, and kept him there until he had apologized for his hubris in assaulting a 5th former. He then urged him to confine his experiments in future to dirty little fags like himself. Of course, I was absurdly grateful. This was the first time that anybody had intervened on my behalf. I was not disposed to analyze Dick's motives too closely, though I suspected he had been inspired more by a playful desire to humble Robbins than by any friendly wish to protect me. He brushed aside my attempts to thank him, and even reproved me for not booting that little tick myself. I was mortified by his genial disdain. And that same evening I settled my account with Robbins, who showed signs of truculence the moment we were alone together. I thought of Dick, and vowed not to disgrace myself. I waited till Robbins had said his say and landed him one on the jaw. He was so surprised that the conclusion to our encounter was more rapid and more complete than I could ever have dared hope. We rolled over together on the floor, hitting out with more energy than science, and then by tacit unspoken consent broke apart and glared at each other. The fight was over. Neither had won, but Robbins realized that I had ceased to be a comfortable and easy victim for his playful moods. I was more than rewarded when Dick, after listening gravely to my report of the encounter, burst into genial laughter and remarked that I had more guts than he had given me credit for. I was only too happy that Dick should allow me to repay him by writing 2 proses every evening, my own and a prose artistically sprinkled with the mistakes to which Dick was partial. "Just jam in 2 false concords," Dick would say. "Old Parsons expects about 2 false concords in my proses, but don't overdo it. He plows for 4 false concords. And by the way, I always forget that verbs of fearing are followed by nay. Just shove in an infinitive after time-bat. It'll make it look more homelike." Before I went to school, my father had told me the more obvious facts about sex. He disliked this embarrassing duty, but he did not shirk it. Before I had been long at school, I had learned a good deal more than he could have ever told me. Our house was a bad house. These things go in phases. A slack housemaster and a bad set, and the things start. Once started, the disease is more infectious than measles and much harder to eradicate. Clayton, my housemaster, was in a difficult position, for he had only just taken over the house, and his predecessor was one of those happy optimists who believe that so long as the house gets into the footer finals, there can be nothing much wrong with its morals. You know as much about this subject as I do, and you know that most people take extreme views. They either pretend that it's practically unknown, one is always meeting the man who declares that he went through some big school without ever hearing the subject mentioned, or they fly to the opposite extreme and assert that it's rampant in every school. Well, it isn't. It varies from school to school and from house to house, and one can console oneself by remembering that its effects are seldom permanent. Many a damned good man passed through this phase at school, with no more enduring results than a bout of influenza. It's a kind of moral influenza. When you and I were at school, the usual scheme was to ignore the existence of the disease, until some scandal rendered the ostrich policy impossible. And when the scandal came, the average schoolmaster always seemed to lose his head and to revenge his own illusions by hysterical severity. A policy of laissez-faire was followed by wholesale expulsions. Surgery rather than prevention. Amputate the offending member from the wholesome body, and all will be well. Unfortunately, the result proved that a surgical operation will not cure moral cancer. I believe that the modern method is more sympathetic and understanding, and that the modern schoolmaster realizes that the individual boy is less to be blamed than the monastic system which herds together a lot of boys of all ages from 12 to 19. I believe that expulsions are rarer, and curative and preventative methods more common and more successful than they were when we were boys. I have even heard of a headmaster taking one difficult case, a boy who would have been ruthlessly sacked 20 years ago, to a specialist in mental cases, who proceeded to treat the case by psychoanalysis. However, I'm wandering from my tale. As I said, I soon realized that our house was one of the worst in the school. I don't remember feeling especially shocked. I wasn't much interested. The thing did come my way, and a small boy soon takes his environment for granted. I was at first rather surprised by the casual, matter-of-fact fashion in which everybody accepted these things, and I soon ceased to bother about them one way or another. The one passionate interest of my life was Dick, and life was too full for other interests. Since I left school, I had been in love once or twice, but there is nothing in a man's love for a woman so disinterested as a boy's affection for his first real friend. The real case against the unpleasant habits sometimes contracted at school is that they sully friendship, the best thing that life yields, and convert what might be a virile, ennobling affection into a sentimental, effeminate intrigue. Of course, I was nothing to old Dick. My dog-like devotion rather amused him. He gave in return a kindly, careless friendship, which was all that I had ever dared to hope for. Brown, the captain of the school in House 11, was very fond of Dick. Brown was a genial blood, very popular with the fags, because he seldom beat them. He was supposed to be one of the finest bats that the school had produced. He used to come into Dick's room while we were preparing our construe, and he proved rather a disturbing influence. Dick treated him with scant respect, and used to make me tremble with delicious horror by his audacity. He never tired of pulling Brown's leg, and Brown was a tremendous blood, whereas Dick, though a very promising athlete and popular in the house, was only a youngster who had got his house colors much sooner than might have been expected. Brown did not seem to resent Dick's badinage. In fact, he liked it. Sometimes Dick managed to provoke him, but Brown's rage was always short-lived, though the ensuing scuffles were very disturbing to my humble self, and often had disastrous results next morning, if Dick or I had the bad luck to be put on to construe. I had begun to work for the 5th Form Shakespeare Prize, and had obtained permission to work by candlelight after lights out. I had just settled down one evening, when I remembered that I had left my books in Dick's room. The floor prefect gave me leave to get them. I blundered into Dick's room and turned on the light. Next moment I was back in the passage again, pursued by a gruff, "Get out, damn you!" from Brown. I felt the same embarrassment that one feels if one intrudes on a lady who had forgotten to lock the bathroom door. That was all. A few days later, I was taken ill. Appendicitis was discovered and I was operated on. After the operation, which had been more complicated than is usual, I was sent home to recuperate. My father was the vicar of a poor and populous East End parish, before they made him a dean. He was a good parson, moderately high church, and a great power in his parish. He had the makings of a mighty hunter, and it was the accident of fate which made him a hunter of evil rather than of elephants. He did not know fear. He helped to raid an opium den, and was nearly killed for his pains. He risked an action for damages by attacking the local music hall in a vigorous pamphlet, and all but incurred an action for criminal libel by attacking the highly placed sinner. There was nothing of the Pecksniff about him. He rejoiced in risks, and these campaigns were a useful outlet for his superabundant energy. He was always chasing about, looking for trouble, and like a true hunter, he had a queer sympathy for the quarry. While I was in bed for the operation, my father met a friend of his whose son was in another house. Bob, it appeared, had a low opinion of our house. "Bob says that Clayton's in the worst house in the school." Bob, in fact, had implied that our house was like Rome under Nero. Of course, I am quite sure that Bob had been plagued by his father, who was rather like mine in some respects, and that Bob had warded off an inconvenient catechism of his own house and his own morals by expressing great indignation at the character of Clayton's. I knew Bob, and moral indignation was not one of his failings. When I recovered, my father sent for me one afternoon and began to cross-examine me. I loathed this kind of discussion. As a small boy, I had rather enjoyed his revelations of the elementary facts about sex. I remember swanking to my younger brother that I knew how babies came, and rubbing it in that he was much too young to share this exciting knowledge. When I was at my private school, I reported to my father the grave news that some of my young friends were in the habit of discussing forbidden subjects. He passed on this news to the headmaster, and the 6 little sinners were sent for. I don't know how the headmaster kept a straight face as those terrified infants unfolded their lachrymose confessions. One of them admitted to giggling at a photograph of a nude statue. Another had cracked a joke about fig leaves. A third had discussed the origin of babies. Poor little wretches, what was their crime? The overwhelming majority of novels, plays, and poems are inspired by the subject which the world has always deemed the most interesting thing in life, and why small boys should not show some interest in matters which intrigue their elders so tremendously, I do not know. Anyhow, I gained kudos from this affair, and was given to believe that I had behaved nobly. Of course, small boys are, for the most part, neither moral nor immoral. On the other hand, they are prone to priggishness, and it was priggishness, not abstract love of purity, which inspired my role on that occasion. I had not been long at Barton before I had realized that sneaking at Barton was in a different category to sneaking at a private school. A boy who sneaked at Barton left by the same train as his victim. There is much to be said against, but there is something to be said for the schoolboy code in such matters. And I had changed. At 12, talks about sex had interested me. At 14, they embarrassed me. A small boy may indulge in Rabelaisian conversation with his contemporaries, but when his elders broach the subject, his reserve is almost virginal. And so when my father opened the ball and began to ply me with questions about the morals of the house, I felt and I looked abjectly uncomfortable. He guessed that I had something to conceal, and his catechism became more and more insistent. You don't know my father. When he gets his teeth into something, he doesn't let go in a hurry. The parish had been quiet, and he was feeling restless. His volcanic energy demanded some outlet. Before long, he had extracted from me an admission that I had seen things which would prove damning evidence. And then suddenly, I realized that he was going to make me turn informer. "You want to make me a sneak," I cried. "Well, I'm not going to." My father said nothing for a moment, merely drummed with his fingers on the desk. "I'm not going to worry you any more tonight," he said at last. "Sleep on it, and pray for guidance." I did not pray for guidance, because God, I felt, was on my father's side. God, schoolmasters, and parents had their code, very different to the schoolboy code. Next day, my father sent to me and put his cards on the table. I've been thinking it over," he began, "and there's no help for it. You must let me tell your headmaster. Here is a boy who is corrupting younger boys. You admit it. You have evidence which leaves no loophole. Every term, new boys come to the house. Many from the best of homes where the merest suspicion of this kind of thing would cause unspeakable distress. Unless drastic steps are taken, the house will go from bad to worse, and this will be your fault, because you have not had the courage to expose sin and to prevent other boys from being exposed to corrupting influence. It was all unanswerable, as pat as one of his best sermons. I sat there quite helpless. I had nothing to say, for I was not clever enough to translate into words the intangible loyalties of boyish morality. The schoolboy code is not derived from Moses nor from Christ, and the tribal morality of youth has little connection with Christianity. In that code, morality does not mean sexual morality. The code of schoolboy and the code of the gentleman condone much that the church condemns, and condemn many things which the church applauds. Thou shalt not let thy pal down. This is the first and the greatest of the commandments in the Decalogue of the public schools. Meanwhile, my father talked on. I just sat there and shook my head. I was not convinced. Even today I am not convinced that the only cure for this evil is expulsion. These hysterical outbursts of vindictiveness seem to me all wrong. Anyhow, my father got no change out of me. And then my mother intervened. Her view of the situation was less impersonal than my father's. He was concerned for the house, for the young boys who came every term. But for my mother, the house was merely the environment in which her son was living. A wicked boy was corrupting that environment, and I was in danger. Clearly the wicked boy must go. It was all so clear to her, and she could not understand my obstinate refusal to see things as she saw them. I was very fond of mother, but I had begun to realize that the point of view of mothers and of schoolboys differed on many important points. I resented the fact that my father had brought her into the discussion. It was unfair. I knew that I either had to agree or to involve myself in one of those hopeless arguments where both parties start from conflicting premises. Mother could not understand that a chap simply could not speak. It wasn't done. Well, I need not bore you by describing the whole dreary business. The process lasted a week. Yes, I held out for 7 solid days. I was not well. I was still feeling the effects of the operation, and I was only 14. The odds were against me. On one side stood a masterful man, determined to get his own way, and possessed of a semi-hypnotic power of convincing you against your will. On the other side, a young boy. My father never owned himself beaten. There were moments when he all but mesmerized me into believing that the betrayal of Brown would be a noble act of moral courage. In spite of a conviction that my case was good, I felt the ground slipping from under me. My case was instinctive, founded on the subconscious loyalties of boy nature. But I lacked the skill to present my belief. I could only remain silent and unpersuaded. Had I been convinced, had I surrendered, because I admitted the strength of my father's case, and had I been persuaded that I ought to purge the house of an evil influence, I should not regret my action. But it is the motive which alone gives virtue to the deed, and if I did right, I did right from cowardly, not from noble motives. It was neither reason nor the tardy awakening of conscience that ultimately won my consent. My father had appealed to my conscience, and that queer patchwork of categorical imperatives, founded neither on the Old nor on the New Testament, had rejected his appeal. It was a poor thing, this conscience of mine, a poor thing, but my own. And my father was not really appealing to it, but appealing from my conscience to his own. My still small voice was too feeble to prevail against the clarion confidence of the paternal conscience. I gave in. My father wrote to Clayton, but before I gave away any names, I was determined to protect Dick against any possible accident. I went upstairs and undressed slowly. I said my prayers and did my best to live up to the role which my father had selected for me, the role of the hero of school sermons. I tried to convince myself that I had shown moral courage in defying schoolboy tradition. It was no good. I did not feel noble. I felt mean. I was not cut out for the hero of a tract. The still small voice that had been drowned in my father's presence made itself heard. "You're a mean sneak," it whispered. "What's that about moral courage? Nonsense! You're not giving in out of courage, moral or otherwise, but because you hadn't the guts to stand out." I had been trapped. The older generation had proved too strong. I rolled into bed, too weary to sleep, too hopeless even to indulge in the luxury of a good solid weep. I ought to tell you something about my headmaster. I had always liked Clayton. He was a man of real sympathy and understanding, and displayed these gifts not only with promising boys, but towards those who stood in most need of encouragement. He had taken over the house 2 terms before I came, and had realized from the first that he was up against a tough proposition. He did not fall into the easy temptation of treating the non-apparent as if it were non-existent. It was easy to place implicit trust in the prefects, and to assume that the pleasant open youth could not possibly be guilty of anything underhanded or immoral. Immoral boys seldom wear the debauched and furtive appearance with which tracts credit them. Nothing, for instance, could be heartier and cheerier than Old Brown. The average schoolboy sinner does not suffer from conscience. He is only doing what others do and others did. He is anxious not to be found out, but his ill deeds do not trouble his sleep, nor mar his candid, genial intercourse with his housemaster. Old Brown had his code, and he lived up to it. He did not bully, and he did not put on unnecessary swank. He would never have played a dirty trick, would rather have lost a match than win it by any unsporting advantage, had never let his pal down, and scrupulously shunned those things which are not cricket. And so there was no reason why he should not look his fellow men in the face. Many housemasters would have persuaded themselves without difficulty that Brown was an excellent fellow. Clayton, however, as I learned when head of the house, was untiring in his efforts to get below the surface. In those early days he had no illusions, but he was powerless to act. The head of the house was well-meaning, but hopelessly weak. The house prefects were either indifferent, immoral, or both. What can a housemaster do in such circumstances? He is dependent for his evidence on accident. A boy who has left may tell his father something. Things may come round, but direct information from the boys themselves is unknown. at least at Barton. Clayton lost no time in coming over to see my father. He was only too relieved to have something tangible to work on. For a conscientious man, the knowledge that his house is going wrong, coupled with the inability to lay hold of the offenders, is one long nightmare. Meanwhile, I had been doing some hard thinking, and when I met Clayton, I began by saying I should not give away any names until I was assured that only one boy would be punished. "I am only asking that you give me the name of the elder boy," he replied. "I know," I said, "but other names might come out accidentally. Once a row starts, one never knows who may get into trouble." "I don't think," said Clayton, "I can bind myself not to take action should another name come out accidentally." "Then I can't tell you anything," I said firmly. Clayton and my father looked at each other. "I think Mark is entitled to that," said my father. "Perhaps he is," said Clayton. "Well, then, I promise." I felt confident that Clayton was sincere, but I had no confidence in the system. I could not have analyzed my distrust. I think all small boys instinctively do distrust their elders in such matters. They must realize instinctively that the claims of moral reformation often make short work of the minor obligations of honor. I was taking no chances. Whatever happened, Dick must be protected beyond all possibility of mischance. "Would you mind," I asked, "putting that in writing?" Both men looked astonished. My father smiled grimly, because he guessed I must have absorbed a favorite remark of his, that there was nothing like black and white. Putting it on record was what my father called his process. Well, I was going to put it on record that Dick must not be touched. "If Mark wants it in writing," he said, "he had better have it. Then there can be no possible mistake." Clayton nodded impatiently and hastily scribbled a few lines on a piece of paper and showed them to me. I suggested a few alterations. My father redrafted what I had suggested, and Clayton signed the contract. My father carefully locked away the scrap of paper. I recovered it later, and I've kept it carefully to this day. I've got it in a drawer in my desk, and I'll get it out. "Here it is," Mark continued. "You'd better read it. No boy who may be accidentally implicated by anything which comes to light in the process of examining the boy, whose name will be given later, shall be punished. It is understood that only one boy shall be punished as the result of any communication given by Mark Sewell. Signed, John Clayton." Pretty definite, isn't it? At least I thought so. Dick, I firmly believed, was safe. I went back to school next day. After lunch, Clayton sent for me. He seemed nervous. "It's possible," he began, "that Brown may bluff. He may demand evidence. We should then be in an awkward position, unless you came forward to confront him." At first, I refused flatly to be dragged in. "I knew you would not be satisfied," I said. "I knew you would want more." There was a long and pregnant silence. I was trapped again. I realized that it would be cowardly to refuse the logical consequence of the role which I had accepted and agreed. Of course I knew that I should walk from the headmaster's study into a cab and have my luggage sent after me, but the fact that I should have to leave the same day as Brown did not trouble me. What troubled me was the prospect of confronting Brown. I dreaded the contempt which he would display, and above all, yes, above all, I dreaded Dick's verdict. Brown was to be left in ignorance of the fate in store for him till the following morning. He dropped in that evening as we were preparing con together. He had made a century for the school against the MCC on the previous day, and the effect had not worn off. Dick was in high spirits, and there was the usual banter. "I've said it before," said Dick, "and I'll say it again, that I've never seen a century knocked up in a more fluky fashion. You were missed 3 times before you scored 10. "Rot," said Brown. "I only gave one fair chance the whole time." "I don't call it a chance if only a man with arms like a gorilla could get to it." "Simply luck," retorted Dick. "You're not going to pretend you placed those shots just wide of the fielders. You were just hitting them up into the air anyhow." For reply, Brown fell upon Dick and pummeled him. Usually I enjoyed these bouts, but on that fateful evening I would have preferred anything rather than this light-hearted banter. "By the way," said Brown, "what's the matter with the old man? He was devilish grumpy at lunch. I tried some genial chat, but couldn't get a word out of him." "He looked black as sin," said Dick. "Didn't even congratulate me on my century," grumbled Brown. "Damned bad manners. He might take an interest in his house, and show some signs of being bucked when a man in his house gets a century." I felt a perverse desire to explain why Clayton had looked as black as sin, to shatter Brown's careless confidence with a few illuminating words. That night I woke from feverish dreams to wakeful intervals of despair. Again and again I found myself in the headmaster's study, confronting Brown, swollen to nightmare proportions. And then the scene changed, and I dreamed that I was flying from an infuriated mob of boys. And Dick was there, and Dick drew aside with a gesture of contempt, and even in that moment of bitter humiliation, I was thankful that he was safe. And then again the scene changed, and somebody said that Dick was wanted by the headmaster, and I dashed off to find the fatal scrap of paper, and the housemaid said she had used it to light the fire, and Clayton was vague and did not seem to remember anything about it. And then I awoke to a wakefulness more terrible than any dream. End of section 12. Section 13 of Out of the Closet, a collection of early LGBTQ plus fiction. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Chuck Williamson. Out of the Closet, a collection of early LGBTQ plus fiction. A Scrap of Paper by Arnold Lunn, Part 2. Next morning I failed in construe, and returned to breakfast feeling tired and ill. Brown swaggered into hall in great spirits. He bumped into Jenkins, the head of the house, and remarked, "Jinky, my boy, you take up too much room." The fags tittered. but Jinky's revenge for many a slighting insult was nearer than Jinky knew. I stared at my plate. The food seemed to stick in my throat. I wondered whether everybody noticed my miserable suspense. But the hall was full of the noise of 40 hungry people consuming breakfast. Above this confused medley, one voice seemed to predominate. Brown's cheerful laugh and banter seemed to carve themselves out of the prevailing confusion. I saw him throw a crust of bread at Dick, who had just come in. No empire is less challenged than that of a school blood, but Brown's reign of triumph was drawing to a close, and the thought of his imminent ruin overwhelmed me with sick shame for the part which I had played in it. The house butler came into the hall and murmured something to Brown. I looked down at my plate, but I could hear Brown's surprised reply. "I wonder what the old man wants. He might wait till I'd finished my breakfast. All right, if he wants me at once, I'll come. Rotten bad manners." Brown went out grumbling. I reached my room just in time to see Clayton and Brown walking up to the headmaster's. My room overlooked the street, and I shall never forget Brown's face. I felt the complete unspeakable cad. What had old Brown done to me that I should betray him? He had always been very decent. He was a genial, cheery person. His flesh was weak, but he had no other vices, and his sins, such as they were the sins which he had learned from others. I picked up a book and tried to read. I read without taking in the meaning of a line, but I must have absorbed it subconsciously, for years later I picked up the same book and was puzzled by a vague feeling of horror, until I realized and remembered the conditions under which I had first read it. I waited and waited for the fateful summons to the headmaster's study, and I knew that it would not be Brown's eyes that would drop with shame when we met. Minutes passed like months. I threw away the book and stared out of the window with dim eyes, until at last Clayton and Brown reappeared. My first feeling of wild relief that I should not have to face Brown in the headmaster's study was soon swamped by less selfish emotion. Something in Brown's broken walk, so unlike his usual healthy swagger, went to my heart. The change was tragic. The change was my own doing. Down in the yard, a boy was singing a song very popular at the time. "Goodbye, my bluebell, goodbye to you." I remained at the window, staring into vacancy. Suddenly, I saw Clayton reappear. He was not alone. I leant out of the window, stiff with horror, for Dick was walking beside him. Dick transformed, broken, with an ashy face that I would to God I could forget. My next clear memory is of finding myself in Clayton's study. I was mad with rage. Hell knows a worse fury than a woman scorned. Clayton was very unhappy. I gathered that Brown had made a desperate effort to save Dick, thrown up the sponge as far as he was concerned, and pleaded earnestly for Dick. He swore that he had led Dick astray, and that Dick was blameless. He little realized that his chivalrous confession revealed what need never have been known. This much I gathered from Clayton. "But the paper!" I shrieked. "The paper! You promised not to expel—" anybody but Brown. You signed your promise." "I told the headmaster," said Clayton wearily, "but he said that the matter was out of my jurisdiction, that the discipline of the school would suffer if Brown went and Dick stayed. It was the same offense, and he could not discriminate between the two offenders." "But you ought to have thought of that before," I sobbed. "You ought to have thought of all of that before you made me sneak. I didn't want to get Brown sacked. You made me. What do you care whether it was unfair to keep Dick and send Brown away? You've sacked Dick, and Dick was the only man who was decent to me, and I've ruined him. Oh, why was I such a fool to believe you? You meant to do it. You meant to do it all along." "But surely," I asked, "your father insisted that they should honor their bond." "My father was there," said Mark bitterly. "Of course it's easy to say I should have telegraphed for him and asked him to go with me to the headmaster, but I was only a boy with all the boy's fatalism, for all boys are fatalists in such matters. I felt quite hopeless. I was up against something which I did not understand. You see, I had trusted so implicitly to that written undertaking, and when that proved useless, I could not imagine that anything else would succeed. If they would go back on that, well, they would go to any lengths. My father did come down and see me a week later, and he sympathized with me. I am sure that had I appealed to him at the time, he would have done his best. But no man fights at his best when he is fighting against the grain, and I suspect that my father was not sorry to know that my friend, who on the facts of the case was not scrupulously moral, had been sent away. I dare say he felt that I was better without such a friend. You see, he didn't know Dick. Did the house ever find out about your share in the business?" "No, they didn't. But I had some terrible moments. An odd incident occurred which no self-respecting novelist would dream of using, because in fiction it would simply appear as a clumsy and stupid invention. But life is much more pointless than fiction. I was going along to my room one morning when a boy in the school 11 stopped me. He disliked me for some reason or other, and often amused himself at my expense. "Hallo, young Sewell," he said. "You look pretty green. Well, it's all up. We know all about you." I all but collapsed, but managed to reply feebly, "What do you mean?" "Oh, we know," he said darkly. In another minute I should have given myself away, but somebody called him and he went off. I spent a hideous day. I invented trivial excuses for visiting various prefects, anxious to learn the worst. They seemed surprised, but none of them greeted me with obvious malevolence. The day dragged its weary length along. I waited every moment for the inevitable outburst, but nothing came. Nothing happened. What was your tormentor getting at? I haven't the least idea. He was just pulling my leg, I suppose. I told you the incident was quite meaningless. It was just one of those pointless coincidences that do occur in life, that are barred in fiction. I fully expected, you see, that Brown or Dick had guessed the truth and would write to their pals. I can still see the house butler doling out the letters at breakfast, and until those letters were opened, I could not taste my food. I used to scan the faces of the Bloods as they perused their correspondences. I remember one morning I had a conviction that my fate was settled. Thorpe, the boy who had told me that all was known, brooded for some minutes over a letter with a puzzled frown. I scanned his face much as a criminal tries to read the verdict in the face of the jury as they file into the box. I do not know to this day what was in Thorpe's letter, but what I feared was certainly not there. I had to listen to unending discussions on the question of the day. The house was thoroughly disturbed, for it was annoying to feel that Clayton seemed to know more than they suspected. They began to feel that they underrated his intelligence, and a few modest sinners paid him the compliment of destroying their favorite briars. It was very clear that Brown had not been caught in flagrante delicto, and the house devoted themselves to suspecting various innocent folk of having sneaked. Jinky, the head of the house, was a hot favorite for 3 days, and the house discussed in grim detail the most appropriate punishment. On the 4th day, Jinky succeeded in persuading the prefects that he was entirely innocent of any attempt to reform their morals. The butler, matron, and housemaster's wife were in turn suspected, but nothing definite could be proved. I found it difficult to keep still during these rambling discussions. I felt a perverse temptation to exclaim, "You all think yourselves damned clever, but you know nothing, absolutely nothing. I'm the only man who knows." I could hear the chorus of excited comment that would follow. "How the devil do you know?" And I could form an accurate forecast of what would follow when I explained. But nothing happened. The cockhouse match and the near approach of the holidays gave the house something else to think about. I fancy that I was not the only member of the house who had been living in suspense. Others, for different reasons, had been feeling acutely uncomfortable. Brown's fate was so mysterious that nobody knew who would be the next victim, and when the term ended without further catastrophe, the relief was general. "This story," continued Mark, "ought to end as Wilde would have finished it. The day when I showed moral courage and performed an unpleasant public duty ought to have been the turning point in my life. I ought to have gone steadily to the bad and provided you with a pleasing and paradoxical curtain. But I'm telling you a true story, and I neither went to the bad nor the good. I was extremely careful never to discuss or to allow my father to discuss anything connected with the house again. I thought out things for myself. Up to this crisis, I had more or less accepted my elders' code as infallible. This does not mean that I did not often break the rules which they laid down, only that I felt that their ethical system was sound. I ceased to believe in their infallibility. I realized that the older generation could behave in a fashion which seemed, to me at least, grossly dishonorable. And this discovery shook my faith in them and forced me to work out my own code, independent of their prejudices. I dare say this was rather a good thing. Incidentally, I gave a great deal of trouble to such masters who were not good disciplinarians. I earned a reputation as rather a troublesome person, and though I did enough work to reach the 6th fairly rapidly, I did not do any more work than was necessary to get a remove every term. Nothing, however, could shake Clayton's confidence in my integrity. Give a dog a good name, and you simply cannot hang him. Clayton was convinced that I was an ally in the campaign against impurity, and made me head of the house over the heads of 2 very worthy 6th formers, to their great disgust and perplexity. Such was my reward for the one act in my life of which I feel thoroughly ashamed. "Well, that's my story," said Mark, "and I've told it to you because you'll understand. A confessor should have the same point of view and code as the penitent. At Oxford, I was interested in religion, and though never converted to Catholicism, I belonged to a very spiky set who were doing their best to bring Anglicanism in line with Rome. I often used to wonder what would happen if I thought as they did, and made a practice of confession. I should have begun by confessing the usual sins of youth, for which I neither then nor now feel any special remorse. One soon forgets these things. I should then have proceeded to explain that there was one act in my life for which I continued to feel the bitterest remorse. Here, I suppose, the priest would have pricked up his ears and murmured something about no sin being past forgiveness in the eyes of God. I should then have told him my story, and the effect would have been interesting. How could he grant me absolution for the one deed of my boyhood, which scores high marks from orthodox standpoints? And that's why I am confessing to you, Father Lunn. You see my point of view." "I do see it," said I, "and I think you were the victim of circumstances. The headmaster is the real villain of the piece." "Perhaps," replied Mark, "but he was in a difficult position. So was Clayton, and so was my father. I don't blame my father for feeling that Brown ought to go. You're a father, aren't you? What would you do if you discovered that your boy was in a thoroughly immoral house?" "God knows," said I. "I don't want to make excuses for myself," said Mark, "but I try to console myself that a case could be made out, even for me. I expect you are imagining what you would do if your father had acted as mine did, and unconsciously you are seeing yourself as a man confronted by an older man. Well, that is not quite fair. As one grows older, one soon learns to put up a resistance to the parental point of view. One forms one's own code. One criticizes, examines, and sometimes rejects the code of the older generation. But a boy accepts his father, and a boy of 14 can't argue. I had been brought up in the Puritan tradition as regards sins of the flesh. My mother had rubbed it into me that it was inconceivable that I should sin in this way, and such enormous trouble had been taken to protect me by advice, prayer, and so forth. When I was at school, this did not affect me very much. I accepted the point of view of my contemporaries. But once back home, I felt that my father, like the Pope, was infallible when speaking ex cathedra on faith and morals. And my father always spoke ex cathedra. Against his clear-cut, uncompromising creed, I could only put the vague and indefinite promptings of the boyish code. And I had not thought out that code. It was instinctive, not intellectual. And you know my father had a case. In many schools, schoolboy honor makes an exception for Browns. I know schools where prefects who get rid of Browns are considered to have done the right thing, even by the fags. After all, Browns are not an asset to any school, are they? Now imagine a man of my father's terrific personality and iron determination putting that case day after day to a small wretch of 14. And the result seems rather obvious, doesn't it? I think at 17 I should have won. But at 14 I had no chance. And at least I stood firm where Dick was concerned. I felt convinced that I had saved Dick. "That's sound enough," I replied. "I honestly do not blame you. But I do think Clayton let you down badly." Well, anyhow, Clayton had to act. It's easy to say that he ought not to have given me that pledge unless he meant to stick to it. But events moved too fast. He was quite knocked up by the whole business, and did not seem to realize quite what he had promised. And of course, he never really understood my point of view. I'll show you a letter of his which I still keep, as a curiosity. Here it is. "My dear Mark, I am sending you a little book as a token of my gratitude. I know that this horrible business cost you. It is always difficult to decide in the favor of a higher code and against the code of the society in which one lives. Your actions have purged the house of a bad influence and has saved other boys from evil. You have had a terrible experience, but character is forged in tests such as this." When I first read that letter, I was puzzled by its obvious sincerity. For contempt for my action had become so ingrained that I could not realize that Clayton at heart did not despise me, much as the Crown despises the man who turns king's evidence, however useful his evidence may be. Apparently, Clayton really admired what I had done. I found this very puzzling. I did not blame him for his share in the business, nor did I blame the headmaster. Boys are, in some ways, very tolerant. They learn to allow for the different angle from which their elders look at life. I should never have forgiven a boy who had let me down, as the headmaster let me down. But then, one does not judge headmasters by the same high standards. Headmasters are Olympian and aloof, and you can no more be angry with them than with God. And so I dismissed Clayton's letter as an example of the blindness of older people to the standpoint of youth. Character is forged in tests such as this. I did not gain something, but I lost my self-respect, and the experience I gained certainly did not forge my character for good. It made me cynical. I realize that where morality is concerned, it is unwise to expect a schoolmaster to keep faith, and such knowledge hardly inspired me with respect for the official code as preached from the school pulpit. The very word morality is loosely used, and has come to signify merely one form of morality. I suppose the headmaster would have been pained had I accused him of immorality, and yet it's just as immoral to break faith with a boy as to commit adultery. A boy's sense of honor is a queer thing, and once those whom he respects have let him down, it's all up with the code with which they preach. Schoolmaster honor, so it seemed, was not the same as schoolboy honor. They did not seem to understand my standards, and I could not be expected to sympathize with theirs. Clayton seemed to think that I could look back with pride on my share in this miserable business. His whole letter displayed a failure to realize that my conscience might not perhaps tally with his standards. All I could see was that they had used me for base ends, that they had forced me into a position in which I had become the betrayer of poor old Dick. They had outraged the most stubborn of boyish instincts, his instincts of unwavering loyalty to his friend. They had made me a traitor, and then, when their work was done, they could believe in all sincerity that character is forged in tests such as this. Well, Father Lunn, the penitent has finished. Mea culpa, mea maxima culpa. The contrition is genuine, but before absolution there must be reparation and penance, must there not? Reparation is impossible, and the only reasonable penance would have been to confess to the house. So I'm afraid your priestly offices will come too late. You could still tell Dick, I murmured. I dare say that would relieve your conscience. I can't tell Dick, said Mark sadly. Why not? Dick is dead, said Mark, and I was with the old man when he died. We met again, continued Mark, outside the Menin gate. I had come out of the trenches 2 days before, and I was wandering up the Menin road when suddenly I saw somebody whose walk seemed familiar. And then Dick turned, greeted me with joy, and shook me warmly by the hand. I blushed furiously, but I don't think Dick noticed. Come and have a jaw, said Dick. We sat down on the grassy bank that slopes down to the moat which winds round Ypres. We lit our pipes and lay back on the young grass. It was May of the 15th, and Ypres looked a sorry sight, though there were still a few buildings which had escaped. It was one of those mornings when one could almost forget the war. The few lazy shells that droned through the air hardly interrupted the suggestion of a temporary truce. The war seemed unreal. I had just come out from a loathsome week in the line, and after the desolating ugliness of the front-line trenches, it was delightful to lie on the cushiony grass and watch the lazy smoke coil upwards, and feel that life was stirring in the sap of the trees, and forget for a moment that those same leaves which spring was unfolding would be swept away by shrapnel long before autumn turned them to gold. Do you remember the lilac round the Ypres walls? A flaming, defiant color, a token of eternal resurrection against the black death of the ruined city. But all this had nothing to do with Dick. I happen to remember the look of the place, because in spite of the unseen barrier between Dick and me, I thrilled with joy to be near him again, and when all was over, I went back once more to that grassy shelf and tried to recapture the memory of that brief but golden hour. for at first I was only too glad to see Dick again, and it was not till later that I began to feel the overpowering need to shatter our intimacy by confession. We gossiped aimlessly for a time. Both of us avoided all mention of Barton. We talked of the things that one did talk about out there, anything, in fact, but the war. And then suddenly, Dick said, "I met old Brown a few days ago." I blushed and cursed myself for blushing. "Yes, I saw his name in the school mag." "I don't take in the school mag," said Dick curtly. "He got a DSO, didn't he?" "Yes, he did damned well on the Marne." There was a long, embarrassing silence. I never met the old man again till I ran into him outside Pop. He told me a queer story. It seems that it was just the most damnable bit of bad luck that I was sacked. When they sent for him, he didn't realize that they knew nothing about me, and he led off by doing his best to get me off. He was doing all he knew to save me, a great sportsman, and all he did was to get me sacked too. "What rotten luck," I murmured weakly. "Yes, wasn't it?" He told me that he meant to write to me about it, but he hadn't the nerve. Said he felt too cheap about it. Could have shot himself when he saw how they diddled him. My God, can't you see them pricking up their ears when he mentioned my name? How they'd nail him down? How bucked they'd be to be able to sack 2 people instead of 1. The whole thing was just a try-on. They knew nothing definite, it seems, and they were just bluffing. They must have been braced with their success. Yes, they must have been braced, I agreed bitterly. Dick stopped and lit a cigarette. Of course I told the old man not to worry. He'd done his best for me, and it was just bad luck. Brown, then, had felt pretty cheap, and hadn't had the nerve to write about it, and yet confession had been easy for Brown, for he had only blundered in a heroic attempt to save his friend. His tactics were weak, but his motives beyond criticism. In any case, tactics and motives were alike to blame. I had done my best to save Dick, too, but I had failed, just as Brown had failed. Something insistent prompted me to follow Brown's example and unburden my soul by confession. I began nervously. "I say, Dick, I was awfully fed up when you were sacked. Not half so fed up as I was," interrupted Dick. "I don't want to grouse. I suppose I asked for it. I shouldn't have minded so much if it hadn't been for the governor. He's a parson, and he'd lived pretty tight to send me to the old place. Been there himself, you know. He was always so bucked when I did anything. Pulled off my house colors and so forth. He was very decent to me. And when I came back, it just knocked him clean out. He didn't blaze at me. I could have stood that. He just cried like a baby. It was damnable. One doesn't often see a man cry. He was very decent to me, poor old man." Dick, I reflected, was not making confession easy. "Luckily," he went on, "I've not got a mother. She died a year before I was sacked. I wasn't sorry either." "Dick," I began, desperately. Dick ignored my interruption. "You know, Mark," he went on, "I can't help feeling that the whole thing was beastly cruel. I was only 15 at the time, and should have never gotten into that mess if I hadn't been a damn side too popular. I assure you it didn't amuse me. But a small boy's head is easily turned when bloods begin to take notice of him. It was the same with old Brown. He'd been put through it as a kid. He and I were both innocent enough when we came into the house. It was the house that made us what we were, and then turned on us and said, 'Get out. You're not fit to be a member of this moral school.' Oh, the damned humbug of it all." At this moment, a friend of Dick's sauntered up, and I realized with cowardly relief that confession would have to be postponed. Perhaps I could do it by letter. I walked down the long road from Ypres to Pop, and as I walked, I turned the whole wretched story over again in my mind. I tried to comfort myself with the thought that I had been nothing but a small boy, easily hypnotized by my father's persuasive and almost mesmeric powers. I might plead guilty to Brown's fate, but surely I could acquit myself of the ruin of Dick. I had felt so confident that the last avenue for misadventure had been closed by that most unboyish foresight of insisting on a written pledge. And yet, though these pleas might convince you, they did not convince me. And I felt cheap, hideously cheap. I have done many things of which I ought to be ashamed, but these are not the things which trouble me. And as I strolled along past the shrapnel-battered poplars, I thought of the queer ironies of life. For surely it is passing strange for the one act which still fills me with shame should be a deed which my housemaster could not praise too highly. We have done those things which we ought to have done, and there is no health in us. But the general confession does not provide for cases like mine. I met Dick again in a communication trench behind the lines. Not an ideal confessional. I met him again behind the lines, but he was with friends, and I felt grateful to those friends. I started half a dozen letters to him, but tore them all up. I could not put it down in black and white. And then came Lou's. I lumbered over the top of my company, and was shot within a few yards of the barbed wire. I lay for some hours, half unconscious, while the battle surged over me, and then came the kindly night and the stretcher-bearers. They carried me to a dressing station. I was not in great pain, and was only conscious of a placid joy in being still alive. The night before, I had looked out at the jolly old stars, and wondered whether I should ever see them again. I was fed up with the noise and discomfort and the mud, and thankful to know that I was being taken away from all that unresting, stupid, meaningless tumult. It was luxury to close one's eyes and to think of quiet things, of some tranquil reach of the Thames, of the jolly ripples of water urged against the bank by the splash of a lazy oar. Peace, quiet, safety, I just longed for them. I lay there and just gurgled with pleasurable satisfaction at the prospect of quiet lanes, and a sleepy old harvest moon coming up over fields unmarred by barbed wire, unsullied by shell holes. I don't think I was fully conscious. I had been hit in the head, and these daydreams varied with moments in which depression surged over me and blotted out the kindly visions of peace. And then suddenly I awoke to the fact that a bustling orderly was shifting my stretcher. I resented this and feebly protested, for movement meant pain. But the dressing station was filled to overflowing, and the orderly didn't give a damn for my protests. I glanced at the man they were laying down beside me, and then I wondered whether I was dreaming again. "Is that Dick?" I murmured, weakly. "Hello," said Dick, feebly. "How goes it, old man?" "Done in," said Dick. "Good for half an hour." "Rot. God's truth, old man. Never see England again. Look up my governor when you get back. He'll be braced to see you. He was always very decent to me. Just thank him for me. Oh, God. The pain." Something seemed to crack a few minutes later. I came back to life like a man coming out of an anesthetic. There was the same surging sensation, the same feeling of some problem which one's tired brain was chasing without ever overtaking. What was it? What was it? "I say, Dick," I faltered. "About that business when you were sacked." "Sacked," said Dick, vaguely. "Oh, yes. But that was long ago. Old Brown did his best. Rotten business. Don't talk about it." "Dick," I began desperately. "Dick, I... And then things began to slide. I grasped at the roof of the dressing station, but it eluded my grip and swayed, and the air was full of the long-drawn whine of shells, and fat little Germans waltzed round the room. And then gradually my surroundings steadied down, and I heard a "Better put him outside. He's dead, and we need every inch of room." And I knew that I had lost my last chance of winning forgiveness from the friend that I had betrayed. End of section 13.
Section 14 of Out of the Closet, a collection of early LGBTQ plus fiction. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ashley Jane. Out of the Closet, a collection of early LGBTQ plus fiction. The Man Who Became a Woman, Part 1, by Sherwood Anderson. My father was a retail druggist in our town out in Nebraska, which was so much like 1,000 other towns I've been in since that there's no use fooling around and taking up your time and mine trying to describe it. Anyway, I became a drug clerk, and after father's death the store was sold and mother took the money and went west to her sister in California, giving me $400 with which to make my start in the world. I was only 19 years old then. I came to Chicago, where I worked as a drug clerk for a time, And then, as my health suddenly went back on me, perhaps because I was so sick of my lonely life in the city, and of the sight and smell of the drugstore, I decided to set out on what seemed to me then the great adventure, and became for a time a tramp, working now and then when I had no money, but spending all the time I could loafing around out of doors, or riding up and down the land on freight trains and trying to see the world. I even did some stealing in lonely towns at night. Once a pretty good suit of clothes that someone had left hanging out on a clothesline, and once some shoes out of a box in a freight car. But I was in constant terror of being caught and put into jail, so realised that success as a thief was not for me. The most delightful experience of that period of my life was when I once worked as a groom or swipe with racehorses, and it was during that time I met a young fellow of about my own age who has since become a writer of some prominence. The young man of whom I now speak had gone into racetrack work as a groom to bring a kind of flourish, a high spot, he used to say, into his life. He was then unmarried and had not been successful as a writer. What I mean is he was free, and I guess with him, as with me, there was something he liked about the people who hang about a racetrack, the touts, swipes, drivers, niggers, and gamblers. You know what a gaudy, undependable lot they are, if you've ever been around the tracks much. About the best liars I've ever seen, and not saving money or thinking about morals, like most druggists, dry goods merchants, and the others who used to be my father's friends in our Nebraska town, and not bending the knee much either, or kowtowing to people they thought must be grander or richer or more powerful than themselves. What I mean is, they were an independent, go-to-the-devil, come-have-a-drink of whiskey kind of a crew, and when one of them won a bet, knocked 'em off, we called it, his money was just dirt to him while it lasted. No king or president or soap manufacturer, gone on a trip with his family to Europe, could throw on more dog than one of them, with his big diamond rings and the diamond horseshoe stuck in his necktie and all. I liked the whole lot pretty well, and he did too. He was groom temporarily for a pacing gelding named Lumpy Joe, owned by a tall black-moustached man named Alfred Krainborg, and trying the best he could to make the bluff to himself, he was a real one. It happened that we were on the same circuit, doing the West Pennsylvania county fairs all that fall, and on fine evenings we spent a good deal of time walking and talking together. Let us suppose it to be a Monday or Tuesday evening, and our horses had been put away for the night. The racing didn't start until later in the week, maybe Wednesday usually. There was always a little place called a dining hall, run mostly by the Woman's Christian Temperance Associations of the towns, and we would go there to eat, where we could get a pretty good meal for 25 cents. At least then we thought it pretty good. I would manage it so that I sat beside this fellow, whose name was Tom Means, and when we had got through eating, we would go look at our 2 horses again, and when we got there, Lumpy Joe would be eating his hay in his box stall, and Alfred Krainborg would be standing there, pulling his moustache, and looking as sad as a sick crane. But he wasn't really sad. "You 2 boys want to go down to see the girls? I'm an old duffer, and way past that myself. you go on along. I'll be setting here anyway, and I'll keep an eye on both the horses for you," he would say. So we would set off, going not into the town to try to get in with some of the town girls, who might have taken up with us because we were strangers and racetrack fellows, but out into the country. Sometimes we got into a hilly country and there was a moon. The leaves were falling off the trees and lay in the road so that we kicked them up with the dust as we went along. To tell the truth, I suppose I got to love Tom Means, who was 5 years older than me, although I wouldn't have dared say so then. Americans are shy and timid about saying things like that, and a man here don't dare own up he loves another man, I've found out. And they are afraid to admit such feelings to themselves even. I guess they're afraid it may be taken to mean something it don't need to at all. Anyway, we walked along, and some of the trees were already bare and looked like people standing solemnly beside the road and listening to what we had to say. Only I didn't say much. Tom Means did most of the talking. Sometimes we came back to the racetrack, and it was late, and the moon had gone down, and it was dark. Then we often walked round and round the track, sometimes a dozen times, before we crawled into the hay to go to bed. Tom talked always on two subjects, writing and racehorses, but mostly about racehorses. The quiet sounds about the racetracks and the smells of horses and the things that go with horses seemed to get him all excited. "Oh, hell, Herman Dudley!" he would burst out suddenly. "Don't go talking to me. I know what I think. I've been around more than you have, and I've seen a world of people. There isn't any man or woman, not even a fellow's own mother, as fine as a horse, that is to say, a thoroughbred horse." Sometimes he would go on like that a long time, speaking of people he had seen and their characteristics. He wanted to be a writer later, and what he said was that when he came to be one, he wanted to write the way a well-bred horse runs or trots or paces. Whether he ever did it or not, I can't say. He has written a lot, but I'm not too good a judge of such things. Anyway, I don't think he has. But when he got on the subject of horses, he certainly was a Derby. I would never have felt the way I finally got to feel about horses, or enjoyed my stay among them half so much if it hadn't been for him. Often he would go on talking for an hour maybe, speaking of horses' bodies and of their minds and wills as though they were human beings. "Lord help us, Herman," he would say, grabbing hold of my arm. "Don't it get you up in the throat? I say now, when a good one, like that lumpy Joe I'm swiping, flattens himself at the head of the stretch, and he's coming, and you know he's coming, and you know his heart's sound, and he's game, and you know he isn't going to let himself get licked, don't it get to you, Herman? Don't it get to you like the old Harry?" That's the way he would talk, and then later, sometimes, he'd talk about writing and get himself all het up about that too. He had some notions about writing I've never got myself around to thinking much about. But just the same, maybe his talk, working in me, has led me to want to begin to write this story myself. There was one experience of that time on the tracks that I am forced, by some feeling inside myself, to tell. Well, I don't know why, but I've just got to. It will be kind of like confession is, I suppose, to a good Catholic, or maybe, better yet, like cleaning up the room you live in if you are a bachelor, like I was for so long. The room gets pretty mussy, and the bed not made some days, and clothes and things thrown on the closet floor and maybe under the bed. And then you clean all up and put on your new sheets, and then you take off all your clothes and get down on your hands and knees and scrub the floor so clean you could eat bread off it. And then you take a walk and come home after a while, and your room smells sweet, and you feel sweetened up and better inside yourself too. What I mean is, this story has been on my chest, and I've often dreamed about the happenings in it, even after I married Jessie and was happy. Sometimes I even screamed out at night, and so I said to myself, I'll write the dang story, and here it goes. Fall had come on, and in the mornings now, when we crept out of our blankets, spread out on the hay in the tiny lofts above the horse stalls, and put our heads out to look around, there was a white rime of frost on the ground. When we woke, the horses woke too. You know how it is at the tracks. The little barn-like stalls with the tiny lofts above are all set along in a row, and there are 2 doors to each stall, one coming up to a horse's breast, and then a top one that is only closed at night and in bad weather. In the mornings the upper door is swung open and fastened back, and the horses put their heads out. There is the white rime on the grass over inside the grey oval the track makes. Usually there is some outfit that has 6, 10, or even 12 horses, and perhaps they have a negro cook who does his cooking at an open fire in the clear space before the row of stalls, and he is at work now, and the horses with their big fine eyes are looking about and whinnying. And a stallion looks out at the door of one of the stalls and sees a sweet-eyed mare looking at him and sends up his trumpet call. And a man's voice laughs, and there are no women anywhere in sight, or no sign of one anywhere, and everyone feels like laughing, and usually does. It's pretty fine, but I didn't know how fine it was until I got to know Tom Means and heard him talk all about it. At the time the thing happened of which I am trying to tell now, Tom was no longer with me. A week before his owner, Alfred Craneborg, had taken his horse Lumpy Joe over into the Ohio Fair circuit, and I saw no more of Tom at the tracks. There was a story going about the stalls that Lumpy Joe, a big, rangy, brown gelding, wasn't really named Lumpy Joe at all, that he was a ringer who had made a fast record out in Iowa, and up through the northwest country the year before, and that Craneborg had picked him up and had kept him under wraps all winter, and had brought him over into the Pennsylvania country under this new name and made a clean-up in the books. I know nothing about that, and never talked to Tom about it, but anyway, he, Lumpy Joe, and Craneborg were all gone now. I suppose I'll always remember those days, and Tom's talk at night, and before that in the early September evenings how we sat around in front of the stalls, and Craneborg sitting on an upturned feed box and pulling at his long black moustache, and sometimes humming a little ditty one couldn't catch the words of. It was something about a deep well and a little grey squirrel crawling up the sides of it, and he never laughed or smiled much, but there was something in his solemn grey eyes, not quite a twinkle, something more delicate than that. The others talked in low tones, and Tom and I sat in silence. He never did his best talking except when he and I were alone. For his sake, if he ever sees my story, I should mention that at the only big track we ever visited, at Reedville, Pennsylvania, we saw old Pop Gears, the great racing driver himself. His horses were at a place far away across the tracks from where we were stabled. I suppose a man like him was likely to get the choice of all the good places for his horses. We went over there one evening and stood about, and there was Gears himself, sitting before one of the stalls on a box, tapping the ground with a riding whip. They called him around the tracks the silent man from Tennessee, and he was silent, that night anyway. All we did was to stand and look at him for maybe a half hour, and then we went away, and that night Tom talked better than I had ever heard him. He said that the ambition of his life was to wait until Pop Gears died and then write a book about him, and to show in the book that there was at least one American who never went nutty about getting rich or owning a big factory, of being any other kind of a hell of a fellow. He's satisfied, I think, to sit around like that and wait until the big moments of his life come, when he heads a fast one into the stretch, and then, darn his soul, he can give all of himself to the thing right in front of him, Tom said, and then he was so worked up he began to blubber. We were walking along the fence on the inside of the tracks, and it was dusk, and in some trees nearby, some birds, just sparrows maybe, were making a chirping sound, and you could hear insects singing, and where there was a little light, off to the west between some trees, motes were dancing in the air. Tom said that about Pop Gears, although I think he was thinking most about something he wanted to be himself and wasn't. And then he went and stood by the fence and sort of blubbered, and I began to blubber too, although I didn't know what about. But perhaps I did know after all. I suppose Tom wanted to feel when he became a writer, like he thought old Pop must feel when his horse swung around the upper turn, and there lay the stretch before him, and if he was going to get his horse home in front, he had to do it right then. What Tom said was that any man had something in him that understands about a thing like that, but that no woman ever did except up in her brain. He often got off things like that about women, but I notice he later married one of them just the same. But to get back to my knitting. After Tom had left, the stable I was with kept drifting along through nice little Pennsylvania county seat towns. My owner, a strange, excitable kind of man from over in Ohio, who had lost a lot of money on horses, but was always thinking he would maybe get it all back in some big killing, had been playing in pretty good luck that year. The horse I had, a tough little gelding, a 5-year-old, had been getting home in front pretty regular, and so he took some of his winnings and bought a 3-year-old black pacing stallion named Oh My Man. My gelding was called Picket Boy, because when he was in a race and had got into the stretch, my owner always got half wild with excitement, and shouted so you could hear him 1.5 miles. "Go, Picket Boy, Picket Boy, Picket Boy," he kept shouting, and so when he had got hold of this good little gelding, he had named him that. The gelding was a fast one all right. As the boys at the track used to say, he picked 'em up sharp and set 'em down clean. and he was what we called a natural racehorse, right up to all the speed he had, and didn't require much training. All you got to do is to drop him down on the track and he'll go, was what my owner was always saying to other men when he was bragging about his horse. And so, you see, after Tom left, I hadn't much to do evenings, and then the new stallion, the 3-year-old, came on with a negro swipe named Bert. I liked him fine, and he liked me, but not the same as Tom and me. We got to be friends all right, and I suppose Bert would have done things for me, and maybe me for him, that Tom and me wouldn't have done for each other. But with a negro you couldn't be close friends like you can with another white man. There's some reason you can't understand, but it's true. There's been too much talk about the difference between whites and blacks, and you're both shy. And anyway, no use trying, and I suppose Bert and I both knew it, and so I was pretty lonesome. Something happened to me that happened several times when I was a young fellow that I have never exactly understood. Sometimes now I think it was all because I had got to be almost a man and had never been with a woman. I don't know what's the matter with me. I can't ask a woman. I've tried it a good many times in my life, but every time I've tried, the same thing happened. Of course, with Jessie now, it's different, but at the time of which I'm speaking, Jessie was a long ways off, and a good many things were to happen to me before I got to her. Around a racetrack, as you may suppose, the fellows who are swipes and drivers and strangers in the towns do not go without women. They don't have to. In any town there are always some fly girls will come around a place like that. I suppose they think they are falling with men who lead romantic lives. Such girls will come along by the front of the stalls where the racehorses are, and if you look all right to them, they will stop and make a fuss over your horse. They rub their little hands over the horse's nose, and then is the time for you. If you aren't a fellow like me, who can't get up the nerve, then is the time for you to smile and say, "Hello, kid," and make a date with one of them for that evening uptown after supper. I couldn't do that, although the Lord knows I tried hard enough, often enough. A girl would come along alone, and she would be a little thing and give me the eye, and I would try and try, but couldn't say anything. Both Tom and Bert afterwards used to laugh at me about it sometimes, but what I think is that, had I been able to speak up to one of them and had managed to make a date with her, nothing would have come of it. We would probably have walked around the town and got off together in the dark somewhere, where the town came to an end, and then she would have had to knock me over with a club before it got any further. And so there I was, having got used to Tom and our talks together. And Bert, of course, had his own friends among the black men. I got lazy and mopey and had a hard time doing my work. It was like this. Sometimes I would be sitting, perhaps under a tree, in the late afternoon when the races were over for the day and the crowds had gone away. There were always a lot of other men and boys who hadn't any horses in the races that day, and they would be standing or sitting about in front of the stalls and talking. I would listen for a time to their talk, and then their voices would seem to go far away. The things I was looking at would go far away too. Perhaps there would be a tree not more than 100 yards away, and it would just come out of the ground and float away like a thistle. It would get smaller and smaller, away off there in the sky, and then suddenly, bang! It would be back where it belonged, in the ground, and I would begin hearing the voices of the men talking again. When Tom was with me that summer, the nights were splendid. We usually walked about and talked until pretty late, and then I crawled up into my hole and went to sleep. Always out of Tom's talk I got something that stayed in my mind, after I was off by myself, curled up in my blanket. I suppose he had a way of making pictures as he talked, and the pictures stayed by me, as Bert was always saying pork chops did by him. "Give me the old pork chops, they stick to the ribs," Bert was always saying, and with the imagination it was always that way about Tom's talks. He started something inside you that went on, and your mind played with it like walking about in a strange town and seeing the sights, and you slipped off to sleep and had splendid dreams and woke up in the morning feeling fine. And then he was gone, and it wasn't that way any more, and I got into the fix I have described. At night I kept seeing women's bodies and women's lips and things in my dreams, and woke up in the morning feeling like the old Harry. Bert was pretty good to me. He always helped me call Picket Boy out after a race, and he did the things himself that take the most skill and quickness, like getting the bandages on a horse's legs smooth, and seeing that every strap is setting just right, and every buckle drawn up to just the right hole, before your horse goes out on the track for a heat. Bert knew there was something wrong with me, and put himself out not to let the boss know. When the boss was around, he was always bragging about me. "The brightest kid I've ever worked with around the tracks," he would say, and grin, and that at a time when I wasn't worth my salt. When you go out with the horses, there is one job that always takes a lot of time. In the late afternoon, after your horse has been in a race, and after you have washed him and rubbed him out, he has to be walked slowly, sometimes for hours and hours, so he'll call out slowly and won't get muscle-bound. I did that job for both our horses, and Bert did the more important things. It left him free to go talk or shoot dice with the other niggers, and I didn't mind. I rather liked it, and after a hard race even the stallion, oh my man, was tame enough, even when there were mares about. You walk and walk and walk around in a little circle, and your horse's head is right by your shoulder, and all around you the life of the place you are in is going on, and in a queer way you get so you aren't really a part of it at all. Perhaps no one ever gets as I was then, except boys that aren't quite men yet, and who, like me, have never been with girls or women. To really be with them up to the hilt, I mean. I used to wonder if young girls got that way too before they married, or did what we used to call go on the town. If I remember it right, though, I didn't do much thinking then. Often I would have forgotten supper if Bert hadn't shouted at me and reminded me, and sometimes he forgot and went off to town with one of the other niggers, and I did forget. There I was with the horse, going slow, 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 around a circle that way. The people were leaving the fairgrounds now, some afoot, some driving away to the farms in wagons and Fords. Clouds of dust floated in the air, and over to the west, where the town was, maybe the sun was going down, a red ball of fire through the dust. Only a few hours before, the crowd had been all filled with excitement and everyone shouting. Let us suppose my horse had been in a race that afternoon, and I had stood in front of the grandstand with my horse blanket over my shoulder, alongside of Bert perhaps, and when they came into the stretch my owner began to call, in that queer high voice of his, that seemed to float over the top of all the shouting up in the grandstand. And his voice was saying over and over, "Go, Picket boy, Picket boy, Picket boy," the way he always did, and my heart was thumping so I could hardly breathe, and Bert was leaning over and snapping his fingers and muttering, "Come, little sweet, come on home. Your mamma wants you. Come get your lasses and bread, little Picket boy." Well, all that was over now, and the voices of the people left around were all low. And Picket boy, I was leading him slowly around the little ring, to call him out slowly, as I've said. He was different too. Maybe he had pretty nearly broken his heart trying to get down to the wire in front, or getting down there in front. And now everything inside him was quiet and tired, as it was nearly all the time those days in me, except in me tired but not quiet. You remember I've told you we always walked in a circle, round and round and round. I guess something inside me got to going round and round and round too. The sun did sometimes, and the trees and the clouds of dust. I had to think sometimes about putting down my feet so they went straight down in the right place, and I didn't get to staggering like a drunken man. And a funny feeling came that it is going to be hard to describe. It had something to do with the life in the horse and in me. Sometimes, these late years, I've thought maybe Negroes would understand what I'm trying to talk about now better than any white man ever will. I mean something about men and animals, something between them. Something that can perhaps only happen to a white man when he has slipped off his base a little, as I suppose I had then. I think maybe a lot of horsey people feel it sometimes, though. It's something like this, maybe. Do you suppose it could be that something we whites have got and think such a lot of and are so proud about isn't much of any good after all? It's something in us that wants to be big and grand and important maybe, and won't let us just be, like a horse or a dog or a bird can. Let's say Picket boy had won his race that day. He did that pretty often that summer. Well, he was neither proud, like I would have been in his place, or mean in one part of the inside of him either. He was just himself, doing something with a kind of simplicity. That's what Picket boy was like, and I got to feeling it in him as I walked with him slowly in the gathering darkness. I got inside him in some way I can't explain, and he got inside me. Often we would stop walking for no cause, and he would put his nose up against my face. I wished he was a girl sometimes, or that I was a girl and he was a man. It's an odd thing to say, but it's a fact. Being with him that way, so long, and in such a quiet way, cured something in me a little. Often after an evening like that I slept all right and did not have the kind of dreams I've spoken about. But I wasn't cured for very long, and couldn't get cured. My body seemed all right and just as good as ever, but there wasn't no pep in me. Then the fall got later and later, and we came to the last town we were going to make before my owner laid his horses up for the winter, in his home town over across the state line in Ohio, and the track was up on a hill, or rather in a kind of high plain above the town. It wasn't much of a place, and the sheds were rather rickety and the track bad, especially at the turns. As soon as we got to the place and got stabled, it began to rain and kept it up all week, so the fair had to be put off. As the purses weren't very large, a lot of the owners shipped right out, but our owner stayed. The fair owners guaranteed expenses whether the races were held the next week or not. And all week there wasn't much of anything for Bert and me to do but clean manure out of the stalls in the morning, watch for a chance when the rain let up a little to jog the horses around the track in the mud, and then clean them off, blanket them and stick them back in their stalls. It was the hardest time of all for me. Bert wasn't so bad off, as there were a dozen or two blacks around, and in the evening they went off to town, got liquored up a little, and came home late, singing and talking, even in the cold rain. And then one night I got mixed up in the thing I'm trying to tell you about. It was a Saturday evening, and when I look back at it now, it seems to me everyone had left the tracks but just me. In the early evening swipe after swipe came over to my stall and asked me if I was going to stick around. When I said I was, he would ask me to keep an eye out for him, that nothing happened to his horse. "Just take a stroll down that way now and then, eh, kid?" one of them would say. "I just want to run up to town for an hour or two." I would say yes, to be sure, and so pretty soon it was dark as pitch up there in that little ruined fairground, and nothing living anywhere around but the horses and me. I stood it as long as I could, walking here and there in the mud and rain, and thinking all the time I wished I was someone else and not myself. If I was someone else, I thought, I wouldn't be here, but down there in the town with the others. I saw myself going into saloons and having drinks, and later going off to a house maybe, and getting myself a woman. I got to thinking so much that as I went stumbling around up there in the darkness, it was as though what was in my mind was actually happening. Only I wasn't with some cheap woman, such as I would have found had I had the nerve to do what I wanted, but with such a woman as I thought then I should never find in this world. She was slender and like a flower, and with something in her like a racehorse too, something in her like Picket Boy in the Stretch, I guess. And I thought about her and thought about her until I couldn't stand thinking any more. "I'll do something anyway," I said to myself. So although I had told all the swipes I would stay and watch their horses, I went out of the fairgrounds and down the hill a ways. I went down until I came to a little low saloon, not in the main part of the town itself, but halfway up the hillside. The saloon had once been a residence, a farmhouse perhaps, but if it was ever a farmhouse, I'm sure the farmer who lived there and worked the land on that hillside hadn't made out very well. The country didn't look like a farming country, such as one sees all about the other county seat towns we had been visiting all through the late summer and fall. Everywhere you looked there were stones sticking out of the ground, and the trees mostly of the stubby, stunty kind. It looked wild and untidy and ragged, that's what I mean. On the flat plain up above, where the fairground was, there were a few fields and pastures, and there were some sheep raised, and in the field right next to the tracks, on the furthest side from town, on the back-stretch side, there had once been a slaughter-house, the ruins of which were still standing. It hadn't been used for quite some time, but there were bones of animals lying all about in the field, and there was a smell coming out of the old building that would curl your hair. The horses hated the place, just as we swipes did, and in the morning, when we were jogging them around the track in the mud, to keep them in racing condition, Picket Boy and Oh My Man both raised old Ned every time we headed them up the back stretch and got near to where the old slaughter-house stood. They would rear and fight at the bit and go off their stride and run until they got clear of the rotten smells, and neither Bert nor I could make them stop. "It's a hell of a town down there, and this is a hell of a track for racing," Bert kept saying. "If they ever have their danged old fair, someone's going to get spilled and maybe killed back here." Whether they did or not I don't know, as I didn't stay for the fair, for reasons I'll tell you pretty soon. But Bert was speaking sense all right. A racehorse isn't like a human being. He won't stand for it to have to do his work in any rotten, ugly kind of dump the way a man will, and he won't stand for the smells a man will either. But to get back to my story again. There I was, going down the hillside in the darkness and the cold, soaking rain, and breaking my word to all the others about staying up above and watching the horses. When I got to the little saloon, I decided to stop and have a drink or two. I'd found out long before that about 2 drinks upset me, so I was 2/3 piped and couldn't walk straight, but on that night I didn't care a tinker's damn. So I went up a kind of path out of the road toward the front door of the saloon. It was in what must have been the parlour of the place, when it was a farmhouse, and there was a little front porch. I stopped before I opened the door and looked about a little. From where I stood I could look right down into the main street of the town, like being in a big city like New York or Chicago, and looking down out of the 15th floor of an office building into the street. The hillside was mighty steep, and the road up had to wind and wind, or no one could ever have come up out of the town to their plagued old fair at all. It wasn't much of a town I saw. A main street with a lot of saloons and a few stores, 1 or 2 dinky moving picture places, a few Fords, hardly any women or girls in sight, and a raft of men. I tried to think of the girl I had been dreaming about as I walked around in the mud and darkness up at the fairground, living in the place, but I couldn't make it. It was like trying to think of Picket Boy getting himself worked up to the state I was in then, and going into the ugly dump I was going into. It couldn't be done. All the same, I knew the town wasn't all right there in sight. There must have been a good many of the kinds of houses Pennsylvania miners live in back in the hills, or around a turn in the valley in which the main street stood. What I suppose is that, it being Saturday night and raining, the women and kids had all stayed at home, and only the men were out, intending to get themselves liquored up. I've been in some other mining towns since, and if I was a miner and had to live in one of them, or in one of the houses they live in with their women and kids, I'd get out and liquor myself up too. So there I stood looking, and as sick as a dog inside myself, and as wet and cold as a rat in a sewer pipe. I could see the mass of dark figures moving about down below, and beyond the main street there was a river that made a sound you could hear distinctly, even up where I was, and over beyond the river were some railroad tracks with switch engines going up and down. I suppose they had something to do with the mines in which the men of the town worked. Anyway, as I stood watching and listening, there was now and then a sound like thunder rolling down the sky. And I suppose that was a lot of coal, maybe a whole carload being let down plunk into a coal car. And then besides there was, on the side of a hill far away, a long row of coke ovens. They had little doors through which the light from the fire within leaked out, and as they were set closely, side by side, they looked like the teeth of some big man-eating giant lying and waiting over there in the hills. The sight of it all, even the sight of the kind of hellholes men are satisfied to go on living in, gave me the fantods and the shivers right down in my liver. And on that night I guess I had in me a kind of contempt for all men, including myself, that I've never had so thoroughly since. Come right down to it, I suppose women aren't so much to blame as men. They aren't running the show. End of section 14. Recording by Ashley Jane. Section 15 of Out of the Closet. A collection of early LGBTQ plus fiction. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ashley Jane. Out of the Closet, a collection of early LGBTQ plus fiction. The Man Who Became a Woman, Part 2, by Sherwood Anderson. Then I pushed open the door and went into the saloon. There were about a dozen men, miners I suppose, playing cards at tables in a little long dirty room with a bar at one side of it, and with a big red-faced man with a moustache standing back of the bar. The place smelled, as such places do where men hang around who have worked and sweated in their clothes, and perhaps slept in them too, and have never had them washed, but have just kept on wearing them. I guess you know what I mean if you've ever been in a city. You smell that smell in a city, in streetcars on rainy nights, when a lot of factory hands get on. I got pretty used to that smell when I was a tramp, and pretty sick of it too. And so I was in the place now, with a glass of whisky in my hand, and I thought all the miners were staring at me, which they weren't at all, but I thought they were, and so I felt just the same as though they had been. And then I looked up and saw my own face in the old cracked looking-glass back of the bar. If the miners had been staring or laughing at me, I wouldn't have wondered when I saw what I looked like. It, I mean my own face, was white and pasty-looking, and for some reason, I can't tell exactly why, it wasn't my own face at all. It's a funny business I'm trying to tell you about, and I know what you may be thinking of me as well as you do, so you needn't suppose I'm innocent or ashamed. I'm only wondering. I've thought about it a lot since, and I can't make it out. I know I was never that way before that night, and I know I've never been that way since. Maybe it was lonesomeness, just lonesomeness, gone on in me too long. I've often wondered if women generally are lonesomer than men. The point is that the face I saw in the looking-glass back of that bar when I looked up from my glass of whisky that evening wasn't my own face at all, but the face of a woman. It was a girl's face, that's what I mean. That's what it was. It was a girl's face, and a lonesome and scared girl too. She was just a kid at that. When I saw that, the glass of whisky came pretty near falling out of my hand, but I gulped it down, put $1 on the bar, and called for another. I've got to be careful here. I'm up against something new, I told myself. If any of these men in here get on to me, there's going to be trouble. When I had got the second drink in me, I called for a third, and I thought, when I get this drink down, I'll get out of here and back up the hill to the fairground before I make a fool of myself and begin to get drunk. And then, while I was thinking and drinking my third glass of whisky, the men in the room began to laugh, and of course I thought they were laughing at me. But they weren't. No one in the place had really paid any attention to me. What they were laughing at was a man who had just come in at the door. I've never seen such a fellow. He was a huge big man with red hair that stuck straight up like bristles out of his head, and he had a red-haired kid in his arms. The kid was just like himself, big, I mean, for his age, and with the same kind of stiff red hair. He came and set the kid up on the bar close beside me and called for a glass of whisky for himself, and all the men in the room began to shout and laugh at him and his kid. Only they didn't shout and laugh when he was looking, so he could tell which ones did it, but did all their shouting and laughing when his head was turned the other way. They kept calling him Cracked. The crack is getting wider in the old tin pan, someone sang, and then they all laughed. I'm puzzled, you see, just how to make you feel as I felt that night. I suppose, having undertaken to write this story, that's what I'm up against, trying to do that. I'm not claiming to be able to inform you or to do you any good. I'm just trying to make you understand some things about me, as I would like to understand some things about you, or anyone, if I had the chance. Anyway, the whole blamed thing, the thing that went on, I mean, in that little saloon on that rainy Saturday night, wasn't like anything quite real. I've already told you how I looked into the glass back of the bar and had seen there not my own face, but the face of a scared young girl. Well, the men, the miners, sitting at the tables in the half-dark room, the red-faced bartender, the unholy-looking big man who had come in, and his queer-looking kid now sitting on the bar, all of them were like characters in some play, not like real people at all. There was myself, that wasn't myself, and I'm not any fairy. Anyone who has ever known me knows better than that. And then there was the man who had come in. There was a feeling came out of him that wasn't like the feeling you get from a man at all. It was more like the feeling you get maybe from a horse, only his eyes weren't like a horse's eyes. Horses' eyes have a kind of calm something in them, and his hadn't. If you've ever carried a lantern through a wood at night, going along a path, and then suddenly you felt something funny in the air and stopped, and there ahead of you somewhere were the eyes of some little animal, gleaming out at you from a dead wall of darkness. The eyes shine big and quiet, but there is a point right in the centre of each where there is something dancing and wavering. You aren't afraid the little animal will jump at you. You are afraid the little eyes will jump at you. That's what's the matter with you. Only, of course, a horse, when you go into his stall at night, or a little animal you had disturbed in a wood that way, wouldn't be talking, and the big man who had come in there with his kid was talking. He kept talking all the time, saying something under his breath, as they say, and I could only understand now and then a few words. It was his talking made him kind of terrible. His eyes said one thing and his lips another. They didn't seem to get together as though they belonged to the same person. For one thing, the man was too big. There was about him an unnatural bigness. It was in his hands, his arms, his shoulders, his body, his head, a bigness like you might see in trees and bushes in a tropical country, perhaps. I've never been in a tropical country, but I've seen pictures. Only his eyes were small. In his big head they looked like the eyes of a bird, and I remember that his lips were thick, like Negroes' lips. He paid no attention to me or to the others in the room, but kept on muttering to himself, or to the kid sitting on the bar. I couldn't tell to which. First he had one drink, and then, quick, another. I stood staring at him and thinking, a jumble of thoughts, I suppose. What I must have been thinking was something like this. Well, he's one of the kind you are always seeing about towns, I thought. I meant he was one of the cracked kind. In almost any small town you go to, you will find one, and sometimes 2 or 3 cracked people walking around. They go through the street muttering to themselves, and people generally are cruel to them. Their own folks make a bluff at being kind, but they aren't really, and the others in the town, men and boys, like to tease them. They send such a fellow, the mild, silly kind, on some fool errand after a round square or a dozen post-holes or tie cards on his back saying, "Kick me," or something like that, and then carry on and laugh as though they had done something funny. And so there was this cracked one in that saloon, and I could see the men in there wanted to have some fun, putting up some kind of horseplay on him. But they didn't quite dare. He wasn't one of the mild kind, that was a cinch. I kept looking at the man and at his kid, and then up at that strange unreal reflection of myself in the cracked-looking glass back of the bar. Rats, rats, digging in the ground, miners are rats, little jackrabbit, I heard him say to his solemn-faced kid. I guess, after all, maybe he wasn't so cracked. The kid sitting on the bar kept blinking at his father like an owl caught out in the daylight, and now the father was having another glass of whiskey. He drank 6 glasses, one right after the other, and it was cheap 10-cent stuff. He must have had cast iron insides all right. Of the men in the room there were 2 or 3, maybe they were really more scared than the others, so had to put up a bluff of bravery by showing off, who kept laughing and making funny cracks about the big man and his kid, and there was one fellow was the worst of the bunch. I'll never forget that fellow because of his looks and what happened to him afterwards. He was one of the showing-off kind, all right, and he was the one that had started the song about the crack getting bigger in the old tin pan. He sang it 2 or 3 times, and then he grew bolder and got up and began walking up and down the room, singing it over and over. He was a showy kind of man, with a fancy vest on which there were brown tobacco spots, and he wore glasses. Every time he made some crack he thought was funny, he winked at the others, as though to say, "You see me, I'm not afraid of this big fellow," and then the others laughed. The proprietor of the place must have known what was going on and the danger in it, because he kept leaning over the bar and saying, "Shush, now quit it," to the showy-off man, but it didn't do any good. The fellow kept prancing like a turkey cock, and he put his hat on one side of his head and stopped right back of the big man and sang that song about the crack in the old tin pan. He was one of the kind you can't shush until they get their blocks knocked off, and it didn't take him long to come to it that time anyhow, because the big fellow just kept on muttering to his kid and drinking his whiskey as though he hadn't heard anything, and then suddenly he turned, and his big hand flashed out, and he grabbed not the fellow who had been showing off, but me. With just a sweep of his arm he brought me up against his big body. Then he shoved me over with my breast jammed against the bar, and looking right into his kid's face, he said, "Now you watch him, and if you let him fall, I'll kill you," in just quite ordinary tones, as though he was saying good morning to some neighbour. Then the kid leaned over and threw his arms around my head, and in spite of that I did manage to screw my head around enough to see what happened. It was a sight I'll never forget. The big fellow had Wilde around, and he had the showy-off man by the shoulder now, and the fellow's face was a sight. The big man must have had some reputation as a bad man in the town, even though he was cracked, for the man with the fancy vest had his mouth open now, and his hat had fallen off his head, and he was silent and scared. Once when I was a tramp I saw a kid killed by a train. The kid was walking on the rail and showing off before some other kids, by letting them see how close he could let an engine come to him before he got out of the way. And the engine was whistling, and a woman over on the porch of a house nearby was jumping up and down and screaming, and the kid let the engine get nearer and nearer, wanting more and more to show off, and then he stumbled and fell. God, I'll never forget the look on his face, in just the second before he got hit and killed. And now, there in that saloon, was the same terrible look on another face. I closed my eyes for a moment and was sick all through me, and then, when I opened my eyes, the big man's fist was just coming down in the other man's face. The one blow knocked him cold, and he fell down like a beast hit with an axe. And then the most terrible thing of all happened. The big man had on heavy boots, and he raised one of them and brought it down on the other man's shoulder as he lay white and groaning on the floor. I could hear the bones crunch, and it made me so sick I could hardly stand up. But I had to stand up and hold on to that kid, or I knew it would be my turn next. Because the big fellow didn't seem excited or anything, but kept on muttering to himself, as he had been doing when he was standing peacefully by the bar, drinking his whiskey, and now he had raised his foot again, and maybe this time he would bring it down in the other man's face, and just eliminate his map for keeps, as sports and prize fighters sometimes say. I trembled like I was having a chill, but thank God at that moment the kid, who had his arms around me, and one hand clinging to my nose so that there were the marks of his fingernails on it the next morning. At that moment the kid, thank God, began to howl, and his father didn't bother any more with the man on the floor, but turned around, knocked me aside, and taking his kid in his arms, tramped out of that place, muttering to himself, as he had been doing ever since he came in. I went out too, but I didn't prance out with any dignity, I'll tell you that. I slunk out like a thief or a coward, which perhaps I am, partly, anyhow. And so there I was, outside there in the darkness, and it was as cold and wet and black and God-forsaken a night as any man ever saw. I was so sick at the thought of human beings that night, I could have vomited to think of them at all. For a while I just stumbled along in the mud of the road, going up the hill, back to the fairground, and then, almost before I knew where I was, I found myself in the stall with Picket Boy. That was one of the best and sweetest feelings I've ever had in my whole life, being in that warm stall alone with that horse that night. I had told the other swipes that I would go up and down the row of stalls now and then and have an eye on the other horses, but I had altogether forgotten my promise now. I went and stood with my back against the side of the wall, thinking how mean and low and all balled up and twisted up human beings can become, and how the best of them are likely to get that way any time just because they are human beings and not simple and clear in their minds and inside themselves as animals are, maybe. Perhaps you know how a person feels at such a moment. There are things you think of, odd little things you had thought you had forgotten. Once when you were a kid, you were with your father, and he was all dressed up, as for a funeral or 4th of July, and was walking along a street holding your hand. And you were going past a railroad station, and there was a woman standing. She was a stranger in your town, and was dressed as you had never seen a woman dressed before, and never thought you would see one looking so nice. Long afterwards you knew that was because she had lovely taste in clothes, such as so few women have really, but then you thought she must be a queen. You had read about queens in fairy stories, and the thoughts of them thrilled you. What lovely eyes the strange lady had, and what beautiful rings she wore on her fingers. Then your father came out from being in the railroad station, maybe to set his watch by the station clock, and took you by the hand, and he and the woman smiled at each other, in an embarrassed kind of way, and you kept looking longingly back at her, and when you were out of her hearing, you asked your father if she really were a queen. And it may be that your father was one who wasn't so very hot on democracy and a free country, and talked up bunk about a free citizenry, and he said he hoped she was a queen, and maybe, for all he knew, she was. Or maybe, when you get jammed up as I was that night, and can't get things clear about yourself or other people and why you are alive, or for that matter why anyone you can think about is alive, you think not of people at all, but of other things you have seen and felt, like walking along a road in the snow in the winter, perhaps out in Iowa, and hearing soft warm sounds in a barn close to the road, or of another time when you were on a hill and the sun was going down and the sky suddenly became a great soft-coloured bowl, all glowing like a jewel-handled bowl. A great queen in some far-away mighty kingdom might have put on a vast table out under the tree once a year, when she invited all her loyal and loving subjects to come and dine with her. I can't, of course, figure out what you try to think about when you are as desolate as I was that night. Maybe you are like me and inclined to think of women, and maybe you are like a man I met once on the road, who told me that when he was up against it he never thought of anything but grub and a big, nice, clean, warm bed to sleep in. I don't care about anything else, and I don't ever let myself think of anything else, he said. If I was like you and went to thinking about women sometime, I'd find myself hooked up to some skirt, and she'd have the old double cross on me, and the rest of my life maybe I'd be working in some factory for her and her kids. As I say, there I was anyway, up there alone with that horse in that warm stall in that dark, lonesome fairground, and I had that feeling about being sick at the thought of human beings and what they could be like. Well, suddenly I got again the queer feeling I'd had about him once or twice before. I mean the feeling about our understanding each other in some way I can't explain. So having it again, I went over to where he stood and began running my hands all over his body, just because I loved the feel of him, and as sometimes, to tell the plain truth, I felt about touching with my hands the body of a woman I've seen and who I thought was lovely too. I ran my hands over his head and neck, and then down over his hard, firm, round body, and then over his flanks and down his legs. His flanks quivered a little, I remember, and once he turned his head and stuck his cold nose down along my neck and nipped my shoulder a little, in a soft, playful way. It hurt a little, but I didn't care. So then I crawled up through a hole into the loft above, thinking that night was over anyway, and glad of it. But it wasn't, not by a long sight. As my clothes were all soaking wet, and as we race-track swipes didn't own any such things as nightgowns or pyjamas, I'd had to go to bed naked, of course. But we had plenty of horse blankets, and so I tucked myself in between a pile of them and tried not to think any more that night. The being with Picket Boy and having him close right under me that way made me feel a little better. Then I was sound asleep and dreaming, and bang! Like being hit with a club by someone who has sneaked up behind you. I got another wallop. What I suppose is that, being upset the way I was, I had forgotten to bolt the door to Picket Boy's stall down below, and 2 negro men had come in there, thinking they were in their own place, and had climbed up through the hole where I was. They were half lit up, but not what you might call dead drunk, and I suppose they were up against something a couple of white swipes, who had some money in their pockets, wouldn't have been up against. What I mean is that a couple of white swipes, having liquored themselves up and being down there in the town on a bat, if they wanted a woman or a couple of women, would have been able to find them. There is always a few women of that kind can be found around any town I've ever seen or heard of, and of course a bartender would have given them the tip where to go. But a negro, up there in that country where there aren't any, or anyway mighty few negro women, wouldn't know what to do when he felt that way and would be up against it. It's so always. Bert and several other negroes I've known pretty well have talked to me about it, lots of times. You take now a young negro man, not a racetrack swipe or a tramp or any other low-down kind of fellow, but, let us say, one who has been to college and has behaved himself and tried to be a good man the best he could and be clean, as they say. He isn't any better off, is he? If he has made himself some money and wants to go sit in a swell restaurant, or go to hear some good music, or see a good play at the theatre, he gets what we used to call on the tracks the messy end of the dung fork, doesn't he? And even in such low-down place as what people call a bad house, it's the same way. The white swipes and others can go into a place where they have Negro women fast enough, and they do it too. But you let a Negro swipe try it the other way around and see how he comes out. You see, I can think this whole thing out fairly now, sitting here in my own house and writing, and with my wife Jessie in the kitchen making a pie or something. And I can show just how the two Negro men who came into that loft where I was asleep were justified in what they did. And I can preach about how the Negroes are up against it in this country like a daisy. But I'll tell you what, I didn't think things out that way that night. For you understand what they thought, they being half liquored up, and when one of them had jerked the blankets off me, was that I was a woman. One of them carried a lantern, but it was smoky and dirty and didn't give out much light. So they must have figured it out, my body being pretty white and slender then, like a young girl's body, I suppose, that some white swipe had brought me up there. The kind of girls around a town that will come with a swipe to a racetrack on a rainy night aren't very fancy females, but you'll find that kind in the towns all right. I've seen many a one in my day. And so I figure, these two big buck niggers, being piped that way, just made up their minds they would snatch me away from the white swipe who had brought me out there, and who had left me lying carelessly around. Just you lie still, honey. We ain't gwine hurt you none, one of them said, with a little chuckling laugh that had something in it besides a laugh, too. It was the kind of laugh that gives you the shivers. The devil of it was I couldn't say anything, not even a word. Why I couldn't yell out and say, "What the hell?" and just kid them a little and shoo them out of there, I don't know, but I couldn't. I tried and tried so that my throat hurt, but I didn't say a word. I just lay there staring at them. It was a mixed-up night. I've never gone through another night like it. Was I scared? Lord Almighty, I'll tell you what, I was scared. Because the two big black faces were leaning right over me now, and I could feel their liquored-up breaths on my cheeks, and their eyes were shining in the dim light from that smoky lantern, and right in the centre of their eyes was that dancing, flickering light I've told you about you're seeing in the eyes of wild animals when you were carrying a lantern through the woods at night. It was a puzzler. All my life, you see, me never having any sisters, and at that time never having had a sweetheart either, I had been dreaming and thinking about women. And I suppose I'd always been dreaming about a pure innocent one for myself, made for me, by God, maybe. Men are that way. No matter how big they talk about, let the women go hang, they've always got that notion tucked away inside themselves somewhere. It's a kind of chesty man's notion, I suppose, but they've got it, and the kind of up-and-coming women we have nowadays, who are always saying, "I'm as good as a man and will do what the men do," are on the wrong trail if they really ever want to, what you might say, hog-tie a fellow of their own. So I had invented a kind of princess with black hair and a slender willowy body to dream about. And I thought of her as being shy and afraid to ever tell anything she really felt to anyone but just me. I suppose I fancied that if I ever found such a woman in the flesh, I would be the strong, sure one, and she the timid, shrinking one. And now I was that woman, or something like her, myself. I gave a kind of wriggle like a fish you have just taken off the hook. What I did next wasn't a thought-out thing. I was caught, and I squirmed, that's all. The two niggers both jumped at me, but somehow, the lantern having been kicked over and having gone out the first move they made, well, in some way, when they both lunged at me, they missed. As good luck would have it, my feet found the hole where you put hay down to the horse in the stall below, and through which we crawled up when it was time to go to bed in our blankets up in the hay. And down I slid, not bothering to try to find the ladder with my feet, but just letting myself go. In less than a second I was out of doors in the dark, and the rain and the two blacks were down the hole and out the door of the stall after me. How long or how far they really followed me, I suppose I'll never know. It was black dark and raining hard now, and a roaring wind had begun to blow. Of course, my body being white, it must have made some kind of a faint streak in the darkness as I ran, and anyway, I thought they could see me, and I knew I couldn't see them, and that made my terror 10 times worse. Every minute I thought they would grab me. You know how it is when a person is all upset and full of terror as I was. I suppose maybe the two niggers found me for a while, running across the muddy racetrack and into the grove of trees that grew in the oval inside the track, but likely enough, after just a few minutes, they gave up the chase and went back, found their own place and went to sleep. They were liquored up, as I've said, and maybe partly funning too. But I didn't know that if they were. As I ran, I kept hearing sounds made by the rain coming down through the dead old leaves left on the trees, and by the wind blowing. And it may be that the sound that scared me most of all was my own bare feet stepping on a dead branch and breaking it, or something like that. There was something strange and scary, a steady sound, like a heavy man running and breathing hard, right at my shoulder. It may have been my own breath, coming quick and fast. And I thought I heard that chuckling laugh I'd heard up in the loft, the laugh that sent the shivers right down through me. Of course, every tree I came close to looked like a man standing there, ready to grab me. And I kept dodging and going, bang, into other trees. My shoulders kept knocking against trees in that way, and the skin was all knocked off, and every time it happened I thought a big black hand had come down and clutched at me and was tearing my flesh. How long it went on I don't know, maybe an hour, maybe 5 minutes. But anyway, the darkness didn't let up, and the terror didn't let up, and I couldn't, to save my life, scream or make any sound. Just why I couldn't, I don't know. Could it be because at the time I was a woman, while at the same time I wasn't a woman? It may be that I was too ashamed of having turned into a girl and being afraid of a man to make any sound. I don't know about that. It's over my head. But anyway, I couldn't make a sound. I tried and tried, but my throat hurt from trying, and no sound came. And then, after a long time, or what seemed like a long time, I got out from among the trees inside the track and was on the track itself again. I thought the two black men were still after me, you understand, and I ran like a madman. Of course, running along the track that way, it must have been up the back stretch. I came after a time to where the old slaughterhouse stood, in that field beside the track. I knew it by its ungodly smell, scared as I was. Then, in some way, I managed to get over the high old fairground fence and was in the field where the slaughterhouse was. All the time I was trying to yell or scream or be sensible and tell those two black men that I was a man and not a woman, but I couldn't make it. And then I heard a sound like a board cracking or breaking in the fence and thought they were still after me. So I kept on running like a crazy man in the field, and just then I stumbled and fell over something. I've told you how the old slaughterhouse field was filled with bones that had been lying there a long time and had all been washed white. There were heads of sheep and cows and all kinds of things. And when I fell and pitched forward, I fell right into the midst of something still and cold and white. It was probably the skeleton of a horse lying there. In small towns like that, they take an old worn-out horse that has died and haul him off to some field outside of town and skin him for the hide that they can sell for $1 or $2. It doesn't make any difference what the horse has been, that's the way he usually ends up. Maybe even Picket Boy, or Oh My Man, or a lot of other good fast ones I've seen and known have ended that way by this time. And so I think it was the bones of a horse lying there, and he must have been lying on his back. The birds and wild animals had picked all his flesh away, and the rain had washed his bones clean. Anyway, I fell and pitched forward, and my side got cut pretty deep, and my hands clutched at something. I had fallen right in between the ribs of the horse, and they seemed to wrap themselves around me close. And my hands, clutching upwards, had got hold of the cheeks of that dead horse, and the bones of his cheeks were cold as ice, with the rain washing over them. White bones wrapped around me, and white bones in my hands. There was a new terror now that seemed to go down to the very bottom of me, to the bottom of the inside of me, I mean. It shook me like I have seen a rat in a barn shaken by a dog. It was a terror like a big wave that hits you when you were walking on a seashore, maybe. You see it coming, and you try to run and get away, but when you start to run inshore, there is a stone cliff you can't climb. So the wave comes high as a mountain, and there it is, right in front of you, and nothing in all this world can stop it. And now it had knocked you down, and rolled, and tumbled you over, and washed you clean, but dead maybe. And that's the way I felt. I seemed to myself dead with blind terror. It was a feeling like the finger of God running down your back and burning you clean, I mean. It burned all that silly nonsense about being a girl right out of me. I screamed at last, and the spell that was on me was broken. I'll bet the scream I let out of me could have been heard 1.5 miles. Right away I felt better, and crawled out from among the pile of bones. And then I stood on my own feet again, and I wasn't a woman or a young girl any more, but a man and my own self. And as far as I know, I've been that way ever since. Even the black night seemed warm and alive now, like a mother might to a kid in the dark. Only I couldn't go back to the racetrack because I was blubbering and crying and was ashamed of myself and of what a fool I had made of myself. Someone might see me, and I couldn't stand that, not at that moment. So I went across the field, walking now, not running like a crazy man, and pretty soon I came to a fence and crawled over and got into another field in which there was a straw stack I just happened to find in the pitch darkness. The straw stack had been there a long time, and some sheep had nibbled at it until they had made a pretty deep hole like a cave in the side of it. I found the hole and crawled in it, and there were some sheep in there, about a dozen of them. When I came in, creeping on my hands and knees, they didn't make much fuss, just stirred around a little and then settled down. So I settled down amongst them too. They were warm and gentle and kind, like Picket Boy. And being in there with them made me feel better than I would have felt being with any human person I knew at that time. So I settled down and slept after a while, and when I woke up it was daylight and not very cold, and the rain was over. The clouds were breaking away from the sky now, and maybe there would be a fair the next week, but if there was, I knew I wouldn't be there to see it. Because what I expected to happen did happen. I had to go back across the fields and the fairground to the place where my clothes were, right in the broad daylight, and me stark naked. And of course I knew someone would be up and would raise a shout, and every swipe and every driver would stick his head out and would whoop with laughter. And there would be 1,000 questions asked, and I would be too mad and too ashamed to answer, and would perhaps begin to blubber, and that would make me more ashamed than ever. It all turned out just as I expected, except that when the noise and the shouts of laughter were going it the loudest, Bert came out of the stall where Oh My Man was kept. And when he saw me, he didn't know what was the matter, but he knew something was up that wasn't on the square, and for which I wasn't to blame. So he got so all fired mad, he couldn't speak for a minute, and then he grabbed a pitchfork and began prancing up and down before the other stalls, giving that gang of swipes and drivers such a royal old dressing down as you never heard. You should have heard him sling language. It was grand to hear. And while he was doing it, I sneaked up into the loft, blubbering because I was so pleased and happy to hear him swear that way. And I got my wet clothes on quick, and got down, and gave Picket Boy a good-bye kiss on the cheek, and lit out. The last I saw of all that part of my life was Bert, still going it, and yelling out for the man who had put up a trick on me to come out and get what was coming to him. He had the pitchfork in his hand and was swinging it around. And every now and then he would make a kind of lunge at a tree or something. He was so mad through, and there was no one else in sight at all. And Bert didn't even see me cutting out along the fence, through a gate, and down the hill, and out of the racehorse and the tramp life for the rest of my days. End of section 15. Recording by Ashley Jane.
Section 16 of Out of the Closet, a collection of early LGBTQ+ fiction. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Thomas Peter. Out of the Closet, a collection of early LGBTQ+ fiction. Out of the Deeps, by Elizabeth Stoddard. Horace Hampton brooded by the fire in his dusky parlor, and his cousin George Hampton sat near him. When a jet of flame darted from the grate and lighted up their faces, they saw the grief which was busy at their hearts. For a long time they had been silent, intent upon their cigars. Now one moved his hand, and the other his foot, and then each supposed the other was about to speak. Horace and George were cousins. Horace was married, a prosperous man of business, and George was a bachelor and a lawyer. Both were men of means, lived in the same circle, enjoyed the same amusements, and many of their attachments were in common. Consequently they were much in each other's society, and Charlotte Hampden, the wife of Horace, looked upon George as one of her family. A few weeks before this period, Horace, not able to leave his business, permitted Charlotte to take their only son, a boy of 14, to France, to be educated in the college at Amiens. She crossed the sea in safety, left her son, and started on the return voyage in the steamer Andromeda. When her arrival was nearly due, a terrible gale sprung up and extended along the Atlantic seaboard, which lasted several days. Prayers for those at sea went up from all interested souls, and a raging anxiety devoured both Horace and George. The nominal date of the Andromeda's arrival went by. Other steamers came in, more or less ravaged by the storm. News of shipwreck were rife. The underwriters were busy, but nothing was heard of the Andromeda. At first the papers gave plausible reasons, mentioned the seaworthy character of the steamer and the ability of her commander, and then became oblivious. Afterwards, when a list of her passengers was published, more than one person read the name of Charlotte Hampden with regret. She was popular in her circle, and deserved to be, still in her brightest prime, handsome and lovable in all respects. Her friends, in their obituary remarks, said that her life might be compared to a party of pleasure sailing over a calm lake on a summer's day. Now her awful fate had been mysterious, annihilated by the dreadful sea in some sudden spasm of relentless fury, and engulfed in the dark world of a deep which never gives up its dead. Horace and George watched and waited still, with hopes that hourly turned to despair, and refused to own their fatal dread to each other. One day a ship came into port with tidings which confirmed the wreck of the Andromeda. Sailing north of Hatteras, she had come in contact with a mass of floating gear, and secured it. There was evidence that a useless effort had been made by some drowning wretches to tie spars and boards together. A portion of a bulkhead was with it. With a coarse brush some ship's hand had drawn the outline of a dromedary with a huge hump, and upon that were the half-effaced letters which composed the name Andromeda. The day this news appeared, Horace and George met on the pier where the ship was moored, with the same errand, that of seeing with their own eyes, and hearing with their own ears, the truth. Hand griping hand, they turned away, and brokenly said that all hope was gone. "Oh," cried poor Horace, "to have no last service to perform, to know that this loss must be forever invisible." "As if she were merely absent, no last memories to turn to, but one temporary farewell," replied George. The evening found them together by the deserted fireside. George broke the silence at last. "Is dinner nearly ready?" he asked. "Half an hour yet," replied Horace, holding his watch to the firelight. "Will you have the gas lighted?" "No. Something lies so heavy at my heart that I have resolved to unburden myself." "My dear boy," said Horace, surprised that he should choose the present moment for a personal confidence, but thinking that he meant it for his own distraction, he added that he was all attention. "We are such complicated creatures," began George, "and circumstances so arrange our consciences that all reasoning is baffled. Were Charlotte living, it would be impossible for me to make this confession, though, living or dead, to her I am the same man. I have long loved her, Horace, as no man should love the wife of his friend, or the wife of any man. By the stress of my suffering and my sympathy for you, I tell you, we are one in this loss." Horace was dumb. Another chasm seemed to open in his life. What else should he see in the dark backward and abyss of time? "Are you amazed?" continued George. "Charlotte has never dreamed of me. To her I have been your friend. The reflection of our friendship has chastely fallen on her affectionate heart." Unconsciously Horace drew a breath of relief, which George, with deep sadness, perceived, and went on. "I tell you this partly because, if mere abstract love is noble, mine has been, and partly to prove to you that I have entered into your loss as no other being can, and with the hope that my pure and faithful love may prove a bond between us, and an everlasting solace. To all intents and worldly purposes, your son shall be my son, and together, as white-headed old men, we will watch and aid his progress into manhood and the duties of life." George ended with a hysterical sob. His instincts told him that Horace was less great than himself at this moment, and he was disappointed. Horace, too, was now conscious of a want of magnanimity. But how was it possible to resist that vital jealousy which invades the soul of a man, when the woman whose sole possession is his own comes in question with another man? He longed to be alone that he might go back over all the past of their mutual lives. But swallowing something, he knew not what, he rose suddenly, offered his hand to George, and in a husky voice said, "It's all right, my dear boy. Such matters scare one at first, you know. But upon my word I see no occasion to wonder over what you have told me. I have not now to learn how much we are alike. Spare me all criticism, Horace. The judgment day may be anticipated sometimes. Charlotte was my ideal of all that was noble and beautiful. Why should I not pay her this tribute to you now?" Dinner was announced. Dinner that comes as inexorably as death. Dinner that must be prepared, must be eaten. Dinner, like the king, never dies. Both felt the relief of the announcement. The dinner passed off with a few commonplace remarks, and soon after George withdrew to his own solitary apartments in an adjoining street. When alone he questioned his course, and condemned himself for sentimentality. Of what use to reveal the inner life, and show the pure flame of the soul burning on a sacred altar, to one whose limitations suggested a dark lantern, the slides of which shut over its own feeble wick at any approach? Calmer than he had been for many nights, however. He fell asleep, and more than once dreamed of the touch of a vanished hand. The old ways were resumed in Audley Street. George paid his daily visit there, and he and Horace were seen abroad as formerly. People mentioned them as the inseparable mourners, again referring to Charlotte's blighted life, which had been rounded so completely by such a husband and such a friend. It was now in the full tide of falling leaves, more than a month since the confirmation of the Andromeda's loss. Horace and George, inhabiting the little smoking den upstairs, the rest of the house being closed, for they could not endure yet to be where Charlotte's belongings were, felt an additional melancholy when rain fell, or high winds roared round the walls. The picture of a ghastly sea rose before them, rent and torn by the wind like clouds. Figures with despairing gestures tossed wildly to and fro, and agonized cries ascended from an unfathomable depth and distance of space, reaching them, lost, mingled, and spent by the wind, whose merciless errand it was to bring them. This made Horace and George close their teeth, and inwardly strangle the strange noises which stifled their own hearts. "Suppose we were to shut the house at once?" asked Horace. "It grows too dismal. This howling weather drives my spirits down into my boots, and no tugging at the straps fetches them up again. What do you say to a Canadian trip? I want to see my agent in Toronto." "As you please," answered George with a sigh. "It is all one to me. It seems to me the most congenial place here. There's distraction in travel, though, and if you want to be distracted, go we will." "I hardly feel it a duty to try and test my feelings, George. Will you remain if I go?" "Oh, confound it, no. We must Ruth and Noemize it. Having begun so, I'll go. I believe I have lost all spring. My days are like zinc, my nights like lead." And so they grimly talked and laughed. The trip was decided on 2 days from that time. There was a little more bustle than usual in Audley Street at the appointed hour of departure. Horace and George were to leave by an evening train. Dinner was ordered an hour earlier. Some stir of packing the trunk of Horace by the housekeeper made things wear a familiar aspect. When Horace turned his latchkey and entered the hall, seeing open doors, lighted rooms, and a general movement of life, the old familiar sense of home smote his sick heart. He looked up in the empty air, and his soul cried, "My lost life and love and home! O treasures marking my memory! Would that I could die this moment!" He was mechanically wiping his hot face when George came in, with an assumption of cheerfulness, speaking loudly, and stepping about as if he liked it. "Old boy," said Horace, putting away his handkerchief, "Maggie is getting up a first-rate dinner for us. She says we must start on strengthening diet. I declare she is a trump. I feel bound to the servants. They all are trumps. Showed so much feeling, by George." "Good," interposed George. "I am awfully hungry." "Of course you are," muttered Horace. "And you have been eating as much as Charlotte's goldfinch this past month." "We have a fair night to leave in," said George, as they commenced their soup. "Yes, we have had a calm day. Our Indian summer sets in now." Both dropped in a reverie, remembering the past. "What have you here, Pat?" asked Horace. "Beef, of course, sir." Horace took his carver, as Pat raised the cover. A rumbling noise was heard in the street, which they listened to. Wheels were thundering up the street, and horses were galloping. "Too soon for us," said George, taking his watch out. "But it stops here," answered Horace. "Pshaw!" cried George, his face flushing deeply. A carriage was at the door, and the bell was pulled. Its wire was then a true electric wire. It gave the knowledge of a coming event like lightning. A curious cry and stir came up the stairs, and Horace and George sprang from their chairs and flew down. They saw Hannah, the maid, supporting Charlotte Hampden. Charlotte alive, but speechless from emotion, pale, altered, but still herself. Behind her stood a young man, with a big railway rug in one hand, and several packages in the other. "Bless me," he said, with an affected accent, but half crying too, "our heroine gives out at the last moment." Horace took his wife in his arms. Not a word was spoken. George slid down the stair in a dead faint. Pat's picking him up made a diversion, and Horace carried Charlotte to the dining-room, followed by all except George, who was rallying from his faint by himself with a host of sensations which he believed no man had ever felt before. "What does this wonderful providence mean?" asked Horace, kneeling by Charlotte, whom he had placed on the sofa. "I am afraid to look away from you, lest I should find myself a madman." "It means," replied Charlotte's companion leisurely, ridding himself of his traps, "that we kept the boat tolerably dry, and that your wife has more nerve than any other woman upon earth. But what extraordinary introductions do I have to America! The denizens of the coast where we were stranded have a very limited view of the earth, but a very comprehensive one of the sea, and their rights therefrom. Consequently, we found it impossible to convey tidings sooner of ourselves." "Dear Horace," said Charlotte, "Mr. Egremont Moyston may joke as he will. He has saved my life." Horace fell to shaking his hand violently, and stared at him with eyes full of feeling which he could not express. "Nonsense," continued Mr. Moyston. "We undoubtedly aided each other. Mr. Hampden, we had a touch of brain fever which delayed us. We were thrown only 6 miles above the Bateau lighthouse, but we might as well have landed in Patagonia. The white trash who kept us had no sense of what country they were in. Pomanco Court-house was the idea of their outside world. No conveyances, no comfort of any sort could we obtain. We were compelled to remain there till I was able to prowl about and get down to the Bateau light to learn our whereabouts." From point to point the wonderful narrative went on. Dinner was renewed. The servants, stricken with astonishment and admiration, lost their sense of decorum, and even the cook came up and occupied the edge of a chair, without remembering, as was her duty, that her plane was so much lower than the company that no number of kitchen stairs could measure it. George had recovered himself and returned. "And so you missed your poor Charlotte, dear George?" she asked. "Very much," he replied. "Do I look badly?" "As if you had suffered." "Yet, dear Mrs. Hampden," said Mr. Moyston very seriously, "if you and I should consult the glass, we could not find the traces of suffering that we may behold in the faces of your husband and brother." At the word brother, Horace felt a violent throb in all his frame. Heavens! George was no brother. He was his wife's devoted, lifelong lover. In spite of the situation and the circumstances, the blood flew like birds through every vein. It appeared an inexorable necessity that he should go away by himself, and reflect upon his own feelings, and speculate upon those of George, and guess at the management of the clouded future. "Why," exclaimed Charlotte, "George's hair has grown white." So it had. Horace's was not changed a whit, and this he acknowledged to himself when he saw her eyes scanning his even locks. He wished they were a dead white. "No, indeed," laughed George. "Being a little worried at your absence, I left off my hair restorer. Now that you have returned—" For the life of him he could not utter another word, his lips trembled so. Charlotte rose, went to him, and kissed him, and said softly, "I thank God more than ever for having restored me to those who so tenderly love me. Now, Horace, I must shut my eyes and sense for the night. Pat, take the best care of Mr. Moyston. This house is his home." "By Jove, Mr. Hampden," said Mr. Moyston, as Horace withdrew with Charlotte, "is there anything in antiquity to beat our case? I've gone through the Greek tragedies, and fed on our stalwart British classics, but I do not find its match." "By the way," said George absently, "I am not the brother of Mrs. Hampden's husband, but his cousin. We are very much together, however." "Oh," answered Mr. Moyston, "America is the most extraordinary place. Home isn't a flea-bite. Pray accept my gratitude, Mr. Moyston. I divine by Mrs. Hampden's manner what the nature of your service has been." He looked at him with so profound a thankfulness that Mr. Moyston was affected by this praise, and for the first time indicated emotion. "It is just what she would have done for my sister," he replied hastily, and then they shook hands. Horace re-entered. Charlotte had retired, he said. He had tried to keep up his composure before her, for he saw how shattered her nerves were, but he could have no rest till he heard the full account of the disaster and rescue. It was grey dawn before the men separated. The occasion had made them firm friends. Horace was ready to give half his money to Mr. Moyston, and George half his affection. The journey was given up, of course. As George looked round for his valise, Mr. Moyston expressed some surprise. "Do you go from here at this hour?" A mighty longing came over George to remain under the roof with her who had been so miraculously restored. He looked at Horace, and Horace made no response. Human feeling came over him again. He could not be magnanimous, and George turned away with a sigh. Mr. Moyston perceived there was some hidden fact or feeling between them. "My apartment is very near," said George carelessly, "and by the way, Mr. Moyston, I hope you will share it a part of the time. Bachelors prefer their solitary quarters, you know." "I hate bachelordom from this out," replied Mr. Moyston. "I have lately seen all the virtues under the sun in Mrs. Hampden. Can I find another in this country?" "Is he in love with her too?" thought poor Horace. "I suppose so. Confound him! He is a hero, and George's hair must needs turn white. I'm off. Horace, bolt the door, to keep Charlotte in. What will Herbert say to these tidings of his mother?" Herbert! His son! Horace had not thought of him yet. George was in advance even there. "Boys are boys," he replied quickly. "I'll warrant you he has played cricket to-day." "As he ought to," laughed Mr. Moyston, making a move towards the door, feeling an internal uneasiness. "All this has given me a shock," said Horace vaguely. "I am not equal to it. George, I tell you, I am not equal to it, and I can't bear it. You always were the strongest, and now your hair has got white. By George, do you know she showed me her arm with a great scar on it where she was knocked down on deck? I don't believe she is here at all. The scar is here, nothing else, you know, George." He staggered and grew frightfully pale. He shook his head from side to side and groaned pitifully. "The shock, added to his great sorrow, has been too much for him," said Mr. Moyston. "Fetch some brandy. We must rub him. He is about to have a stroke. Just my luck in America," he said to himself. George, stricken to the heart, but collected, made use of all available means. But Horace sunk momently, babbling at intervals about Charlotte, whom George would not at present disturb, and finally became wholly insensible. Whatever fate changes or returns, God still disposes. Charlotte, bearing the greatest exposure, suffering, and vicissitude, survived, and Horace, in the ease and comfort of his orderly life, was struck with paralysis. His head and heart were not strong enough for the burdens placed upon them. He lingered 2 years, a helpless but gentle childish man, sedulously tended by George, whose secret was carefully protected from Charlotte. Mr. Moyston alone discovered it. "I forswear England for the present," he said one day. "I find more character in America. George, noble as you are, you need me for a while, and as I was the means of bringing Charlotte safely out of a crisis, I shall stay till I see you landed in the haven which shall be your right and rest. Not a word. I love Charlotte as I love no other woman, and I honour and respect you. Hurrah for the colonies of King George! Just you propose going to England, to leave her now for the fun." "I have never proposed anything," answered George, "and I shall never propose." "It will not be necessary, my dear boy." End of section 16.
Section 17 of Out of the Closet, a collection of early LGBTQ plus fiction. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nancy Halper, Summit, New Jersey. Out of the Closet, a collection of early LGBTQ plus fiction. Section 17, There and Here, by Alice Brown. Perhaps Ruth Hollis was no more conscious at one time than another of her loneliness and heart-hunger for Rosamond Ware, the friend of her childhood, and indeed her entire life. It was an ever-present pain, not poignant now, but grown into that emptiness of loss which attends a broken kinship. Ruth had lived for her 31 years in the standstill colonial-flavored town of Devonport. Rosamond, on the death of her father, mother, and 2 brothers in the space of a week, had gone to Italy to be with an older brother, a man with a jangled body and a tempered artist's soul. That had not been altogether desirable, for the very fineness of his nature imposed its limitations, and he exacted much, even while he gave. She had been there 8 years, from month to month prophesying her return, but never being quite able to effect it. Her unwilling feet would not drag themselves back to America. She longed for it, she brooded over shivered associations with a passionate regret, but when the moment came for clasping the lax link again, cowardice shot up in her and cried off. Her grief was poignant enough already. When she thought of voluntarily sharpening its edge, the apprehensive nerves rebelled. The house at Devonport had been given her by will, and now it was standing exactly as the family tragedy left it. The unworn garments in the closets could hardly fall more absolute prey to mice and moth. They were in ruins already. But daily the dust and mildew of time wrote a sadder record on the blurring page, and the inexorable master of all spurred himself to show what havoc he could compass, left to his own cruel will. Again and again Ruth wrote her friend, begging her to have the house opened, aired, and cleaned, not for the sake of thrift only, she urged, but because the place was dear to both of them. There they had played together at mimic living, and loved and dreamed after living began. It was her home, too, according to spiritual tenure, and she had a right to speak. But Rosamond always answered, not yet. Time had rent her web of life, and she was still too selfish to enlarge the rift made in the nature of things. One late twilight in an ice-bound spring, Ruth was wandering about the rooms of her own home, setting them in order by an observant touch here or there, and making ready to close the house for the night. The rest of the family had gone on sudden summons to spend a day or two with an uncle 20 miles away, whose prodigal son had come home, and who thus bade all his accessible kin to the rejoicing. Ruth, for no tangible reason, had been disinclined to go. As the day drew nearer, her unwillingness increased, and at the very last she refused entirely, promising to spend the night and the next day with Aunt Bernard, a mile's distance out of the town. The two maids, having been given sudden holiday, had already fastened their domain and departed. Ruth meant every minute to follow them, but the house so wooed her in its simmering afternoon warmth that she still lingered and dallied with her purpose. The fires were dying safely down, but there was a red glow in every room. The scented geraniums were sweet from the windows, and the stillness seemed benignant. At length, unable to conjure up more excuses for idling, she did get on her hat and cloak, and stood fastening the last button before the front window, where the snow lay dead white, and the great chestnut tree stretched gaunt arms against the darkening blue. She stopped with an arrested motion in putting on her gloves. Someone was coming. It was a woman walking very fast, yet very lightly, with a buoyant motion Ruth seemed to know. She wore a flowing cloak and a great hat with a long feather. Ruth watched her with a tightening at her throat and a straining of the eyes. She came nearer, stopped, and waved her hand. It was growing dark so fast that a tangible veil seemed falling between them, but Ruth was sure she smiled. "Rose!" she called wildly from the window. "Rosamond! Rosamond!" The woman nodded. Ruth tore out of the front door, dropping her gloves behind her, and ran down the path. Now the newcomer was laughing, and Ruth felt a sudden passionate relief at the sweet familiarity of the sound. She began to see in that instant what her loneliness had been. She sobbed a little. "I don't believe it," she whispered. "You are not really you." "That's your impudence," said Rosamond, "as if I'd take the trouble to be anybody else." They were walking into the house together, side by side and hand in hand. Ruth never knew whether they had kissed or not. It was quite likely they had not, for Rosamond was an elusive creature, who held that there are few moments when the soul is the better for the body's sacrament. Inside, the dark had fallen thick. "Let me get a lamp," said Ruth, again with a little sob of joy completed. "I want to see you." "No, Grandmother Wolf, not tonight. You're going over to the house with me." Ruth turned back from the table and let her match burn out. "Not tonight, dear," she entreated. "It's cold. It's awful. You would break your heart." "Ah, say yes," coaxed Rosamond in her old spoiled fashion. "Just to step inside and see whether we want to stay. Just to peep in. Why, Ruth, it's home." But while she spoke, she was at the door, and Ruth was following her, saying, martyr-wise, "You'll have your way, of course. It's to be expected. But I do wish you wouldn't. Wait till morning, Rose. Only till the fires are built." Rosamond laughed lightly and happily. "Not an hour, not a minute. Come, shut that door, and race me to the old stump. No letters in it now." The door banged behind them, and they ran together down the frozen drive. Rose was mad with glee. She sped like a stream of darkness, softly, glidingly. She was first at the stump, and she stayed there till Ruth came up panting. "Over the crust now," she laughed in a bright exhilaration. "Come, come." But though she ran in little dashes and waded between, Ruth, making what shift she could to follow, crashed through and gave it up. "Come back," she called. "You're a fay. I'm a good 20 pounds heavier. That's according to precedent. Don't you see? It won't bear." But Rosamond skimmed back like a leaf, and then they went on soberly, side by side again. Ruth kept turning to look at her. "You certainly are changed," said she, "but oh, you're so pretty. You've got a radiance. You seem to shine. Are you my old chum?" "Your old chum, your pal in vulgar moments, your rose to keep. Then don't you wither." Rosamond laughed again, with that thrilling undercurrent more significant than mirth. "I may be transplanted," said she, "but wither, no. See the little twigs pricking through the crust? Hear the tips of the pine trees talking? Oh, what a world, what a world! How you enjoy! Exactly like your old apostrophes, hot and hot. You're the most universal lover I know. You're the moon that looks on many brooks. Berries? How ever do you manage to see them in this light? But then, you always were owl-eyed and cat-footed." It was only a short stretch of road to the Ware homestead, and then a long driveway wound up through the grounds. There the thick evergreens, untrimmed for many years, so encroached upon the way that they half sheltered it from snow and made it still accessible. Rosamond kept darting into the fir woods, to return laden with news. "Do you remember how we used to gather cones and burn them on the Anvil Rock? The pines are full. And the hollow locust where we found the squirrel's nest? Nobody has touched it since that day, and his greatest great-grandson lives there now. Do you remember how we used to do up nuts in our hair, and sit under the tree to let him pull them out? The hepaticas on the bank are in such a temper, you can't think. They're waked up and ready to sprout, and there's no encouragement. That's according to the light of the spirit. Even you can't see under the snow, Sharp Eyes." Ruth spoke from the dreamy acquiescence born of full content. She knew quite well that they ought not to be going by night into a deserted house, but Rosamond's assurance had lulled her will to sleep. She was penetrated by the wonder of seeing this dearest creature in the world, whom she had pictured broken and desolate, so lightsome and free of care. She had no thought beyond the happy relief. The last sweep of the driveway brought them out in front of the old house, spacious and still imposing, though so evidently the subject of a lingering death. Ruth paused an instant, not daring to look into her friend's face, and only guessing what grief must be painted there, but Rosamond dropped her arm and ran up the steps alone. "Welcome home," she called blithely. "Welcome. Why do you wait?" Ruth had stopped now in a detaining afterthought. "We're simpletons," said she. "The key is at the Daytons, where you left it. That's a sign we're not to go in. Come back, dear, and wait till morning." But Rosamond held her place. "Come up here, doubter," cried she. "When was anything lost by trying? The oracle appears because you have previously besieged the shrine. Come on. There now. Shall I lift the latch? Shall I?" It yielded with the old familiar click, and the great door swung open. Ruth gave a joyous little cry. "You witch! You've got the key already." She put a hand on Rosamond's cloak in gentle suasion. "Let me go in first, please. I can't bear to have you feel how cold it is, with no one to welcome you. Why, it's light." An airy intangibility of warmth and fragrance poured out upon them like a river delayed and eager. The odors were familiar and sweet, a mystic alembic made of the breath of flowers, but so fused that you could never say which was heliotrope and which the spice of pinks. They made up a sweetness bewildering to the sense. "Oh," she cried again, "enchantress, Merlin and Ariel in one." Rosamond shut the door behind them. The spirit of a delicate witchery was playing on her face while she led the way into the front room on one side of the hall. This had been the family meeting place and talking place in days gone by. It lay there smiling in happy renewal of the past. A fire flickered on the hearth with the burgeoning of new flame above old embers. The tall clock ticked in measureless content. The firelight seemed to fill the room. Ruth drew a long breath of rapturous recognition. "How like you," she murmured. "You came days ago, weeks ago. You put it all in order. For me. But the intention isn't all. Somebody else might have thought of it, but nobody could have done it. So you like it? Then I'm glad." 2 chairs were ready before the blaze. They threw off their wraps and sank into the accustomed places. They sat for a time in silence while the clock ticked. "Do you remember," began Ruth. "Yes, that was the last time we were here together. I was telling you over and over again that the lonesome house would kill me. I behaved like a child, an ignorant, untrained child. I won't hear you blamed. You were beside yourself." "I was a child," repeated Rosamond conclusively. "I can't imagine anyone so ignorant, so pathetic in ignorance. I told you death denied the laws of life. I could only think of my mother in her coffin. I was a savage." Ruth turned and looked at her in the firelight. Her face lay soft and lovely under a very happy seriousness. She seemed absolutely serene, with the well-being of outdoor things, the pine trees and the snow. "Rosamond," said her friend impulsively, "have you got religion?" Rosamond laughed out. "You are so droll," she answered at once. "I might as well ask, have you got air in your lungs? Have you? But you're so changed, and for the better. You've grown." "I had to grow," said Rosamond whimsically. "Part of it at a jump. But let's not talk about finalities. There's one thing I meant to write you about. I made my will 2 months ago, and left this house for a home for tired women. It's to be called the Margaret Home, for my own mother, you know. It's to be for middle-aged, tired women, their very own, so that they can come here from the cities and rest. I have named you executor, but I wanted to speak about it, too. There's nothing in particular to say, for you would always know how I should like things. Still, I thought it would be well to mention it." Ruth drew nearer in sudden fear, but the firelight, still playing over Rosamond's face, only brought out the wholesome tints of ruddy cheek and clear gray eye. "You are not going to die?" She spoke with that poignant, foolish alarm ever hid in the heart of love. Rosamond smiled straight into her eyes, and her strength and beauty seemed to diffuse a certain power like beams of light. Her voice thrilled through the ear to the heart. "I'm not going to die. I am safe, contented, happy." "I've often thought," began Ruth hesitatingly, "I have hoped you would marry. I never expected you to be serene, a lone stick like me. You have such an appetite for joy. How could you be contented with that one glory left out?" Rosamond did not answer at once, but the peace of her presence still made itself felt, and Ruth was sure she had not proved her too far. "That is one of the things I meant to tell you tonight," she began slowly, as if she had some difficulty in making her phrases fit. "It was not left out. 3 years ago I met someone in Italy. He died, and so in any case, I should never have married." Her voice was still musical and unmoved, and Ruth looked at her in amazement. There seemed to be nothing to say. Rosamond went on, broodingly. "You will be glad to know how perfect it was. We understood each other from the first. Whatever it may mean to say I am yours, you are mine, was true for us. It was when that feeling came that I began to understand life a little better. It was my alphabet. I never spoke about it to you because he died so soon after we found each other. And I didn't take it well. Then I was a child, too." For the first time some remote sadness crept into her voice, a tinge of regret for a beauty missed. Ruth could not answer. She was beginning not to understand. Her friend seemed to speak from the state of one charged with a knowledge not to be shared. However, continued Rosamond, rousing herself and calling back her former lightness, it's absurd to wish we had been better and braver and sweeter. What's done is done, and now the winter is past, the rain is over and gone. Ruth dared probe her no further. She felt invisible barriers. "Is this another of your witch ways?" she asked, with a groping return to the tangible. "Flowers everywhere? I've been spearing through the dark and naming them. That's goldenrod in the big jar at my feet, asters, too. Those are columbines on the mantel, and you've put mignonette and heliotrope on the table, just where they used to stand. Do you carry the magic lamp? In my day, florists never brought the seasons quite together like righteousness and peace." Rosamond put on a merry disdain. "Magic lamp," quoth she, "a kitchen cupboard full. You might as well learn now that lamps seem magical only when they're out of place. Come, old lady, isn't it your bedtime? Do you still go when it's dark under the table?" "Yes, but not tonight. Still, I suppose we ought to be getting home. I hate to leave this fire. At least, let's take some of the flowers with us." "With us, forsooth! We're going to stay here." "No, child, not in mildewed beds. I draw my line at that." Rosamond took both her hands and drew her up from the chair. "Come and see," she said. "The ocular proof. I scorn to argue." She led the way out into the hall and up the broad worn stairs. Ruth followed like a child. "I'm a coward, and you know it," said she. "But tonight I'm not afraid. I wouldn't have believed I could be induced to stay till this hour in a deserted house with only sweet you to protect me. But here I am, and here I means to stick, if you say so." The spacious hall above was peopled with playing lights and moving shadows. The clock on the landing ticked with ancient peace. The firelight came smiling and beckoning from the two opposite rooms at the head of the stairs. Ruth, speechless, stepped into one chamber and then the other. The fires blazed opulently. The beds were ready, turned down in the V shape both girls had learned from their mothers. It seemed to belong to their childhood together. "Are we going to stay here?" Ruth cried. "Here together? Why, it's like Christmas. It's like heaven." "Into bed with you. I'm going down, but I'll come back again presently and tuck you up. And, if you lie still like a good little lady, I'll tell you a story." Ruth began throwing off her clothes in haste. "Rosamond," she called blithely after her, "cover up the sitting-room fire. We forgot the fender." So much of life is a barren gleaning after the true harvest. Little broken impressions, scintillae of feeling, stay floating about in the memory, and happy is he who can fit them into some sort of a patchwork when days are bare again. Ruth was never so happy, so well content, she remembered afterwards, as when, with an absorbing delight in physical well-being, and a charming sense of the new and absolutely desirable, she made ready for bed, stopping here and there as she moved about the room to greet some ancient treasure with a murmur of delight. There was the red cow with one horn. They had milked her daily in other times. There were the wax flowers they had tried to imitate, but alas, poor little handmaids, because they worked surreptitiously, with the curious secretiveness of childhood. They had no instruction, and no material save the beeswax in their mothers' work-baskets, chewed into wads by their patient teeth. There, oh joy, was Miranda, the oldest doll of all, with her abbreviated skirt and long pantalettes, sitting woodenly in a corner, quite unmoved by this strange, bright resurrection. Ruth gave her a kiss in passing, a passionate kiss for the sake of former days. She took a handful of sweet peas from the bunch on the mantel and dropped them in Miranda's lap. Joy was cheap enough to share. Then she slipped into bed and waited. Rosamond came. She placed a chair by the bedside, and seating herself, drew Ruth's hand into hers. "Once upon a time," she began. "Did you cover up the fire?" "It's all right." Once upon a time there was a little child, and he was always crying because he didn't know the difference between here and there. He was always hating to be here and longing to be there. So one day a strong one came and said to him, "Come, you silly thing, you may go there if you want to." And he set him on a feather of one of his wings and took him there. And there was a place you couldn't imagine if I should describe it to you. The best I can do is to say it was all flowers and living odors, and pine trees, and clear sunlight, and sweet winds. It's a place where everybody can be tucked up at night. "What makes you have any night?" asked Ruth from her doze. "Have it all day. Leave out the stars, the night dews, the council of the leaves? No, we must have night there. But there black is just as lovely as white, so it's all one." And the child was happy at once. But the strong one smiled and said to him, "It is always so. They are all happy at once, and they might have been before if they have had eyes to see that here is there and there is here." And the child said, but Ruth was soft asleep and breathing peacefully, and Rosamond smiled with great tenderness. Ruth remembered afterwards that Rosamond bent over her once to kiss her on the eyelids, but only to check herself and to draw back among the shadows. The late moon was regnant in the chamber when she came broad awake. Rosamond was standing over her, one hand on hers. "Oh, what made you wake me? What made you?" she cried, quite querulous in her loss. "I was dreaming such a dream. I was in a place I never saw. I can't describe it. I'm forgetting it now. But they were telling me something, the one thing, you know, that explains everything." She sat up in bed and tried to grasp at the fleeting memory. "It's gone." She was near crying as she said it. "I almost had the words, but they won't stay." Rosamond paid no attention. "Hurry," she whispered. "Get up and dress. We are going over to your house now. Come." Ruth sprang out of bed and mechanically laid hands on her clothing. She hesitated for a moment to study Rosamond's face. "You're not frightened?" she asked. "What is it?" "I've let you sleep too long, that's all. Don't question, my dear one. Come." She did indeed look pale, but something so sweet and comforting still hung about her in the smiling room that Ruth was not afraid. It did not come to her till afterwards that somebody, an alien somebody or something, might be in the house. Rosamond gave a quick little movement of relief when the last hook was fastened. She had Ruth's hat and cloak on her arm, and she pressed them upon her in eager haste. Then she threw her own cloak about her, and drew Ruth down the stairs. Ruth forgot to step cautiously lest they be heard. She remembered afterward how her boots clicked, and the rustling of her dress. The fire still flickered in the sitting-room, and the air of the house exhaled a summer sweetness. Rosamond threw open the front door to an icy breath. She parted her lips and caught at it in sobbing relief. "Ah," she sighed, "that's good." The door closed behind them, and they hurried away down the path. Rosamond swept on like a shadow, her cloak billowing behind her in the wind. A picture flashed before Ruth's vision of their coming, when they had hurried in play. Now their haste was tragic. "Rosamond," she called with all the breath left in her, "you've forgotten your hat. You'll get your death." "Come, come," called Rosamond over her shoulder. "Hurry, hurry." "Then give me your hand. I can't keep up with you." "Not now." Her voice came back like a dying sound on the wind. "Hurry." They ran like fleeting clouds. Ruth was capable of more than she could have believed. But, fast as she sped, Rosamond was ever before her, a shapeless dusk in the moonlight. "There, you mad thing," Ruth began as they reached her own door, but the urgency of haste clung to her, and she could not finish. She fitted the key to the lock and stood aside. "Go in," breathed Rosamond faintly. "Go in, dear one, dear one." Ruth stepped over the sill, and the door closed behind her. She turned and tugged at it with a sudden sense of loss. it would not yield. She put forth all her strength. "Rosamond," she called, "push! I can't move it." When the door opened, Ruth looked out on the sterile dusk of the early morning. The moon had gone down, and the earth seemed mourning her. And no one was there. She bent forward into the darkness. "Rosamond," she said, "Rosamond!" There was no answer. A rustle came from the one oak tree in the yard. Then there was silence, for the wind had died. In the midst of her gathering alarm, a strange peace, a sense of the sweetness and naturalness of the world, fell upon her like a charm, and she smiled out into the darkness as if it had become a friendly face. Then, in serenity of soul, she thought it all out. Rosamond was ever a sprite. Now she was playing her a trick. She had gone into the shrubbery to hide. Call, and she would not answer. Leave her unnoticed, and a moment would bring her tapping at the window. She shut the door and went in. The rooms were still warm, though the hearth fires had died, and she took a fur cloak from the hall in passing, threw it about her, and sat down by the window to wait. And as she waited, the same lovely content of the evening stole over her again. She closed her eyes, and to a purring sense of spiritual warmth the dream began where it left off, and she learned the secret which explains everything. But she never could remember that dream. She started awake with the sense of someone in the room. The fire was blazing up over new kindling, the sun lay warm on her shoulder. Her mother stood there, and the maid was bringing in wood. Ruth rubbed her eyes and worked her way out of her wraps. "What a sleep!" she yawned. "Oh, I remember. But what made you come home?" Her mother was looking at her very sadly. She took Ruth's hand. "I had to come," said she. "We've had bad news, and I didn't want you to hear it from anyone else. Ruth, you must be brave. Rosamond died yesterday. They wired her Aunt Amy from Italy." Ruth regarded her with straining eyes. Then she began to laugh. "My poor child," said her mother, beginning to rub the hand she held. Ruth drew it away. "You mustn't, Mummy, you mustn't," said she. "Don't be sorry for me. It isn't sad. It's lovely, only you don't know it. There's been a queer mistake. No, I won't tell you. Just come with me, and I'll give you a surprise. Here's your shawl. Put it on." She threw it about her, found some gloves, and pressed them upon her. Life seemed very dramatic since last night's prologue. She drew her mother along in merry haste, but at the door Mrs. Hollis left her for a moment to step back into the kitchen and whisper a word to Nora. "Watch the way we go, and tell Mr. Hollis to follow us. Tell him I can't explain, but he must come." Then she went out where Ruth was waiting, tapping her foot impatiently, and scanning the path, the shrubbery, the road, lest she be caught herself by her own surprise. She ran an arm through her mother's and hurried her down the walk. When they passed the stump post office, she laughed again, but her mother's quick look of pain recalled her. "Poor mother," she said in a demure coaxing. "Wait a bit, and you'll laugh too. So Rosamond is dead." The tears came fast down her mother's cheeks. "Yes, dead," she said. "You don't realize it." Ruth tried hard to be serious. "Not yet," she assented. "Just now you're realizing for two." They were rounding the curve of the drive. "But I don't see any smoke." "The thriftless thing! She's let the fires go down." They mounted the steps together, and Ruth, in happy assurance, laid her hand upon the latch. It did not yield. Her mother stood looking wildly down the drive, and praying for her husband to come. Ruth, her self-possession inexplicably overthrown, was beating at the door. "Rosamond!" she was calling. "Oh, Rosamond, let me in. Don't be cruel. Let me in." "Dear, come home," said her mother, crying bitterly. "Come home." Ruth knelt and tried to look through the keyhole. She sprang to her feet. "I'm going in," she said. "I will go in." She ran round to the side piazza, on a level with the long windows, opened a blind, and broke a pane with her hand. The blood dripped down on the glass. She turned the fastening, threw up the window, and stepped in, and her mother followed. The room was dark, save for the light from that one window, for all the other blinds were closed. She ran up to the clock and looked it in the face. It was dead and still, the impassive hands pointing stolidly to a lying hour. She laid her hands upon it as if to shake it into life. The dust lay thick over table and chairs. She threw herself upon her knees before the fireplace and thrust her hand into the ashes. They were cold. "Mother," she cried out piteously. "Mother!" "Come home, dear, come home." Ruth rose to her feet, sick with wonder, yet reanimated by one last hope. "Just a minute," she implored, and ran up the dusty stairs. The door of her own sleeping room was closed, but she flung it open and walked shudderingly into the darkness within. The bed was unmade, with only a mildewed cover over the mattress. A mouse fled silently across the floor, a swift brown shadow. Where was the china cow? Where was Miranda? With a throb of premonitory knowledge, she threw up the cover of the trunk near the bed. There lay the doll, on orderly rows of playthings packed away for doomsday. They looked as if they might have been there years. Her mother had followed her, and Ruth turned about, trying to smile. "I begin to understand it now," she said. "I'll go home. You mustn't think I'm crazy. I'm not." They descended the stairs together and crossed the deserted sitting room. At the window, Mrs. Hollis paused before stepping out. "I can't understand it," she said musingly. "The house isn't in the least musty. It's as sweet as a garden. Sweeter." Ruth stopped short, arrested by the truth. The odors of the night were all about her, and as she stood there accepting them, great peace and the sense of security fell upon her like a mantle. She began to smile. "And they might all be happy," she said to herself, "if they could only remember that there is just the same as here." End of section 17. Recording by Nancy Halper, Summit, New Jersey.